Last time on Just Great, I built a town on the back of my airship, raided a woodland mansion with Foxy and Stam, and watched as Stam was ruthlessly shot down by a security bot. 3 times. But today is a big day, as hopefully we're going to complete our flagship, which hasn't got a name yet, by the way, so I'd love to hear your thoughts. But the plan is to make it the ultimate portable storage and workshop, turn it into a train, then fly it off into the mountains, and hopefully escape the rain that just started, ruining my intro. But before I can do any of those things, this boat needs power. We're going to have a whole lot of workshop machines in here, so I'm going to build myself a level 9 boiler, which I'm sure won't cause me any problems at all. So that means we're going to need tanks for a boiler, some steam engines, blaze burners, pumps, pipes, speed controllers, and a whole lot of other stuff. And I know a place we might be able to get all of that in one go. But I'm going to need some diamonds, so let's head to the bank first, and while we're there, we should probably check on the bounties, because overall, we still are quite poor. Wow, looks like the bread factory's going through a huge expansion. Oh, no, I want to keep going that way, but that's a lot more concrete over there. And in fact, over here and down there, it's everywhere. This place is going to be huge. Look, there's Kev. So, bounties, we've got the Wither, Imagination Steve, and Soylent Wasp Herder. And our current balance is 96 diamonds, but I do actually have 4 on me. So yeah, 100 diamonds. I'm not sure if Chosen's actually got an ATM in his mall, which is of course where we're going to be going to buy all the things we need. So I'm just going to withdraw everything I've got there right now. Oh, apparently I still owe some fines. Oh, it's only 2 diamonds, that's fine. Right, let's just withdraw everything I've got and take a look at this. The first annual throw-off. Oh dear. Relish just got himself in a bit of a pickle. What else? That is not clever. I wouldn't do that. I certainly wouldn't do that. Let's have a quick read. In this event, players will build a creative contraption of their wildest imagination with one purpose: to off-throw. 20 diamonds per player. Oh, you can team up as well. Crow's death needs to heavily involve create stuff. Crow will only interact with things exactly as instructed. Keep his input simple. He's dense. So I did actually know this was here. This is where I was standing when we watched Stam get shot by the security bot last episode. But I haven't entered yet, and I would definitely like to. So each player will place the 20 diamonds in the barrel, then grab a piece of paper. Put your name or team name on the paper using the anvil provided. Ooh, do we want to do a team? Maybe. So let's not enter just yet, in case people do want to team up. And there's also another new shop over here. Look at this place. That is incredible. It's a spinning burger. So menu, burgers, 1 diamond for 32 burgies, or a pack of XP, 3 diamond for a ton of nugs. Okay, so we can get burgers and nuggets. Entrance this way. Fix and feast. Oh, fancy door. Oh, jeez. What is that? That is horrific. Poor Rofo. Oh, and they've got an ATM as well. Good to know. So we can get the bags of nugs over here. And the burgies over here. I'll tell you what. Let's promote the economy and get some of these. And I assume they go in here. Yep, look at that. I don't need any experience, though. Ooh, what a lovely shop. With a very scary mascot. Now, something else I'm going to need is kelp. And that is a hard-to-work-out pricing system for my brain. So I'm just going to buy some. Oh, I can't afford it. I need to turn my diamond blocks into diamonds. There we go. So that will come in handy for making our belts. There's a honey shop. I don't think we need anything from there. I think we're doing fine for iron right now. So let's head to the mall. And I'm loving this gondola. It's very cool. Nice way to travel. We're going to end up with a whole load of transport systems on this server. If we've got the gondola, we've got the chain hangy thingy zipline. Dave's putting in loads of trains. I'm putting in a sky rail. And I bet we'll all just fly around with Elytra. The Mall 2.0. This is what we want. So I believe Chosen has automated only small amounts, but all of the create things that we could need, which is going to make it much easier for us to make farms. Oh my days, there's loads over there as well. So we're probably about to spend a whole bunch of diamonds here, because we definitely need tanks for some of that. Don't need any of these bits. Ooh, girders, my beloved, but not right now. Right, how much have we spent so far? 31 diamonds. Okay, cool. We can still keep shopping. So I don't know how much I actually spent in the end. That shopping list was absolutely massive. Look at that ticking up. That's how many diamonds he's made so far? That's crazy. This is all going to drop out of the ceiling. Look at that. And we've got 17 diamonds left, so we could do a little bit more shopping. But as you can see, we've basically just bought a little bit of everything, pretty much. And a lot of vaults. We need a lot of vaults because we're building a storage system on this boat. which is going to be bigger than the one we've got in our little storage tavern warehouse type thing at that skydock, because this is going to be our main storage, the one we actually carry around with us all season. Hopefully. Look at that, we bought loads of stuff. See what else we might need. Threshold switches, yep. Smart observers, yep. We'll take some of them and some of them as well. Don't think we need a bell or train things. Oh, we are going to need these, actually. Not sure if we'll need them in this episode, but we're definitely going to need them in future. I don't need any blocks, and... Oh, I'm definitely going to need super glue. We've got an entire boat to stick together. That's going to be an absolute nightmare. So just a few more things bought there. Well, I do love this place. Look at that. That clock is awesome. It's a very cool build. I like it. But apart from getting some blaze burners, we should now have everything we need to build a little power station in this boat. And I guess as the workshop's going to be at the back of the boat, the power station probably should be as well. And I wonder if we might actually be able to get it in the hull. Let's worry about that later. For now, let's make some blaze burners. I'm hoping we can actually just grab them out of the mob farm down here that Silence built, which is looking very fancy these days. Look at all this. I mean, they're dying incredibly quickly. I reckon I might be able to do it, though. If I was just to take off that bit of tinted glass, then stand here. Yeah, I can grab the occasional blaze that comes past. Okay, we've got 11 of them. That'll do. Let's block that back up and leave like we never did that. There are so many spawners in there. That is crazy. Now we should have everything we need to make this power station. So let's go down here. And I'm thinking at the back here. In fact, I'm going to remove all these pillars in the middle here. These are going to get in the way. And actually, thanks to the engine here, we've got a perfect 3x3 space. Do you reckon we could just stick a boiler down here? I mean, that could work. There we go. Much more space without those central pillars. Don't worry about the structural integrity with the boat. I'm sure it'll be fine. So let's start with the boiler. Is that going to be enough power, or do we want to go up through the floor as well? Because directly above this is the workshop space. But that'll probably give us enough power to run a workshop, right? But if we were to bust through the floor, it's going to come up here, and it would be that tall. I mean, that's not awful. And that would give us a max level 9 boiler. Although, where are my steam engines? I could have sworn I bought some at Chosen's place. Though no, apparently I didn't. Let's quickly go grab some of those. We're definitely going to need them. And I craft them. So we need blocks of copper, andesite alloy, and golden sheets. We've got gold, we've got plenty of copper, and we could do with a bit more alloy, to be honest. But I believe Azu sells that down in town, so let's just go sort that out. Yep, here it is. Just buy a bunch of that. And we need to flatten some gold. And there we go, 9 steam engines. Let's chuck those on there. Then we're going to attach shafts to those. Get those attached together, and that's where our power's going to come out. So next thing we need to do is pump these full of water. But because we're turning this into a train when we want to move it and then reassembling it again, we're going to need a bunch of dispensers to create infinite water sources, get them linked up to a redstone switch, and then I can flick the lever, collect all the water before I turn it into a train. Otherwise, we're just going to flood everywhere we leave. And that's not good. Let's go make some dispensers. Everyone's favourite thing to craft. Hoping I've just got a bunch of spare bows laying around. Just a couple. And then we'll just make these one at a time. Should be enough. And we're also going to need buckets of water. Now, let me think about this. If we block off this bit, we can make a water reservoir here. Can I put a dispenser there? Yep. And I can stick one there. And one there. Perfect. So that, put a bucket of water into each of those. So that'll make infinite water for us. If we put a pipe there and a cog there. Okay, so that should work for pumping in water. But if it's a full-size boiler, we're probably going to need 2 of these pumps, aren't we? So how about if I actually just mirror that on the other side here? Just like that. And if we're clever about things, what we could probably do is have another dispenser there. Yeah, with a water wheel. And then we could have this water pump as the one that gets water in there to begin with. And maybe powers the mechanical arm that's then going to feed the fuel into it. And then we can link this water pump up to this. So once it actually gets started and gets a bit of power, that will set this one off. And then that should get it up to speed just by pressing a button. So I don't have to come down here and manually restart it. But I'm probably going to want this to go fairly fast, just to make sure there's enough water going in. Oh, and I also need to make space for all the redstone links. So let's say there's going to be one there. Going to need one there for that dispenser. Then, oh, perfect. I can sneak one down the back here for these 2 dispensers. And on this side, we've got a bit more space, so we can just chuck them on top. So let's give these guys a signal. We're going to put a water bucket in the top. Then we need to use a slab of some kind for the bottom, because slabs are the only thing that nobody else on the server will ever put in a link. And that means nobody's going to accidentally trigger my redstone links, and I'm not going to trigger somebody else's. And every server member does have their own personal item for this. Then let's set all of those to receive. And I need to get this connected to this. That's awkward. Oh, actually, maybe not. That was just to get one gearbox. That on top there. Case it with weathered iron. 2 of the chain drives. That should do it, you know. So let's do a little test. If I put that there like that with a button and press it, it is spinning our wheel, which is running the pump. All the water down here is infinite. And I should probably make myself some goggles. I've not made any Create goggles yet. Bit embarrassing. Because I need to be able to read what's going on in there. But hopefully that will give us enough water to actually start pumping. Wait a minute, I've just realised what I've done. Done a terrible job of linking that up to the actual sped up power. Silly beardy. Right, so what I'm actually going to need is a bunch of chain drives going up this way. The shaft, and that vertical gearbox. Yeah, there we go. Now it's pumping water. Oh, and the passive steam has started pumping this. Is that enough to start pumping this water one? I wonder. But first, what we're going to need to do is make sure that this one's going to get sped up. Or in case chain drives and another gearbox. Where did they go? There we go. Then we'll grab that power and send it over here with another gearbox. Wonderful. So that's going to be getting all the water it needs. We just need to feed it with fuel now, and that's where things are going to get a little bit trickier. So for now, let's actually stop this and make sure that everything gets picked up again. So, yep, no water left behind over here, and none over here. Excellent. So that should work. Now, I do need to set up the mechanical arm, so how about we have a depot there? We'll get an arm, and can we get to the ones at the back there? Not very easily, so let's just quickly remove the bottom of the boiler. There we go. So we want to feed all of them with stuff from there. Simple as that. We're going to put a small vault there with a funnel. Just an andesite one, so only one's getting dropped at a time. And then all we've got to do is fill that up with fuel. And there's one fuel type in particular we have fairly easy access to. And that, of course, is wood. Which, of course, isn't particularly useful when it's just wood, but we've got 36,000 jungle wood. This thing overproduced jungle. So if we just take, say, 20,000 of this and go and turn it into coal, that's probably going to keep us going for quite a while. And when it runs out, we'll have loads more jungle wood. Right, now we're going to cook it, but I think we're going to turn that round because otherwise this is going to take absolutely forever. But if we do it like this, we can just launch all this onto the floor. And once that first batch is cooked, I'll turn my magnet on. And then we'll chuck down more. Over 20,000 charcoal. That should keep us going for a while. If we make ourselves an item hatch, I'm actually going to dye a bunch of these. Turn them into a red shipping container. Because I think that'll look a bit nicer than the vault we've got down there at the moment. And we'll put the item hatch there. We'll just dump all our inventory into there. Oh, apparently that vault isn't as big as I thought. I'm going to turn those into vertical vaults. There we go. 20,700 charcoal. That should keep this thing going. So now, if we start this up, and it would help if I actually wired up the mechanical arm here, wouldn't it? So if we do a shaft, a gearbox, and another shaft. It says it's overstressed, but if I just feed one of those, there we go. So I wonder, what I should probably do is actually power this mechanical arm from that water wheel over there. I'll also slow that down a little bit. So if we can keep this mechanical arm and that water separate, then we've got a fully restarting system. Otherwise, as we add machines to it, the system's going to get stressed, and this isn't going to be able to get filled up without me manually putting in even more coal. So let's see if we can negate that problem before it starts. So it might be working enough. I'm not sure yet. Let me go get some goggles. So we're actually getting more than enough water. I feel like if we look at the size of the water and the heat there's like a green line in the middle. So I don't think we actually need the boiler to be as tall as it is, and we'll still get 147,000 SU. Let's see if we can actually do this. So we're still getting 147,000. That's good. What happens if we take out another row? Yeah, we're still getting 147,000 SU. Excellent. So I'm going to get myself a speedometer. In fact, we're going to make 2 of those because then I can turn the second one into a stressometer. And let's just see what this system is doing. So it's running at 256 continually. This is good. And yes, we've got 146,000 SU to play with. That is epic. And if I press this, it should turn the power station off. Yep, there we go. So power has stopped. And then once these run out, they're not going to get refilled because this isn't powered anymore. But if I press the button, it all should come back on. And yep, there we go. We're back up to full speed and full SU. This has actually worked out a lot better than I expected. And it hasn't actually taken up that much space. This is excellent. Next up, storage. I want to put a great big storage system in here. I'm thinking if we do vertical vaults, we've got sort of 3x3 patches here. We'll be able to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 in a row there. And then maybe a couple more here. And then same on this side, at least down as far as the stairs. So I reckon we can probably get about 12 or so vaults in here. That would be nice. But once again, we don't want them to look like boring vaults. So I think what I'm actually going to do is go and dye them all black or grey or something. We'll have some nice dark shipping containers, make them vertical, and that's what we'll use as the basis of our storage system. I'm so excited that the boat's finally coming together. Right, that's a whole lot of vertical grey shipping containers. Let's see how many we can fit in below decks. So let's just start by placing one here. And I can't quite make it a full-size one. I can only get it 8 blocks tall instead of 9, but that's close enough. But I'll tell you what, vertical vaults are amazing. So I managed to get 6 on that side, and I'm going to have another one here that's indented. I guess when it comes to loading them up, we've actually got loads of space around the back here, haven't we? So I can get 2 more in there. Squeeze in 1 more, do you reckon? Then if we mirror that on this side, and I think that's probably about as many as we can get in, which is 14 volts. 2 of them are full size. The rest of them are 8 instead of 9. But that's going to be plenty of storage, I should hope. Now let's think about this. If we have a loading point around here somewhere, we can stretch that all the way to here. Then ideally what we're going to need to do is get that onto a belt that's next to it. So we do this. Just put a little volt there that has an output there and an input there. Then we can hop stuff onto the next track. In fact, if we extend that by another block, that will power this one. We can do the same thing here. Bolts. Funnel going in, funnel coming out. And at this point, I guess what we're going to want to do is actually go across over to here. And we'll worry about the fact that's created an obstacle on the walkway later. Then we can link that belt to there and just do the same thing again. That will get us to the end. We'll just put a blocker. But in theory, that should work. I'm just going to move this belt here ever so slightly. If we move it back a block, then that should give us the space we need for the gearboxes to make sure that the belts are running in the right direction on the sides. And where's my weathered industrial iron? There it is. Right, okay. And we need to do the same thing over here. And now we just need to get it all power. But with the power, I don't want to link it up to the power station because I want to make sure that this can actually run independently. We want to make sure that this thing's running at full speed. So 2 of those running a fan. Will that run at full speed? I don't know. Hopefully. That does mean we need another dispenser. We'll put that in there. Then we're going to need a speed controller set to max. Get that hooked up to here. We're going to put a blocker in there so the water can't escape. Same there. Hopefully that's going to spin both wheels. It is. And that belt's going in the right direction, as is this one. And this one. That one's not. There we go. And now they're all going. Okay, cool. And that will work independently of the power station. So let's load up the dispenser. We'll put a redstone link. This time we're going to use a volt and a slab. Now when we hit that, that should turn on the storage. And hit it again, that should turn it off. Perfect. I guess the last thing to consider is actually loading up the belt. And we're probably going to want to do that from the floor above. What is above here? Okay. That's actually a really good spot. So if we were to do that, then get a couple of double chests with some smart chutes. That means I can load up both of those. But now we need to sort out the collection system. Ideally, we want to be blowing things up a tube. And we'll have a barrel here with a packager. So as long as we send things up that chute, it will unpackage here. And this is where we'll collect stuff from. So let's set up a stock link there. Connect these to it. Now what we need to do is figure out how we're going to get things out of here. So I guess that's going to need to go there. Can't put one here to put onto the same belt because that space there is going to be taken up by a funnel. So maybe I need to go there. So that's those 2 volts. And them ones are easy enough. So all of these can deposit onto one belt in the middle. The ones on this side can't, and the ones on this side can't, however. So let's figure this out. First up, we need a belt over here. In fact, that can't even be there. This one is going to need to be a block further back because we need space for the andesite funnels there and there. Then, oh, I guess these ones are going to need to be offset as well. So let's move that one over. So those 4 can all deposit onto that belt. And once again, I'm going to have to adjust this so that these ones will deposit onto the same belts. We bring that all the way over to here. That's the chute we want to send stuff up. So that's all the stuff from the back sorted. We still need to get these ones working, but I've got an idea. If we just extend these belts out, and speaking of belts, I'm going to need a few more. But we can send all of these onto the same belt there. And the same with that side. So now everything is feeding onto that belt there. Now I need to still power for them, ideally connected to this same system. So let's do a little bit of that. We'll stick in a gearbox. Then we do need to power a fan. So can we do that maybe? Then connect those up. And if we put a fan in there, is that going to blow the right way? Overstressed. Okay. Does that mean I need a third water wheel? Because I really do want this thing running at max speed. It didn't need a third water wheel. It just needed the second one to actually work. I'd blocked off the water one spot too early. Oh, and actually, while I'm back here, what I should probably do, put all the inputs on the back of these volts, otherwise nothing's going to get into storage whatsoever. That would have been awkward. And items are moving upwards. It is going in the right direction. This is good. Now we just need to jam in a couple of gearboxes and a shaft there. And they're all going the right way. We can encase the belts just to make these look a bit better. Now the last thing we need to do is actually connect these storage vaults up. So we're going to use these controllers that we linked to the stock ticker earlier. Put one on the bottom of every single packager. Excellent. And I think that should be our storage system pretty much complete. We just need one more thing, and that is a shop clerk. But we can't use a living entity because every time we turn this into a contraption and drive off, there's a chance that they could run into a problem. So we're just going to use a blaze burner. So let's load some stuff into storage. Check this guy. It's already in there. Nice and quick. Excellent. And then if we request it, it should come up into this one pretty quickly. Yeah, look at that. Working storage on our boat and working power on our boat. And a hole in the... which means we're almost in a position to start our workshop. But there is still a problem down here, and that is the floor, the lighting, and the fact that we blocked the corridor here with this, and we can't get up to the deck at the top. So let's quickly do a bit of tidying up down here before we move upstairs. And the good thing is we do actually have additional space down here should we need to have any other machines that we can't fit on the top floors. There's just loads of space on this boat, and I love it. And in regards to the controls for these, I think we're going to have a control room upstairs somewhere, place where we'll actually drive the ship, boat, train thing from as well. And we'll move the on-off switches up there, because I think that's going to make much more sense for us. A short while later, and we're looking a lot tidier up in here now. I've added a bunch of clutter into the storage area. I've also kept this bit here open because I think we might need this space to actually put a mechanical crafter because they're quite big and I don't know if we're going to fit them upstairs. But we've also got a display board that's showing us exactly how much power this thing's generating, although it's currently off, so it's just showing what it had when I turned it off. I've used Nixie tubes at the bottom here, which are linked to this vault, which tells us exactly how much charcoal we've got available. I figured that's going to be a good thing to keep an eye on. We have, of course, got a floor in now, so it's all nice and level, and I've got these cool signs on the front of each vault, which tell us exactly how much space we have left, or at least how much we've filled up. And as you can probably tell, I have moved my storage across from the warehouse over into the boat. And the way I've got these signs linked up, I've actually still got one here left to do. So let's grab a couple of display links, click them both on that sign. If we go around the back here, we can stick one on there, tell that to give a percentage of the fill level. We're going to prefix that with fill. Then the second one we're going to have as a progress bar on line 3. Now that is going to continually update this sign over here. So as it gets stuff in it, that will of course change. So these display things are great because it basically just means that we can monitor everything. If we carry on going this way and swing a left, we can now go upstairs. We can get onto this front little deck here. But below that, this is actually where I've decided to put my sleeping quarters, which I know is not the proper place for it. It should be at the back, but I want to use that for my workshop. And we had a space here, so I figured why not just stick a bed down? In fact, I should probably sleep now anyway. And then I've just used a few tripwire hooks to hold things, added a bit of clutter, a couple of the heads that we've collected along the way. And it's just generally a nice area to chill out. So with storage and power all sorted, we're probably ready to start on the workshop. But before we get to that, I've been asking you guys for pictures of your airships so that I can put them in my corridor. And we're going to add the first few today. So down here in our definitely 100% secret corridor, these are the ones we're going to start changing. So this first one is by Bersebi. Look at that, it's got a massive dragon on the front of it. It looks awesome. This next one is from Michael, Mitchell, Michael, something like that. Mikhail? I don't really know. But look at that. That's awesome. And I'm loving the cinematic images as well. Those that provide the cinematic images like these are much more likely to end up on the wall because, well, they just look nicer, don't they? This next one is from Mr. Potato. And I love that. It's a very small airship, but it looks awesome. And you may notice I've actually kept them fairly pixelated as well. I think it just works a bit better. This next one is by Jenny Crane. And I've actually been watching this one be developed in the Show Us Your Builds channel over the last couple of weeks. So it's nice to see it flying. Now this next one is an absolute beast. that. Look at the size of that thing. This one is by Mad Dog. Corridor's looking much better. Yeah, I much prefer this. Next up, we have this giant one, which is actually in a land of floating islands as well. Very cool. And this is by Bartolomeo. And the last one for today is this quirky airship from Iron Ghoul. It has a big pole with a giant fan on the front, but it actually looks really cool. So thanks for the submissions so far. We've got the first few in, but as you can see, we've still got more space for further ones. We've also got all the ones out here in the bar that need to be replaced. So do keep your airship photos coming. Now, the other thing I need to do is name the parrots. And somebody has pointed out that if I name the parrot in there, it's going to give away the fact that I have a secret room there because the name's going to show through the wall. So we're actually only going to name this one here. And we're going to call this one Mr. Blabstone because, well, about 30 or 40 people asked for it. And I think that's just a brilliant idea. I don't think I like him up on this perch, though. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to put him on the boat at the back here. I think he just looks better there. Well, I'll tell you what, not seeing his name through the wall, that means I can name the other one. Let's go grab another name tag. And we're going to call this parrot Mr. Beardstone, which about another 20 or so people asked for. Although I do feel like Blabstone should maybe be the one that's in the secret bit, maybe. Oh, actually, no. I suppose Blabstone in the pub, overhearing everything. That makes sense. So you can be Mr. Beardstone. And with that, I'm afraid that's where we're going to have to wrap up today's episode because I'm off to TwitchCon in a few days and I need to get the next episode done as well. Otherwise, you're not going to have any episodes for a whole week and we can't have that now. So I guess we'll crack on with the workshop in the very next episode and then hopefully we'll be able to fly off into the sunset. Then we can build a new port up on a mountaintop, actually build a couple of factories so we can sell some stuff. Oh, it's going to be amazing. So thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Welcome back to Just Create, where last time I jammed a level 9 power station and a huge storage system into the hull of my airship, then decorated parts of my base with your airship images. Keep them coming, by the way, we have plenty more space. Today we're going to tackle the workshop that's going to sit inside the small town on the back of my boat and get us one step closer to a completely portable base. So let's just crack on. Alright, so workshop. I think the first thing I want to do is grab a clipboard and make a list of the things we want. So these are the things I can think of off the top of my head right now. So we've got mechanical crafter, we've got a washer, cooker, haunter, smelter setup. And in fact, if we had a setup for dye there as well, that would be good. We need a singular deployer, we need a triple deployer. In fact, it's not just a triple deployer, we need that to be able to loop as well so we can make precision mechanisms. We need a slicer setup from Farmer's Delight so that we can strip logs and get the bark. We need a heated basin, we need a water basin. We need a double crusher, which is basically 2 sets of crushing wheels in a row, and we need a millstone. And there's probably some other stuff I've forgotten, so what we're actually going to do is head down to the workshop down here that Egg's made and see if there's anything I've forgotten. Well, hello, what's this? Would you like to feel the power of loco metals? Check out this loco metal display behind. I mean, it's very nice. Get your metals today. 1 stack of loco metal is 0.25 diamonds. And it's the Stazu workshop next to Rofos. Right, okay, so we have actually been to that workshop and already bought loco metal, in fact. That's a very nice looking train. I like that. But anyway, we're getting distracted. Right, so we've got crushing wheels. Yes, we've got whatever this is. What's this? Oh, that's just a millstone. Got a mechanical crafter. Ooh, oxidizer. Yes, let's get one of them. Then we've got the smelting, cooking, haunting, washing, and dyeing. Got lava and water dispensers. Not really useful for me, I don't think. And then the basins. We've got a heated one, we've got a normal one, and a water one. And then, to be honest, the heated one can work as a normal one anyway. If the thing doesn't need heat, it doesn't matter if it has it, I don't think. We can probably get away with just the 2. Got the mechanical grindstone. Ooh, I forgot about that. So that's really good for when you're making rose quartz and electrodes. We have the deployer. Ah, a press. We don't have a press on there yet, do we? So we want a bulk press. Something nice and fast. And then we've got a press in a basin. So we'll get a basin press as well. And we need a saw. I know we're setting up a slicer, but a saw's still good for when you're making things like stairs and other bits and bobs. So that is a whole lot of machines. This is going to be a big old workshop. Now I'm going to stick this list to the wall, and the first thing we're actually going to do is the mechanical crafter, because it needs a 5x5 area, and as you can see, these floors are only 4 blocks tall, and I think it's the same up here. No, this one is actually 5 blocks tall, so we probably could just put the mechanical crafter on the back of one of these walls. So I am going to have to pull it a block forward so that we can actually get power and a barrel to it. And we're just going to do a full 5x5 crafting setup. Should probably put a light behind there, otherwise that's just going to create a mob spawning area, isn't it? Let's just stick a lantern in here, build the rest of this up, and then hook up some power. So let's see what's going on down here. We've currently got power coming up there. I guess the question is, can I get away with running that through there? Weathered iron's the closest look to wood we're going to get with all the casings. To get the power up, we're actually going to use some spruce shafts because I think they look cool. And we're going to need cogs coming down here. And a couple of gearboxes. That one needs to be vertical. Get those encased and stick another shaft on. Okay, so if we turn on our power, take a moment, but this should start spinning in just a sec. But it's not. My power turn on didn't work, apparently. Let's try this one. I'm also just choosing not to work. That is weird. I've noticed actually a few times that these redstone links sometimes just stop working. Does this one work? Nope, that one doesn't work either. Let's just try breaking it and replacing it. Nope, it's just not working. What in the world? How did a bee get in here? And maybe if I just do this and toggle these again, that gonna force it to update and maybe fix it? I really don't know anymore. Let's give it a go. Oh, that has actually worked. Now that's gonna start spinning. Okay, so I guess that's a bit of a weird bug. It's gonna be annoying if we have to keep doing that. And what's going on here? Oh, wait a minute. Wooden shafts have a stress limit, don't they? I'll put in normal shafts. Yeah, we're fine. Well, it's not going to look as good, but at least it works. So that is our mechanical crafter up and running. Everything's pointing in the right direction. This is good. Let's just shove a few mangrove blocks in here. And now we're tidy. Almost. Let's just connect the top bit here properly. There we go. Sorted. So next up, I wanted a whoosher, a cooker, haunter, smelter, and dye machine, which means I need 5 fans in a row. I'm looking at this area here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to need access to one as well, and this is where the power's going upstairs currently, so maybe this is a good place for it. Or there's a spot here where we can probably get 5 in a row, but they're going to end up sticking out quite far. So yeah, let's do it at the back here. First thing I need to do is steal that power, get those running across, and see what direction the power's going in. Not the correct one. Not to worry, what I'm actually going to do instead is raise it up by a block and stick in a gearbox. Take that round that way. Then we're going to stick in a speed controller. Because we don't need these fans going fast. The speed of the fans does not change how quickly it cooks something. And we need a gearbox, more of these encased chain drives. Now when we stick in a fan, we can see it is indeed blowing. Perfect. So we've got 5 fans, and I guess what I need to do is work out which one's going to be doing what thing. So we're going to need a soul campfire. We're going to need water. We need lava, but we don't have a bucket of lava, so we'll need to go get one. And we want some mangrove roots. So if we were to do washer, haunter, smelter, cooker, and then we'll keep this one clear for dye. Let's quickly go grab a bucket of lava. And don't worry, I'm aware this is a wooden boat and I'm about to put a bucket of lava on it, but we have fire tick turned off, so it's not a problem. So chuck that on there, bucket of lava, and that's going to want to go here. But there is something else we need to consider, and that is the fact this is going to be a train and it's going to move, and when it moves, it's going to drop lava all over the floor. And of course, water. So we're going to need more dispensers. I'm just going to turn those fans off for now to make things a bit easier to work with. What we're going to need is dispensers there. Out, and there, pointing downwards. Lava in that one. Water in that one. Get rid of those. Going to need more redstone links, but with these ones, what we can actually do is connect them to the same sequence we use for the power station, which is, of course, water and a slab. Also aware that the second we place those, they're going to start spilling everywhere, so let's just put a little sort of beam thing across here, I guess. And that should mean, if I quickly turn off the power briefly, and set these to also receive, anytime we turn on the power, it should deploy both those things, hopefully. Okay, so it deployed the lava, it didn't deploy the water. I wonder if that's because of the leaves. Which it may well be. Let's try that again. Nope, it's because I have the bucket of water. That'll be why. But hopefully that can still deploy into mangrove and we can still put our dye machine here. Let's find out. Yep, there we go. Perfect. We're going to need collection barrels here. We're going to want brass funnels because I need to put filters on these. Ow! 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 And maybe some safety rails. So we've got a bunch of attribute filters. That's what we want. So we want can be dyed. Is that an option? I mean, can be stained? Guess that's the closest we're going to get. Let's add the attribute to the list. And next up, we want can be haunted. That one on there. Can be stained needs to go there. Then we need can be smelted to go on that one. Then we want can be washed, that one. And then lastly, can be smoked, that one there. Right, so the filters are now set up. Now we need chutes so we can get the items down here nice and quickly. And I think I want to use chests on the top because they hold more than barrels. So now we just need some labeling. So dye, wash, haunt, smelt, and cook. Awesome. Now, if I chuck a log in there, for example, is that going to turn into coal? And it's not going into the funnel now. Good, our filter's working. Although I just realized that was wood, not a log, so I don't actually know if that stuff does turn into coal. So let's try it with spruce that's actually a log. And maybe I should put it in the right device. In fact, while we're here, I do want to test. Does stripped oak wood also turn into charcoal? No. Hello, what's going on here? Oh, I've got them all to an allow list, not a deny list. I literally had them the wrong way round. They're all going to be like that. Third time's the charm. Right, now my derps are out the way, we can see it does work. Still don't know why there's a bee in here, though. He's made his way upstairs now. There you go, buddy. Continue your journey. There's a door right there. It's right there. Stupid bee. But the good news is this machine is now done, apart from the fact I need to actually make all the dyes that we need to supply this thing. And I've made sure we've still got access around the back here if we need to toggle these again. If they're anything like the power station ones, they're going to randomly stop working every now and then. But I can do this, and it should turn everything off, including my two things down here. Yep, wonderful. And we're only using 13,000 SU so far. Plenty to play with. So let's tick that off. Now, the other big machines that we have here are the double crusher. That'll take up a little bit of space, as will the oxidizer. The rest of these aren't particularly big. I mean, the bulk press, maybe. But I think it makes sense to get some of these bigger ones in first, and then we'll come back and slot all the smaller ones in where they fit. So I think I'm going to do the double crusher next. And it's not like this is a massive machine, but it is certainly one of the slightly larger ones. I think I'm just going to put it on this back wall here. So for this one, we'll start with a couple of chests. Now I wonder, could I maybe stack it? Because if I could, then it suddenly becomes a much smaller machine. If I was to have a chest here, which, can't open that. I can swap those two out for slabs. And now I can open it. We then had a belt going there and another one going here. The chest there. Going to need power, and if we can feed it up here, that would be ideal. So let's see if we were to do encased chain drives there and still power out of there. That will get power up there. Hopefully it's spinning in the right direction. It is. Perfect. Then if we put a shaft in there with vertical gearboxes, get all of this encased. Input funnel there, output funnel there. And we need crushing wheels going that way. And then I guess what we actually want is another set of crushing wheels on top that are going the other way. And put a smart chute on top of that. And a brass funnel there. What we should be able to do is if we put a stack of cobble in there, that should get turned into gravel. Yep, perfect. But if we put a stack of cobble in the top, that should get turned into gravel, then go through the chutes. Oh, maybe not. We haven't powered this belt yet. Should be able to just add a shaft there. Now, that one's going in the right way. Right, so that's going to turn into gravel, and then it should drop down into the chest, then get ground up again, turn into sand. Perfect. Look at that. Nice, compact double crusher. Let's just get this looking a bit nicer. There we go. We've got the power coming out for whatever we build here as well. That should be helpful. Excellent. Another machine we can tick off. So next up, I think I'm going to do the oxidizer because that should fit in quite nicely around this corner. Now for this one, what we're going to need is a big old belt. Then we're going to want a spout and another one and a last one. And we're going to want another belt here with a deployer on top. If we put chests there and there, funnels on. Wait a minute. Guess that one's going to be a single chest. Actually, let's just make it all single chests. We're never going to be producing that much copper, right? I'm going to grab some iron. We're going to make a bunch of hoppers. That's how we're going to feed items onto the belt from the chests. And we're also going to need an infinite water source, which means we need more deployers. By which, of course, I mean dispensers. Make some bows and get those made up. Then we'll create an infinite water source across the back here with pipes going to all of these. Just like that. Gonna want redstone links once again. Now we just need to power the pump. Okay, so that's the water all powered up. We just need to power this deployer, and that should be fairly straightforward, I think. You just do this, bring that over to here, get all of this encased, vertical gearbox, weathered iron. Wonderful. I reckon if we were to take out those two, rotate that round, get a shaft in there, another vertical gearbox, and that's going the wrong way, so I guess we're going to need another gearbox. Oh, we don't need a slab. That connected up. Let's get that rolling. If we extend that way, put a gearbox in there. Wonderful. Working a treat. And we're just going to need a block at the end there. Barrel there for collecting. We are almost sorted. I just need to grab some honeycomb. Do I have any? Do not. There is, however, a honey shop in the shopping district, so we can get what we need. Actually, while we're passing the workshop, I want to do this. I really like what Eggs has done here, where the input chests actually show what level of oxidation you're going to get out of it. So I'm just going to put 2 chests in each one of these, and we're going to do exactly the same thing. Good thinking, Eggs. Right, let's go get some honeycomb. Yeah, here we go. This is the place. So I guess I just want some of this. Might as well buy some honey blocks while we're here as well. Never know. There doesn't appear to be an ATM here, though. There is one in the burger shop. Let's just do that. And that's going to grab the 12 diamonds from my bank, which will cover the costs. Give that to that guy. And I guess that's my order. Not very easy to access. Apart from that, though, the shop's lovely. We can now make honeycomb blocks, and that's what we need to finish off our oxidization thing. Oh my, something's happening here. Train tracks. Oh, is that going to be the train station at the shopping district? Epic. We should probably think about making a shop soon, shouldn't we? Oh, and the track's all been laid out sort of winding down the mountain. And then it loops round there, I guess, and over to the station. Very nice. So give that to him. Going to quickly replace all of these chests. The appropriate ones. So that is oxidized. That one is weathered. That one is exposed. And that one's just normal copper. So let's just quickly try this out. Make sure we're going to get what we want. So we'll put 1 in each box. And yep, perfect. Just needs a few finishing touches, I think. Alrighty, another machine done. And I've actually changed the power setup system now. So what this does is only actually gets the power plant started. And then this one here actually activates a couple of clutches. I'll show you downstairs. So we've got one here that's powering everything on that side. And we've got another one right here, which is powering everything on that side. And what that means is the power station only needs to generate enough power to power the water pump on that side before it can get itself to max water. And that basically just puts in a safeguard, because otherwise there's too much stress and the power station can't actually start. So this is basically just a workshop on-off switch. When I flick that, everything goes off. And then when I press this button, it scoops up all the water, which will, of course, turn off the power plant and pick up everything we've got around here. But I think this is looking pretty nice so far. We've actually managed to make pretty good use of the space. What can we jam in there, though? There's not a lot of space there at all. Maybe we could just put a couple of the small machines, like the deployer and the slicer. Okay, so I've managed to get the slicer and the deployer in there. You input items on this side. They go through, get deployed on or sliced. In fact, I'll need to load this thing up with an axe. Let's quickly do that now. If I remember correctly, the slicer can use either an axe. Oh, can it not use an axe anymore? Oh, wait a sec. I've put a press in there. That's not a slicer at all. That's my slicer, and my slicer needs a cog. That's just awkward. So I guess to make that work, we're going to need a vertical gearbox and a couple of cogs. That gets that one going. We're going to need a normal gearbox and another gearbox there with a couple of encased chain drives. Right, there we go. And that's the one thing we can't actually encase in weathered iron, which is a bit annoying. Maybe we could just cover it up with some copycat boards. Yeah, that does the trick. But now I should be able to give this thing either an axe, in which case it will chop our wood, or strip our wood, I should say, but that will also give us bark, which we can then use to make paper. But we can also give this thing a knife, in which case it will prep food for us. What I'm going to do is put a tripwire hook on the side of that, and if I crouch right click, I can hold my knife there, and when I need to swap them, can just do that. Perfect. So that's the slicer and the individual deployer done. Now, next up, I think we're going to head upstairs. We're going to make our bulk press and maybe the triple deployer loop. I think that would probably be a good idea. Now, for the bulk press, I think what I want to do is have 4 presses. We're going to get the belts going that way. So the pressed items are going to come over here, land on this belt, go into this box here. And we're going to extend these out by a block, actually, because we're going to need 4 tunnels to evenly split everything we put in. Then we need 4 presses. Get those powered. And I just want to test something. Can I feed into these from above? It appears so. Yep, that's ended up over here. If I was to put in a bunch of copper in there. Perfect. Another nice compact machine. Let's tidy this one up and we'll move on to the next one. Actually, before we move on to the next one, what I'm going to do is grab a depot. And I just want to see if we can sneak a millstone in right here because it's a very awkward space and this is a very small thing to make. But it should be as simple as that. Let's just get it powered. And if I put cobble in there, that should get ground up into gravel. Okay, cool. Because sometimes you need a millstone instead of crushing wheels. It's nice to be able to squeeze that option in. Now let's just get this place tidied up a little bit. Did a boo-boo. When I came back from lunch, I forgot to press record. The good news is the bulk press in the milling area is looking pretty good, but I've also added a couple more machines. So we have our precision mechanism maker here, which we can load up with gold sheets. They will cycle past these deployers and get hit with those. Go into this chest and then roll across the back into here. We've then got a filter in the front saying incomplete precision mechanisms and golden sheets are the only things that are allowed out of here. And that means things will keep cycling around until they're either a precision mechanism or they've failed and we get back like a gold nugget or something. And we can also stock up lots of cogs and iron and stuff in the top just to keep these things fully loaded. The other machine I've built is the one with all the basins, basically. So we've got a heated basin over on this side here. Just a box where we can keep some coal so we can chuck it in there when we need it. But we can load items into the basin from the top here and also from the back here. So basically we can make brass and other things like that. In the middle we have a water mixer, so if we were to put saplings, for example, in the box over on this side, that would give us pulp and so on. And then we've got just a default mixer here as well. But of course the water one needs water, so we've got another one of these water deployer things set up. All linked into the same system once again. And with the addition of all those things, that leaves just a few bits left to build. We need a basin press, we need a saw, and a mechanical grindstone. Question is, where am I going to put these things? So I want to keep this area clear for my train control room. So we are actually going to move all of our workshop controls up here as well. And then we'll have our train controls and whatnot here. We'll generally just make that area look quite nice. We might actually block it off. I don't know. We do still have the top floor, which doesn't have anything on, but I kind of want to save that because we always forget to build something. And it's nice to be able to have some space to chuck down machines when you need to. So I guess that pretty much just leaves the middle of this floor. So let's maybe do the mechanical grindstone first. In fact, if we connect the grindstones from this side, that's going to put the power connection here. Let's just steal some power from down below. There we go. That's the grindstones powered. We just need a barrel on either side and a couple of funnels. Andesite ones will work fine because this can only process one thing at a time. Well, that was easy enough. So next up, let's do the basin press. Set up like that. I think that's all we need. Then we just need some power. So that's the press powered. And I think we should be able to just steal power from this. Just take that one out. Doing a few chain drives there. And more going up. And that has connected, but it's going in the opposite direction. Not to worry, we can just switch these around. Have that as an input there and there. And an output there. So this is my compactor, I guess. That's basically what it does. It compacts stuff down. And now we just need a saw. I reckon we can probably just put that right next to this one. Let's put that in there. And if we use a gearbox in the middle, then two things actually. One, I can remove all this, then just connect that up directly. But that's going to make sure that the saw is spinning in the opposite direction to the belts. So if I load in some pale oak logs... Oh, maybe it doesn't want to be going the other direction? No, it definitely does. Oh, actually, maybe it's just pale oak logs don't work on this auto thing, maybe? Let's try just chucking in some mangrove planks. No. Switching the direction doesn't seem to help. Let's try changing the saw instead. Okay, so it just doesn't like the weathered iron saws? Weird. Okay then, I guess this one saw's gonna look a little bit out of place then. Unless we just hide it with a copycat board, which I guess we could. But anyway, that is our saw done. And I've just relabeled the compactor over there because I'd like to label the actual input areas. This is good. We're making very, very good progress. In fact, we're making so much progress, that was the end of our list. Kind of. I thought of 2 more things I kind of want to do. I want to be able to automatically make electron tubes and phantom rails. Or at least have the machine set up to enable me to do that when I load the resources in. But these are a couple of random machines that I'm probably not going to use particularly often. So what I was saying about the floor upstairs earlier, of how it's probably going to have a use in future, I think that future is now. That made me sound like a technology company. So for phantom rails, we need 2 deployers and a press in a line, so not a big machine. In fact, that's really not a big machine. Maybe I could fit that down here, but I don't want it to look cramped down here. So let's see if I can just jam it on the end here. So it's going to be as simple as that with 1 more deployer. I've run out, but it's easy enough to get those bits powered. Let's just quickly go buy some more deployers from Chosen. Much easier than making them. So 3rd deployer. There we go. There's the extra deployer. Take that round. Then I think we're going to have to use hoppers to feed these guys. So there's not enough space to put chutes above them. All right, so that's them loaded up. And the input is going to be here. That is for phantom rail. That was nice and easy. Electron tubes, not so easy. But currently, these are things that I can just buy from Chosen. So I'm not going to worry about the electron tube machine just now. Maybe we'll do it in future. So for now, I'd say that is our workshop complete. We should have every machine we'd ever need, apart from an electron tube maker that we don't care about. But if there is anything I've forgotten, please do let me know in the comments because, well, there's probably something. But we've still got that top floor, which can have more machines on it, so let me know what you think. Now what I need to do is actually sort out the control room. So I need to get my switches all up here, I need to get my train controls in, and I need to make it look good. Because it doesn't currently, and that upsets me. This also upsets me. There we go. So I think, on looking at it, I'm actually going to move this, which is the grindstone, just to open up that corridor a little bit more. And I'm just going to stick the grindstone down over here. Because like the saw, it does need to run in reverse direction. So if we do that, is that going to be going the right way? Feels like it's going the wrong way. Yeah, that's going the wrong way. Not a problem, we'll just move it 1 block further back. That way we can fit a gearbox in there. We can replace this with a shaft again. Put another gearbox in. Get some belts back in. A couple more funnels. And now it goes in the right direction. Excellent. Okay, now my workshop's done. So let's crack on with this bit.
Hello?
Hey, Dave. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, there he is. You might not know yet, but I have opened the shop.
You have?
A little one, but just to guide you to it, here's what you can expect in a free care package.
Ooh. E and MW Zinkery. Zinc. Of course.
If you need more, there is 4 diamonds per stack of blocks, 1 diamond per 50, so 15 blocks.
Those are some good prices. That means more copycats.
Yes. And there is also 1 stack of iron blocks for 1 diamond. So very cheap.
While you're here, Dave, you're a train guy, right?
Yes.
What do you think of my train?
This is not a train.
Well, technically it's a boat. Technically it's an airship, I think. I don't really know what it is anymore. Is it a town? Is it a boat? Is it Superman? I don't know. But it will be a train.
I don't see the rails yet.
Yeah, so basically, I know you're building this wonderful, lovely train network that you've got down here.
Yes.
And obviously there's the lovely, wonderful gondola system. I've also heard rumours of an underground and potentially a road system as well. But what about a sky system, you see?
Oh, for airplanes. So not for boats, but for airplanes. Yeah, I see.
Well, airships, airboats.
Airboats.
Yes. So I'm going to be building another rail network, Dave, in the sky. But the difference between mine and yours is you won't even know mine's there, which means I have to do no detailing on any of the track.
You are now officially, with your network, in the Board of Transport.
Oh, okay. What does the Board of Transport do? We just, talk about trains and stuff.
Well, I don't know yet. We're going to do something. We're just going to sit
Something is going to happen. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I mean, that sounds good, you know. I'm a pirate. I like being in gangs.
What? It's not a gang. It's not a gang. It's
or cults. Gangs or cults. It's fine. I can do either.
Okay, bye.
Short while later, and I think we've actually completed our control room now. So I've got 2 sets of seats, one so we can automate driving it to places when we need to, and a seat that I can use. Also moved my controls over here, so this one here now controls the power, this one controls the workshop, and of course this one will control storage. We've also got the power display board up here as well, so when we do activate the power, we can see how much is coming through immediately, and we know when it's safe to turn on the workshop. So the only thing left to do now is to build a whole lot of phantom rail and sail off into the sunset. But that's going to have to wait till next episode because I need to find a way to get the phantom rail. Then we'll turn this whole thing into a train and we'll finally have our portable base. But we're not going to leave this area until this area is complete, which currently it is not. There's a few small things we need to do, like extending this platform so it can actually reach the boat, although I'm probably going to move the boat a little bit closer to the dock. Apart from the chain drive here, I am actually quite isolated up on this mountain, so I want to tidy all this up, get a few paths in, connect up to Silent, probably connect around the front here to Block Down and Froggy, and of course, I've got a giant bridge over here to build with Chosen. So still plenty to do. We're also going to be hanging up some more of your airships in our corridor, but I actually recorded this episode the day after I recorded the last one because I'm probably at TwitchCon as you're watching this. So we won't be adding any more today, but hopefully by the time I get back from TwitchCon, we'll have plenty more to add onto the corridors. And of course, the tavern. But thanks for watching, I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Last time on Just Create, we built an entire workshop on our portable base and got invited to a gang.
It's not a gang.
Today we're going to finally turn our boat into a train, build a rail network in the sky, and hopefully fly off into the sunset. But that's going to involve a few steps. First up, Phantom Rail, for which we're most likely going to need a chicken or a cow farm. Ooh, there's a moving train. I think that's the first moving train on the server.
Hello?
A moving train.
Hi, Beardy. Yes, I have a train.
This is like the first moving train on the server, right? Ooh.
It is, right?
We just say exactly the same thing at the same time.
We did, didn't we? Yeah.
That was creepy.
Well, that must mean it's the first moving train on the server.
It definitely must be if we both said it.
Well, except the small little one that we have inside of the workshop, Yanasu. I guess that one actually does move.
That one moves as well?
Yeah, and it has a locomotive. I still need to fix it, though. It's still broken. It doesn't accept items, and I can't quite figure out why.
That's a bit weird.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with the contraption controls, turning off the portable interfaces. I didn't know it did that. And then issues
maybe
with that, along with the fact that there was different. It was a weathered weathered and an industrial portable interface trying to interconnect them. That didn't really work.
Oh, weirdly, I had a problem in my small little boat up there with I couldn't use a weathered iron saw.
Yeah, no, I also had that issue earlier today.
Oh, weird.
Yeah,
it made me sad.
They work as like spinning things.
Yeah, they just don't work.
But they don't work as like the actual sauce. Yeah, no, you have to use the regular ones, which was sad. But...
Yeah, well, I ended up just hiding it in the middle of the machine because everything was weathered. Right. So, yeah. This is looking awesome, though.
Got my train. I mean, I was trying to do some experimenting just now with some weighted truffle filters and stuff, and I realized I obviously can't access my storage at the moment.
Oh, no, because it's currently in train mode.
It's currently in a train mode, yeah. And then my entire workshop's back here, folded in. Oh, so good.
Oh, wow. It's a
little cramped.
Incredibly compact.
Yeah, but it folds out and it becomes less compact.
Like, it folds out? Like, so when you park up, it will just like...
Did you not see it?
No, I've not been paying attention to anything. I've been going ham, basically building my storage and workshop in the boat. So
if I do that, oh, actually, I have a little train control here. Okay.
In here. Okay.
We're going in here. There's something I haven't really thought about.
What's that?
And that is the fact, when you go to the front to actually park this thing, that the wall is going to spin out, and I don't know if my cavern is big enough to handle the fan wall spinning out without breaking things.
Oh, see, yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of problem you don't want.
Okay, let's see there, and then you just disassemble it. Now it's my base again.
Yeah.
And it's right in my drill. Actually it's on the other side. That's better. I mean, hopefully.
If you open that, that's going to destroy your. It's going to destroy your wall.
Go to the other side. Yeah, it'd be fine, right?
Well, we're about to find out, I guess.
I mean, it wasn't too bad. I think it broke like 1 or 2 blocks. That could have been way worse.
Yeah. Also, it literally just folds down. So cool.
How have you not seen this?
Sam, I've not seen you in like But wait, apart from the Woodland Mansion thing, I've not seen you in a while. I'm loving this build though. This is very cool. Like, what's in the rest of these carriages? Cool. Oh, that's power.
So that's the power, and then the one at the back is fuel.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
People have told me to build a caboose.
Yes.
So I think that's what I got to do next.
Yeah. And is that where you're gonna put your bed and stuff?
Yeah. Be at the back.
Awesome. I love it. So is everyone building like portable bases this season then? Did you want to come have a look at my boat?
It. I thought I had an original idea, but it seems like everyone and their cats are doing this.
Did you want to come have a look at my boat?
I do. I want to see your boat. You've got a lot. Oh my glue.
Oh yeah, I've glued it. Don't hold glue. It's not good.
No.
For your frames.
You've got a lot more space than I do.
I do. So it's all currently off at the moment. So if you follow me, we'll go upstairs, get everything turned on. This is the main control room. So the power works by me clicking the power button. And give me a sec. I've just got to wait. I've just got to wait a moment. So once the no, not there. No, calm down. You're getting ahead of yourself, Stam. You're getting excited.
Sorry.
Basically, so once this gets above 55. Then I can turn on the workshop because that's how much power it needs. So another couple of seconds. Go. Now I can turn on my workshop. So that's my entire workshop running. This is like lots of the workshop-y contraption type. Right? There's nothing on the floor upstairs yet. Then here, there's more workshop-y contraptions. We've got a little bit of everything going on. Yeah. And then if you come downstairs into the hull, we have storage. And then we have a power station over here that is fed by charcoal. And this number here is how much charcoal is currently in the system.
So how do you refill it with charcoal?
Well, the same way you refill your train with lava, I guess, with a small bit of effort. Basically, because I've got a tree farm, I just uploads of.
Fair enough.
And I've got about another 20,000 in my storage system.
Yeah. This is a little bigger than my train.
I did give myself a little bit more space.
Jealous.
But the thing is, like, this is going to be my base for the season, basically. And I'm going to be sailing this around the server, building little outposts and trading ports and all sorts. I'm going to have a wonderful time. The Friendship Diamond is displayed proudly behind the bar, by the way.
Oh, the Friendship Diamond.
Yep, how beautiful.
How do you even... I heard rumors about something here, by the way.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
What are you doing? You seem to be enjoying yourself, whatever it is. Oh, look, you met my new parrot as well.
Oh. You didn't kill this one. Mr. Beardstone.
No, I didn't kill him, no. No, he listens to all the gossip in the pub. Tells me what's what. What are you doing?
Yeah. Hi. I've heard rumors. Lockdown's been talking. He's also blabber.
Oh, is he? Been talking about?
Yes.
Oh, I see. You're looking for my secret tunnel.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, come this way.
Oh. Well, that...
There you go.
Oh. Yeah, this was what I was looking for. Alright, well, I guess... Interesting. No!
I almost... no! Stand... Get out. Oh. See, basically, I saw you use the right book. What's going on here?
I think I broke something, though.
Oh, so you can't move ghost blocks. That's good to know. I had a couple of ghost blocks there because I couldn't bother to keep opening the door.
Oh.
Okay, right. We're going to have a little conversation then, Stan, about this. But yeah, I saw you use the right book, so I tried to distract you by taking you out the back.
That was almost very good.
I was in mild panic mode. Right. We're gonna have to have a little chat about this then. Gotta come in. I'm gonna have to change the lock again. But yeah, you were spamming so many books. I thought, it's all right. He'll never get the right one. But you kept spamming them, and yeah. I literally said last video, I was like, I need to change it from being a book because it's bad.
Too obvious. Why am I dead? And why is there a knife in my mouth then?
I'm related to anything. Yep. I'm related. Fine. Yeah, it's all right though, isn't it?
Yeah.
A nice little chill spot. So I guess you're gonna have to do some scheming here with me at some point. Now you know where it is.
Yes. Hopefully something that doesn't include me lying
No.
dead.
No. As I say, that's just, it was randomized. Yes. To be fair, you're quite good at getting yourself dead.
Why? What?
Do I need to show the security clips again?
No.
Dave invited me to his cult.
You have a cult?
Yeah, the Board of Transportation. He says it's not a cult or a gang, but it sounded like one.
What do you have to do to join? I mean, you have your own tracks. Why would you?
I mean, I don't know. That's why I think it's a cult. As soon as I mentioned I was building a sky rail, mentioned the Board of Transportation, so I assume Foxy's also in the Board of Transportation with his gondola.
Oh, well, I'm going to be building a train track.
Yeah, you are, which means you're probably going to get... I mean, everyone's going to be building train tracks though, surely, right? Does that mean we're all going to be on the Board of Transportation? Is it just
I
a
don't want to
cult
be on the
that
board of
everyone's...
transportation.
Well, maybe we should form, like, board of not transportation, but with a good name. We could be the excited of transportation instead of the board of transportation.
I don't know. Excited about transportation. Roller coaster, railways, all over the place. Oh, yeah.
We should definitely build a roller coaster on one of your mountains. I imagine you're not done building mountains yet because you're Stan, right? So.
Oh, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Pretty.
I know you.
Bye.
Doodles. Right, so he didn't know about the cult, but he did find my secret room. Knew that was going to happen. I should have changed the locks by now, but I hadn't. I mean, they all knew it was there anyway, but now they know how to get in. That's the problem. And yes, all I did was actually just move it to this bookshelf here, and I made it this book here that was the one that actually activated everything. So for now, I'm going to rip out all this so they can't get back into it again, and I'm going to add a new way to get in there. And I'm not even going to hint at it in a video. They'll never know. Right, anyway, we need phantom membrane. So, well, I guess we might as well grab those ones. Oh, we dropped 4. That's good. And you, sir. Excellent. We actually got a phantom head as well. And 6 membrane. But we're going to need a lot more membrane than that. However, in this pack, we have a couple of other ways of getting it. We can actually put a dragon head in front of a fan with some leather. That will get us phantom membrane. Or we can haunt feathers to get phantom membrane. Once we've got that, we can then, of course, make some phantom rail track, which is invisible track that we can just lay throughout the sky and no one will ever know it's there. Now, first question, do I have a dragon head? I do not, which is a shame. I honestly thought I did. Let me go check the boxes down here. I feel like I dumped it in that barrel there, where I put all the end stuff. Is where I put all the end stuff, and we do have a dragon head. Excellent. Ooh, and a shulker head and a bunch of other cool stuff. Might as well put this in storage. But as we have a dragon head, we could process leather into membrane. How much leather do I have? 143. I mean, that's going to be quite a lot of membrane. We might not even need to make a farm. Let's take 2 stacks of that. Let's grab the dragon head. We'll get everything started up. Now, in theory, I should just be able to put this dragon head down here. Yeah, look at that. We're getting weird purple particles. And I can't open this box because I've put one of those on top of it. Good job, Beardy. Just quickly make a couple of adjustments here. There we go. Now I can get into the chest, and I should just be able to... I don't know what it's called. What is it called when you blow air through a dragon head to get membrane? Ending. We are bulk ending, apparently. Though temporarily, I'm just going to need to rotate that funnel round because the filter is for dyed stuff. And my leather seems to have all disappeared. Yep, it's definitely not there. That was 2 stacks of leather I could have done with that. Let's try again with just a single piece and see what's actually happening here. The leather's going down. Doesn't have any particles to say it's being turned into anything though, does it? Oh, it has worked though. There's membrane. What happened to my other 2 stacks of leather? Absolutely no idea. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to the mob farm. I believe Silent has set up a temporary shop down here. Yes, here we go. He doesn't have an ATM though. But he does have leather, a stack for a diamond. Excellent. So let's just buy a few of these. We're going to need to go find an ATM though. I'm hoping there's one in Foxy's shop. I mean, he did make them after all, so I'd imagine there is. There is not. Doesn't... Foxy? Not even an ATM in your own shop? You made the things. Got to be an ATM around here somewhere. Dave doesn't have one either. Loving these prices, though. Well, it looks like the closest ATM is over here at Chosen's Mall, which is not very close at all. There we go. I've now got the diamonds, and now we can buy the stuff. And if it works this time, we'll probably never need to make phantom membrane again. So let's chuck in a couple of stacks this time. But it seems to be doing it. We're getting some vertical particles. Yeah, there we go. All right, cool. Let's chuck all that in there then. Still confused to what happened to the other ones, though. I didn't put it in the wrong boxes, did I? Oh, I did. Oh, that was silly. Might as well cook it all up. Go, look at that. All the phantom membrane. Okay, so if we now grab a whole bunch of iron, chuck that in here, then is that going to give us phantom rail? It is. Right, we're just going to make absolutely loads of this stuff. Well, we now have well over 12,000 phantom rails. Yeah, we're probably not going to need to do that again anytime soon. But now we have lots of rail. What I want to do is start laying this track in the sky. And the first thing I should probably do is work out where we're going. So let's open up the map. Let's expand out a little ways. And I think the mountaintops we want to be starting on are these ones here, which are directly behind me. Yeah, those ones there. Let's go take a closer look and you'll see why. So from up here, you can see these mountains are, for some reason, incredibly flat on top. Which means on these outcrops, I can have a few little buildings and things. We can have rope bridges between them all or something cool. These mountains go on for a while, so we've got a number of locations. There's actually a really big flat spot over there, which will be good for a bigger factory, I guess. But essentially, I just want to have a few sky docks among these mountains, and Throwlash is basing over here in this sort of basin area. I believe Foxy is going to be down here in this valley. Got Chosen over here. Dave's going to be just the other side. And then over the back there, we've got Kev and Eggs. What is Eggs doing? We're going to have to go check that out at some point. So I guess the first thing I want to do is probably get in a rail that sort of goes up around these mountains and gradually gets higher and higher and then sort of loops around these ones here and then maybe reconnects and goes back down. Or maybe we could just do it as a big circle. I don't know. Maybe what I should do is take a screenshot of this and draw some lines all over it. So our boat is here. What we could do is sort of sail up and round this way, sail down the valley, have a loop that goes around this mountain here. Just start off with a loop like that. At some point, we're also going to want to go down towards the shopping district, so that's going to need some kind of a loop. Then loads of people are basing up this way, so we probably want to link over there. And I'm probably going to keep stretching across these mountains around this way as well. So, beautiful. I guess that's what we're doing. Something along those lines. And then, of course, we can have little bits that come off and go to the different sky docks as and where we need them as well. But I think just getting this big loop in here is going to be a good start for us. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually get a bit of track down underneath our current boat. So let's hook that up to there. There we go. That's the first line in. Not that you'd know it, but that's the beauty of Phantom Rail. You can only actually see it if you're holding a piece. Now I'm going to need a couple of other bits and bobs. I believe we bought some stations from Chosen. Nope, we bought signals. So to make stations, first we need compasses. We need train casings. So let's just get a couple of those. Hold that in our offhand so we can see what we're doing. And I think I want to put a station down around about here. I'm having trouble trying to get this placed because you can only have these a maximum of 15 blocks away. That is the furthest away I can get it, which isn't awful. We can just build a little tree down here or something to hide it in. But I'm sure that's going to be causing us problems in future as we build this sky rail. But that's a problem for future, really, I guess. For now, at least we have a station. Now, the next thing I want to do is make sure I've got an invisible bogey. Set this into create train mode. I'm going to put that bogey right there on the station. And then so we get smoother turning, I think I'm going to have a second one towards the back here. So let's give this a go. Let's assemble our train. Failed. No structure attack. Oh, yeah, of course. It would help if I actually glued it to the bogey. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, done it. Just going to call it boat for now. We forgot to remove our water. Let's disassemble that. And go pick our water up. That is the very reason we put the dispensers in the first place. Water off, power off, storage off. Let's try that again. Nope, apparently it's not turning our water off. Have those redstone links disconnected again and done their weird thing? Okay, we definitely picked everything up that time. Water in storage is definitely gone. So I think what's actually happening is when I disassemble the train, it is firing my redstone links. But it's something I might be able to solve with contraption controls. If I actually get all my water back on again, let's just turn our storage back on again so we can make some contraption controls. Or grab some from storage. We already had some. Excellent. So if I put this here and power it, hopefully that's going to stop messing with things. Almost. The good news is the only water that leaked was the water from storage, and that's the water that I actually forgot to put away again. So yeah, this could work. So I think I've removed all the water this time. Yes, we're not leaking water. System works. Next question though is how much of my train have I left behind? So that's what I've left behind. A random selection of stuff. We go in the other direction. Have we left anything at the front as well? Yep, once again, just a few random bits and bobs here and there. Well, I have a feeling we're going to be assembling and disassembling this boat a few times in the near future while we try and make sure everything is glued. Well, it's taken about 20 minutes, but there doesn't appear to be anything left behind of my boat now. Now we know we have a working boat train, and I didn't realise quite how important this was because it actually disables everything, so it stops my deployers deploying and all of that jazz when I'm driving. But yeah, this is a vital component, this one. We'll put it somewhere more... Oh, hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, good, good. I've just managed to finally get my boat moving without leaving any bits behind.
Oh, that's the worst. The worst is the leaving the bits behind. The best feeling ever is noticing no bits get left behind.
Yeah, that's literally, I had that feeling about 30 seconds ago, Dio, and it makes me very happy. Don't worry about that. That's fine. That's fine. They spawn down there when my train boat is not a train. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. So, the fact that the boat is moving is why I wanted to talk to you.
Okay.
Because I kind of have this idea that you're going to need quite a lot of phantom rails. Not just for this boat, but for future builds, maybe.
I currently have about 12,500 of them.
Okay. That's quite a lot. Because I've got a farm that produces a crazy amount of those.
So, you kind of, I went down to... I went down to Silent Mob
Before it
Farm
became a shop.
and I bought I literally bought some a very short while ago. I bought 600 leather. No, 6 stacks, sorry, leather. And then I turned them into phantom rails, and now I have 12,000 rails.
Yeah, it feels a bit insane because I've got, I think, a fully upgraded backpack almost filled up with leather.
Beats.
And I was thinking, well, if someone's going to need any, I might as well tell you, you're more than welcome to go help yourself.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
don't get me
on the
wrong, I'm
on the nether.
probably going to need some in future, maybe, but 12,500 is quite a lot. But I am building a rail network, so I don't know how far that's actually going to go.
Well, it's, the offer's still there. If you ever need, just shout, and if I'm not around,
definitely.
just go check on the nether roof. It's right there.
We can get on the nether roof. So, as I was saying, we do now have a working boat, which means we can get to laying a whole lot more rail, and then if I can just do a couple of laps of the mountain today, I'll be very happy. And this is one of those things that's probably not going to look particularly great in a time lapse because, well, it's invisible rail, so you're not going to actually see me placing the rail. You'll just see me building lots of pillars everywhere. So, yeah, we'll probably just skip to me having this in some kind of a good place, maybe. Essentially. Hey, our rail is in, and I've just sent the boat off on its first little trip, and that looks amazing. Look at him go. Tell you what, that's looking pretty cool. And we'll eventually have smaller boats flying around on this track a lot more regularly. This one's only going to be on it when we're actually moving from place to place. But this is going to look absolutely awesome. How does it look with shaders? Oh, well, putting on my shaders killed me, apparently. Good to know, but we should see the boat coming into view any moment. Jeez, there it is. Look at that. It just appears out of the clouds. Oh, shaders and create and moving things do not work the best, do they? Look at the speed that thing came in. Oh, jeez. Yeah, shaders, not fun. But I do now need to travel 725 meters to go get my stuff. But besides me falling to my death, I'd say the first test was fairly successful. Oh. Chosen was here, apparently. Fair enough. Right, I've got some food. Let's go on a mission to go collect our body. Oh, there's an igloo here. As we'll sleep through the night. And it's got the secret bit as well. Slight distraction here. There we go. Golden apple. That's what I wanted. That's probably going to come in handy. And we'll take the potion as well. Right, onwards. We have a body still to collect. Right, there we go. We made it back. Despite falling to our death, mission was successful. We have a big loop that goes around the mountains. We can connect onto that and go off to other directions as we need to. And we've proven that the boat does work, but is quite laggy when it first loads in for people. So we will try and limit how much we actually fly it around. As I say, it is mainly just so we can move our workshop and storage to places where we need it when we're building on these mountaintops. For now, I'm going to go drop in on Chosen. I don't want him to be scared about the pirate ship that randomly appeared on his horizon there. You've changed, man. Some kind of fungal infection going on?
Well, that's kind of rude.
Well, it's observational, I'd say. I mean, your left hand has turned into a mushroom.
Both hands are mushrooms.
That's a good point. The left hand's just more obvious. How can you build with mushroom hands?
Well, I've gnawed like little holes in them so that way I could build.
Oh, little holes for your nubbins. Right, okay.
Right, yeah. I've got grippers. Mushroom grippers.
Mushroom grippers. This is a very weird conversation. Cool. I just wanted to come over and say hello, Chosen. I'm really on at the same time as you, and I saw you staring.
Yeah, I turned around and there was a ship above me, and I was like, huh, that wasn't there a minute ago.
Yeah, and now it's gone again.
Yeah, oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's over there. I'll be moving up into these mountains very shortly.
Oh, nice. At least you'll have a good view.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the hope. I should have views all around me. There's people on each side of me. And...
You know what? This is the back side of the building.
At least you're putting some blocks on it.
All this for a mushroom farm. You know what's funny? When I was looking up information about the mushroom colonies, your video was the only thing that popped up. And I was like, that's hilarious. That was great. So you must be like one of the few people who have actually covered Farmers Delight mushroom colonies.
But the thing is, the first farm I built, I think, on that episode, I didn't use colonies because
you were trying to use regular mushrooms.
Yeah, and then I was like, oh yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah, as soon as I seen that you could use the harvesters on them, I was like, oh, well, now I know what I'm doing.
That is literally all you need to know, yeah.
And now that I know colonies work like regular crops, I'm like, wow, that makes Farmers Delight way more powerful than I originally thought. Well, as powerful as mushrooms are needed.
Yeah, how are you making the actual mushroom blocks then? Are you using like deployers with silk touch axes or something, or?
No, right here.
Can you literally just like compact them down then?
Yep, that's stam tweaks.
I see.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I couldn't do that
thing.
last time I tried. Scammy thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Just taking advantage of all the recipes I can.
Well, it's always lovely to be able to catch Chosen online, even if he is turning into a mushroom, and he didn't seem too concerned about the pirate ship flying around, which is good. More innocent I look now, the easier it will make things later. Don't judge me, tiny andesite man. So, with the fact we now have a working storage, power, and workshop boat, and it can actually move and do things like that, I think the last thing we actually need to do is sort out the deck here. It's a bit bland and boring, and there's not a single cannon in sight, so let's fix that, shall we? And of course, to add cannons to our boat, it probably makes sense to use schematic cannons, which means I need more dispensers. We're also going to need a whole bunch of iron, but I believe Dave said his shop sells iron. Yeah, look at that, a stack of blocks for a diamond. Nice and cheap, I like that. Then we just need some logs and some smooth stone, and we can make a whole bunch of cannons. And we've got both of those in storage, wonderful. Let's just plonk down a bunch of cannons. Well, that already makes me feel better. But you can't have cannons without cannonballs, so let's grab barrels. We're going to grab some copycats. And we're going to grab a whole bunch of coal, turn that into coal blocks. Then we should be able to make little piles of cannonballs here and there. Just something as simple as that, I think, is all it needs. I think I want to put a cargo hatch in the floor here. We're going to keep it simple with some oak trapdoors. And we're just going to put a trim around the edge here as well. And I think just those couple of little changes have made a huge difference to the deck out here. A short while before I placed all these cannons and things on the deck, however, Silent logged in, and there's a bounty on him, so I thought I'd try my hand at maybe trying to get it. But, yeah, there was a rumor he had some very strong armor, so I had to do some tests first. Oh, there he is. Oh, is he AFK? Let's test. Looks like he might... No, he's definitely not AFK. No. No, there's no need. I was just...
Oh, yeah, there's no need to punch me when I'm standing still.
It was one little tap. I basically did a crit with you. I did a crit with you with my axe to see if it would hurt you. The answer was no, it did not hurt you.
No, it did not hurt me. And you were testing the waters, weren't you?
Look, that's half a heart of damage.
It was no hearts of damage.
Well, it was briefly half a heart of damage. I saw it.
I didn't even see it go down that much. So hi, how you doing?
Look, there we go. And it's back. Ah! I'm burning! And this is why your bounty's been up for 5 days.
Yeah, Chosen also snuck up behind me and was like, I could have killed you at any time. I was like, you could have tried.
No chance. Absolutely no chance, Silent. This is ridiculous.
Hey, so you want some good books?
I definitely do want some good books, yes.
You should buy some good books.
I should.
Good prices.
I came to buy some leather from you earlier, and then it took me about 15 minutes because I had to go find an ATM.
Oh, you don't have diamonds?
Well, yeah, but they're in the bank.
Oh, there's a bank?
Yeah. What? How do you not know there's a bank?
What? I live in a hole. I live on the ground. I don't go outside.
Oh.
Yeah. There's an outside?
There is an outside, yes, and you're well aware there's an outside because you dug a hole to the outside right up to my base.
Well,
and
you built a base right above my base. What'd you expect?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
well, you called it like a rubbish hole or something, so I have literally just been throwing things down it that I don't need.
Have you? That's great.
Yeah, I literally have, yeah.
I haven't noticed. I haven't noticed any items here because we're never on at the same time.
We literally never are. Yeah,
No, we're
sorry.
never
Oh, it's
on
going to get
the
really
phone.
loud here. We should leave.
You haven't turned off all of your mob sounds and the presses sounds and the grindstone sounds?
No. No, I
You
haven't.
probably should.
But I
You
don't
probably
live
should.
inside a mob farm with about 50 million spawners.
It's only like 54.
But, oh, speaking of which, you want another spawner?
Yeah. Yes, always. I have diamonds for you. Here you go. Free payment.
Oh, okay, cool. Do you want to grab a cart contraption and come get it? I'll show you where it is.
Sure. Do you want to spend those diamonds real quick in my base?
I probably will in a minute, yeah. I'll probably buy some fancy books once they're for sale.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to... Yeah. I need to figure out a system to sell them. That's the problem. It's complicated.
Well,
My brain
you
don't
know,
work that good.
I'm not in any hurry. I'm rarely on the ground these days. I'm flying around in my ship now, so
Oh, yeah, your ship's built right over my base.
I'll show you where the spawner
Yes.
is.
Okay, great. Let's go do it. This seems awfully suspicious.
Come this way. It does seem very suspicious. I know. I'm not trying to kill you or anything.
Is it gonna, like, explode when I pick it up?
No. Would you like me to pick it up for you to prove it?
Nah, it's
Take
fine.
a look.
Okay. That's great. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I realised we didn't need a car contraption. I could have just brought that to you in the first place.
Yeah, you could have just done that. That would have been more convenient. I saw that you were flexing with this big old ship right here, and then I decided to flex with this thing over here. Did you see this yet?
I did see that, and my initial thought was, who puts a big pile of diamonds next to a pirate?
It's tempting you. I know.
It's incredibly tempting.
I didn't quite connect those two dots, but
Mhm.
I'm glad that they're still there.
Well, I did dig into it to make sure that it was solid diamond.
Oh yeah, no, of course. Yeah, no, we don't mess around.
Yeah, and yeah, it's still there for now.
For now.
Yes.
Well, if it goes missing, I know who to call.
Well, no, because now someone else is going to nick it, and then I'm going to get blamed for it.
No.
Well, I might as well
mean,
just steal
probably.
it then. Might as well just steal it myself then. If that's
You know what? You're convincing yourself.
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah. I mean, I could use it as ballast on the front of my boat because it's a bit back heavy at the moment.
You know, you're really making a good case for stealing it, aren't you?
I am. Yeah. What time are you on till?
Maybe I should pick those up. Right, I'm gonna go put this in my base. You should buy some books.
I will do when you have a shop.
You see, the problem is that it's a boutique shop. It's a one-on-one personal experience. Yeah.
Yes.
So
that-
I like enchant your armor for you. It's an experience. You pay for the experience. Did I
Wait,
mention that? You pay for the experience.
Okay.
Literally.
Yeah. Yes, literally.
It's an experience.
Yeah.
Farm. Yeah.
Yeah. What is
Yep.
the cost to get this fancy
well,
armor?
people have been saying that I have very good prices. I have a great review from Throwlash saying 10 out of 10, would buy again. That's 16 diamonds a book. He's leaving.
Well, I think I know what we're going to be spending a whole bunch of our diamonds on. Exceptionally overpowered armor. Well, that's going to have to wait for another day, because sadly that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Welcome back to Just Create, where last time Stam discovered my secret entrance, finally got my boat moving by turning it into a train and running it on invisible track, and I had a very weird conversation with Chosen. This is a very weird conversation. Today, we have a bit of a bitty episode. We're so nearly ready to go start building our first factory to work towards opening a shop on top of the mountains that are over the back of this one here. But it's those mountains right over there, just behind where we are now. And it's the factory I want to build up there, not the shop, of course. That'll be going in the shopping district. But I can't leave this area over here unfinished. So that means I need to sort out this front area here and have a path that goes and connects down to Silence Path over this side. I want to put a path around the mountain that connects to Froggy and Blockdown and Foxy up here. And me and Chosen do also plan to put in a bridge across here, so I need to extend this path down to where that connection point's going to be. But I need to be on at the same time as Chosen in order to actually build that bridge with him, so that probably won't be happening in today's episode. Because I've only got about 9 hours to get this episode recorded, edited, and uploaded. I've not actually been on the server for about 10 days because I've been away at TwitchCon, which was absolutely amazing, and it was lovely to meet some of you there. And I now literally have 1 day to record before I go away again for a few days. So yeah, that bridge, not gonna get done. But something I do want to do today is get some very, very, very good armor. I think this is about the 4th pack I've played that has Create Enchantment Industries in, and I've never really used it. And that's not going to change today because Silent has actually already set up a great big thing for it, and he spent a long time doing so. So what we're going to be doing is meeting Silent later on, and he's going to charge us extortionate amounts of money to enchant all of our gear to its highest levels. And 20 diamonds is not going to cut it, so we're going to need to do lots and lots of mining today today. And we do have a mining drill, but it's not very big. And we are on a tight schedule. So what we're going to do first is make an absolutely ginormous tunnel bore. And we've made many tunnel bores after the last couple of years. We've made some that look good. We've made some that are just absolutely giants. And today we're going with the second option, a giant one. But I still want to make it look cool, at least a little bit cool. And if we come down here and have a look at Stam's drill, which is tiny compared to what we're going to be making, he's actually used the copper mechanical drills because we have create encased on this pack. And that means if we do a little search for drill, look at this, we have a bunch of different options that we can do. We've got brass ones, we've got copper ones, we've got train ones, we've got shadow steel, and refined radiance. I don't know what these things are. Refined radiance drill, get a radiant casing, refined radiance. What's the, I can't click that. How do I get that? Yeah, I can't seem to click it over here either. What was the other one called? Shadow steel. I don't know how we get that either. So I've just done a quick Google, and refined radiance is created by dropping chromatic compound into a beacon's light beam, or by dropping chromatic compound on the ground and surrounding it with light sources, which will then get absorbed. To get shadow steel, you need to drop chromatic compound into the void in the end, and then it will float back up and you get shadow steel. Very odd. And these things were actually moved from Create in version 0.4, and we're in 0.6. But we seem to have them. Question is, how do you make chromatic compound? Oh my days. Right, powdered obsidian, glowstone dust, polished rose quartz, and then you need a superheated blaze burner, which means you need blaze cakes. You get them by squirting lava onto a blaze cake base, which you get... Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Not today, anyway. Nice to know there's options, though. And then, of course, we've got industrial iron and weathered iron. But I'll be honest, I quite like the look of the train ones. And to make train casing, we're going to need a whole bunch of sturdy sheets. And we can buy those over here. We've got 20 diamonds in storage, so let's quickly grab those because there's not an ATM over here. Then we can buy our sturdy sheets. Excellent, that's going to get us 10 stacks of drills. We're just going to need lots of stripped wood. And I don't know how much of that we've got at the moment, so we might need to make some more. Oh no, look at that, we've got plenty of stripped jungle. So we'll get 10 stacks of that. And let's get our workshop turned on. So first up, turn on the power, wait for that to kick on, which will only take a moment. We just need this to get over 52 because that's what the workshop uses. There we go, that's our workshop up and running. Now I guess what we're gonna need is this machine here. Put all those in there. Oh no, wait a minute, these need to be brass, don't they? So I'm actually gonna need 10 stacks of brass before I can do anything. And we certainly don't have that at the moment. Right. We're gonna need 5 stacks of copper, 5 stacks of zinc. That is not quite enough copper. Do I have any raw copper over here? I do not. Okay, we're not quite going to get 10 stacks of drills. Maybe we'll end up with like 9.5. But we can load up copper into this barrel. We can put zinc into this barrel. Give this some heat. Oh, wait a minute. I put the zinc in the wrong one. The zinc needs to be up here. And now this barrel's causing a problem because the stuff's just coming straight through the chute. So let's put that there. This is our coal barrel. Get the zinc up here. And there we go. We're finally getting brass. So while they cook up, we're also going to need andesite alloy. We only have 3 stacks of that, which I think is only enough for 1 stack of drills. Yep, it is. That means we're going to need 30 stacks of andesite alloy. Oof. I don't have much andesite, so I think we might have to go buy this as well. We've got a little bit of money in the bank. Once again, not enough to pay Silent, but it should be enough to buy some andesite alloy. So we're actually going to buy 40 stacks of that. And let's go to the only ATM we know in the area, which is actually in Chosen's Mall. Let's use that. In fact, if I'd done a bunch of those in my bag, I should be able to withdraw a little bit more. Yep, there we go. We've now got 60 diamonds on us. And that means we can buy some iron from Dave's little stall he's got over there as well. And we should be good to go. Look at that. Loads of andesite alloy. Excellent. Nice and cheap. We like this. Now, hopefully, our brass is cooked up and we can actually start making our drills. Yep, the brass is done. So let's give that to this guy. Make a whole bunch of brass casings. And I could probably do with a hopper and a barrel here so I can keep feeding this thing. Let's do that while we're waiting. Otherwise, I'm going to have to put it on a stack individually each time it finishes one. And that's just annoying. Let's get a hopper and a barrel. There we go. Now we're getting the brass casings. Now, while they're being made up, let's grab the other few bits we're going to need for this drill. Which is, of course, going to be some deployers, plow, seat for me, some lanterns, some storage, some funnels, portable storage interfaces, some additional brass casings so we can make all those things look good as well. And of course, some girders. Now, what I'm going to do is just place these down briefly, get them encased in brass. We've got to make sure it all matches, right? Then we're also going to need super glue. We're going to need a cart contraption and a mine cart and a furnace. I need some coal and some rail. Oh, and we're also going to need a filter. We can make sure we're filtering for the right things that the deployer will place. Let's quickly make a furnace. I've accidentally grabbed a minecart contraption there. That's not what we want. We just want some iron to make a minecart. Turn that into a furnace minecart. Right, let's see how our casings are coming along. Oh, we're done. Wonderful. So now we'll load up the barrel with sturdy sheets. Chuck all our brass casings in there. That's going to turn them into train casings. Oh, that's a good point, actually. I've turned all of these things into brass. They need to be train encased. So let's just quickly do that now. We'll see how they're going to look. Yeah, that's cool. I like. Then we can start making some of these drills. Let's see how they're going to look. Yeah, that's going to look like a cool drill. It's going to look very fancy. Alrighty, I should now be able to build my giant drill. I now need a big empty space where I can build this drill. And I think on top of this mountain will work just fine. There we go, that's 9 rows of 64 drills. That should do the trick. Just get them all glued together. Beautiful. Now, to control the positioning of this drill easily when we're underground, I think what I'm going to do is actually put the rail right here on this edge. That means we want a deployer there and a deployer there. Then the deployer at the front needs a filter for cobblestone and cobbled deep slates. And maybe netherrack as well, in case we take this thing to the nether. We're going to put that on this one. This guy's going to be rail. And at the back here, we're going to want the plow. Just get that connected up. Also going to want a seat, so I'm going to put that just above the plow. And we're going to need a cart assembler, lock rotation, furnace minecarts. Let's get all of this glued together. I've just added some lanterns. We're also going to need shipping containers. These are vertical ones, so let's turn them horizontal. Ow! Ow! Get out of it. Not interested. Then I want another deployer here, just like that. Let's quickly get all this glued together, and I'll explain what that one's for in just a moment. We're going to grab a whole bunch of flint. Going to make a whole bunch of flint and steel. Let's set a filter for this guy, so he's just going to light the floor up as we go along. And we'll have this chest here that I can easily access, well, at least easier than the vaults, so that means I can easily get into that. Then lastly, portable storage interface so we can offload it somewhere. Now, I'm also going to need a few more filters, because what I want to do is basically dump out all of the cobble and the deep slate cobble and burn it, because we really don't need it. I'd rather go for a much longer mining session and not have to empty the thing. So let's put cobblestone, cobble deep slate, and netherrack in these filters. We're going to stick one on each of these funnels, and hopefully that'll be enough to keep up and empty it. And this is going to set fire to the floor, so everything's going to get burnt. That should do the trick. Let's just make sure all of this is also stuck together. All right, I think we're good to go drilling. So I should now be able to pick this up. Yep, wonderful. Just going to grab a few extra rail and a bit of extra coal. And let's head to the mines and see if there's somewhere safe for us to put this down over here. If not, we may have to go a bit further afield. I mean, this is a giant drill after all. So I think we're actually best off going this way, which is, of course, going to destroy this system here temporarily. But as you can see, I've already destroyed a little bit of it because my bigger drill went in there. So we're going to need to rebuild that anyway, especially now we've got the new drill. Just look at the thing. What a beast. Let's feed it some charcoal and see what happens. Well, it seems to be spitting out all of the blocks. That's good. But now we know it's working. I think we all know what that means. Right, well, I think I'm done mining for now, and I think I've managed to dig out all of the diamonds from the walls, the floors, and the ceiling. I've left a lot of the other stuff, though, because I was struggling to keep up with the drill. There were that many diamonds. What I don't know, however, is how many diamonds are actually in the drill itself. But currently, we have no way to offload it, so I think that's what I'm going to work out now, and I reckon if we were to put it down somewhere around here, we've got our portable storage interface right there, so we should be able to build up to that. Oh, and we also managed to get 170 171 deep slate diamond ore here, which I'm not going to break into diamonds yet, because once we do actually do the enchanting with silence, I'm actually going to have fortune 4, which means we'll get a lot more diamonds from them than if I was to do it now. Okay, so let's work this out. We're going to need power. So let's chuck in a couple of big old water wheels. And I don't have any water, but I do have a bucket, and there's water everywhere. So that's got those going. However, we're going to want that to be a whole bunch faster, which means I'm going to need a speed controller down here. Let's go grab a few extra bits, but hopefully we can get this thing offloaded shortly. Okay, so let's put the speed controller in there. Right, there we go. That's our fan going at max speed. Now we just need to get the stuff from here over to here. There we go. Now we're utilizing the old system. That's going to load everything up into the thing at the top there. The storage vaults, that is. And then we just need to wait for everything to come through. And there's a lot of stuff in here we could probably empty out as well, like all of this cobblestone and deep slate and so on. And to be honest, a lot of this wood, I might move this up to my other storage. Well, I've withdrawn that much stuff from here that I'm full of packages, and there's still more packages to get. So I think I'm going to need to offload these. And to do that, I think I'm going to put a packager here with a chest above it. Shoot there. If I do that, there we go. That's working. That's offloading all of the stuff. And they're just going to work their way through. They're going to go in here. They're going to get unpackaged. And then they'll go into the delivery system, or the storage system, I should say. We'll come back and dump the rest of these ones in here shortly. We've got more to collect. In fact, how's our diamond stash looking? 192. The stuff is still coming in, so we're going to wait for that to finish up. Okay, this thing has finally finished offloading. Let's head up and see how many diamonds we've got. So we have 737 in here. Excellent. So I'm just going to get a bunch more of this stuff offloaded into our main storage. But once Silent has enchanted our gear, we'll break up the rest of those diamond ore we've got, which was close to 200. And then we should have loads of money. Yep, 171 we've got there. How's our storage holding up down here? We've been offloading lots of stuff into this. Okay, we're on the 5th vault currently. There's still plenty of space. Wonderful. So Silent's still not on yet, and we're waiting for that to offload as well. So while we do that, what I'm going to do is get up some more of these airship pictures. There's been some more submissions in the Discord, so we're just going to add a few more to the wall. And then we can get to work with some building. Nope, scrap that. Silence just messaged me to say he's going to be on in just a moment. In fact, there he is. He's just logged in. And what I'm going to do is try and get out of paying him with a piece of paper. Let's hope this works. Oh, he should be down here somewhere. Silent!
Mr. Beardstone! Hi, how's it going?
Good. Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. Look, check out this fancy thing I got on my back. I bet you don't got one of these.
I don't actually, no.
That's crazy.
I did have one. In fact, I did have two. But, you know, I'm such a nice guy. I gave them away.
Yeah, such a nice guy. Man, I wonder who you gave them to. Hey, I guess we'll never know.
No, I'm sure we won't. No.
So, you're getting some free gear today.
I've just spent, like, the morning mining lots and lots of diamonds.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I guess you could just keep all those diamonds.
I guess it means I'm not going to need this then.
Oh, what is this? Oh, no, you won't need this. I guess you can keep this.
Okay, cool, thanks. Yeah, that's what I was going to use to try and get out of payment, but it seems like you're just a genuinely nice guy anyway, free gear.
I'm just a really nice guy,
Woo.
Okay, we've been friends for such a long time, but don't tell Foxy about this, because I've known him for long. He's not getting free gear. No. Is that a golden brass chest plate?
What? No, that's
you know what
that's a brass jetpack. I'm yet to go mining in the Nether. And whoa.
Okay. Hey, very conveniently, we do have some netherite right here for you.
Oh, you do. I've just built an absolutely ginormous drill though, and I wish to use it in the Nether. So I will probably go get that. I will be buying these though, no doubt. So. Yeah. Oh wow, they're expensive as well.
Yeah, I made these specifically expensive because I knew everyone would only buy one.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna buy more than one, am I? That would be ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's why it's expensive.
You must be absolutely loaded with what you're doing down here.
No one knows that this exists yet. I've made 0 money.
Oh.
Yeah.
I take back what I said.
Yeah, I'm poor.
So what's the process here? Because I've spent the last 2 years playing in mod packs that have enchantment industries, and I've never really used it.
It turns out it's incredibly complicated. That's why no one else has done it, and that's why everyone should come buy my books specifically. So as you can see, we have the Printification Factory 9000 over here. I got every single book in the game. They're all max level, super enchanted. It's a very complicated process of you take a book out, and then another book goes in, and it just prints the book automatically.
Oh, so you've got like a whole printing thing going on down here.
Yeah, very complicated, very complicated.
Yeah.
And then this guy is fun. So if you just take a pop into his inventory, you'll see that we have all of the books, nice and organized for you.
Yeah, that is very well organized.
Yeah, so then you can pick out anything that you want, and then it's set up right now to charge 32 diamonds a book because I had to raise prices. I was getting too many orders. And then, yeah, we got some. If it runs out of experience, you can also buy some over here as well. I'm trying to really get money out of everywhere that I can. But here's some efficiency 6 if you want to try that out.
Well, I think I do. Let's just. Oh.
Yeah, instant mining is so nice, isn't it? Yeah, just tear out the floor. Everyone just tears up the floor.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We can rebuild.
So that's what that is. And then if you take a look at these pants here, this is about what you're going to get as well. Now, it takes 11 seconds per enchantment, so we're going to time-lapse this.
Yeah, definitely. But, oh my. Protection, blast protection, fire protection, projectile protection, swift sneak, unbreaking, and mending.
Swift Sneak 4. Okay, mister, everything is now done, ready to go for you. We got a fully enchanted helmet, pants, and even boots, and I'm currently filling up your jetpack because for some reason it was empty.
Oh, this is amazing. So many stuff and things.
Yeah, there's a lot of enchantments on these. Have fun reading each and every single one of those for the audience so they know what you got.
I'm hovering over them right now, and I'm sure they're all watching this on 0.25 speed so that they can see what they actually are. Yeah. I mean, that is one tasty jetpack.
Yeah, now would you like to know the bill?
Or what the bill would have been.
Yeah, what the bill would have been. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I thought I was going to have to get that bit of paper out again then.
Yeah. So it would have been approximately 1,940 diamonds for this order.
Hey, that is insane. I'm glad I went mining. I wouldn't have had enough, I don't think.
Yeah. Now, when you come back, you can hit up yourself this nice little froggy shop right here. Get yourself a good couple dozen netherite templates, some netherite ingots. You know, no, you have to buy one for each piece of gear, of course. It's not like they're renewable.
Can't you just craft them once you've already got one?
No, Chosen disabled the recipe.
I don't think he has.
No, I'm pretty sure he has. Anyway, so we have the gift shop over here as well. So on your way out, make sure you spend at least an diamond.
At least an diamond. Oh, I will do. Have you got an ATM?
No. I forgot to buy an ATM. You know what? I'll give you a loan of 5 diamonds, 6 diamonds, and you can buy some stuff.
Okay, cool. I have actually bought some stuff from down here before. It's been wonderful. I'll get some slime. I don't have much of that right now.
So slime's a good choice.
Yeah, what else have we got? I've actually got quite a lot of zinc. Reasonably priced bricks.
Are they reasonably priced? I don't know.
They're very reasonably priced. The other place, it costs you 4 diamonds for a stack because they were charging a
4
diamond
diamonds for a stack.
Well, they were charging a diamond for a stack of bricks, and then you needed 4 stacks of bricks to make the actual brick blocks. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I should raise my prices.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, Silence.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the cape. I appreciate it. I'm gonna show that off once again.
It's a very fancy cape.
Everyone jealous.
If I cared about capes in the slightest, you wouldn't be wearing that right now.
Yes, that's true. That is true.
Right. Well, enjoy. Thank you very much for all your assistance.
Thank you.
Toodaloo. Well, now we are kitted out. Look at all this amazing gear. This is so good. But of course, to make it the ultimate gear, we do need to get some netherite. And that means we need to take our drill and go to the nether, because that's where we get the ancient debris and the netherite from. Right, yeah, let's go. So I guess we need to find our way down. Oh my. Well, I've just broken through and it looks like someone may have already done a bit of mining down here. And judging by the size of the hole, I'm going to say that was probably silent. That's a whole lot of mining. That does make things easier for us. We can just chuck this one down here. Uh-oh. Well, he's hiding in lava, so let's just get this going. Hopefully, we'll get what we need. Well, I've destroyed a good portion of the nether. We've got 89 ancient debris. That's gonna be enough, hopefully, to at least do all of our current equipment. Just gotta find my way back, which should be a case of pretty much flying all the way down this tunnel and then all the way down this tunnel. I did have to change direction a couple of times because of giant lava lakes. But as you can see, we have dug out absolutely loads. And I think this is where we started. And this looks like a way out. It's not the way I came in, but this will do. Oh, jeez. So let's cook up the ancient debris and see how much gold we've got. Oh, plenty of gold, but we are going to need to cook this up as well. And we don't have the smithing template we need, so we're going to need to buy one of those from Silent, which means we're going to need a bunch of diamonds. Let's go buy one of these while we wait for that stuff to cook up. There we go, 32 diamonds well spent. Oh, it's got a bit of a mushroom problem here. There's one over there as well. And one over there. Are there any more? Yes, there are. There's one on top of my base as well. We'll explore that in a moment. For now, I want to know, how do I make more of these smithing templates? I think I need diamonds and netherrack. If I do that, and... Nope, not that. Maybe let's switch those round. Switch those round. Aha, there we go. Let's make a bunch of these. So we've got 19 there, which should be enough. This is cooked up, which means we can make our netherites. And we managed to get 22 netherite ingots. Now we just need a smithing table, and if we put those in there, turn everything to netherites.
Hello?
Did I just hear a hello?
Mr. Beardstone?
Hello?
Hello?
Ah, there you are. Oh my days. You are having some serious problems.
No, well, to be fair, I tried to shear it off earlier, and then the red one grew.
Oh, would an axe help?
I don't think it will.
No? Okay, you gotta check these things, Chosen. You never know, you never know. I have actually just spotted mushrooms all over the place. Is it your doing? What? Whoa. Dude. What?
Might be my doing.
What have you done?
Hold on. Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa. What have you...
Yes.
What in the world is happening? What have you been doing over there?
Yes, so magical mushrooms. Apparently, those spores, I don't know if you remember me talking about, like, the Farmer's Delight mod?
Yeah.
And the colonies?
Yeah.
Turns out, they're a little bit more magical than I thought. And that might be why things are happening now.
I'm so confused.
But yeah, there are some things growing off your ship.
Yes, I had noticed that.
Yeah, right here.
Oh. Do you know how long that would have taken me to spot that?
I don't know.
Very, very
You'll
long.
have seen it.
I've gone in and out of this door about 10 times. Like, okay, right.
It's great. Yeah, I gave you a care package.
Shrooms chosen care package. Just some brown and red mushrooms.
Yeah, so you can give those magic mushrooms a try for yourself. Gotta look, not looking at a block.
Okay, I'm not looking at a block.
Yep, you gotta bend over.
What do you mean by bend over? Not look at a block and crouch? Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. That is
Wow.
from this. That is quite large from down here. Yep.
Oh, that's amazing. And then I can feed you as well.
Well, feeding something else, you just have to right click, not bend over.
Okay, one second. I can make you really tiny. Ah, you're so tiny. and then I can make myself really big.
Oh boy.
Oh, this is so weird. I'm in shock. I don't even know what to say. Thanks for the mushrooms, I guess.
You have any pets? You like maybe a monkey?
No.
Oh.
I'm not allowed monkeys on airships anymore.
Oh, okay.
There's horses and cows and sheep down here.
Oh, yeah.
I've been told this horse is mine, but it's definitely not.
For sure, Beardy's horse.
Yeah,
I'm sure this is fine. Yeah, this will do. Oh. Yep.
amazing.
You don't have a saddle, do you?
It's
well,
not
it's
even.
out of the cage.
It's not even tamed.
It's not even tamed.
No. So let me. Can I make him tiny horse and then
Yes.
pick him up?
Yes.
That's not something I was expecting today. I can make myself tiny or giant. What in the world is this place coming to? Okay, so I was enchanting all my stuff. That's what I was doing. Nope, not enchanting. I was upgrading it to netherite. Can't remember the last time I had netherite equipment. But then for the jetpack, I actually need to do that. Oh, that looks so cool. Then we'll do our feet and our legs. Now I just need to turn my helmet into a diving helmet. And for that, I need a copper helmet. And that is just some copper and some glass. There we go. Then we just need that, and that. Oh, look at that. I officially look like a mech. Excellent. Although, let's be honest, most of the time I am going to have it hidden even though I'm wearing it. And we've still got 12 netherite ingots left as well. Actually, thinking about it, there is one more thing I can turn to netherite, and that is my backpack, which gives me a bunch more inventory space. Now, one last upgrade we're going to do is going to be our stack upgrades. Let's make a bunch of diamond blocks, turn all those into diamond stack upgrades, and now we'll be able to stack even more in each individual slot. So now let's just redo our backpack. So we're going to set everything in the order we want it. Then we're going to set those to memory slots so that there's always space for them in my backpack. Now let's see how many diamonds we can get from this ore when we've got Fortune 4. I think it might make sense to take our magnet with us as well. Make sure that's turned on. Then I'm going to mine all of these, chuck everything in the bank, and we'll see what our balance is looking like. So our account balance is now 1,910. We are absolutely loaded. And I'm actually earning just over 19 diamonds a week in interest. Not bad. Well, I'd say it's been a fairly successful day so far. We're rich, we've got ourselves some epic armor, and we've discovered we can grow and shrink ourselves, which I'm still confused about, to be honest. But we haven't put in any of the paths we were talking about at the start of the episode, and I still haven't displayed more of the airships that you guys have been submitting. So let's do the airships now, and then we'll get on with a little bit of building. So first up, we have this airship by Hazel Sticks. Love the coloring on this one. Then we have this beauty from Goat. Just Goat. Mitochondrius has submitted this one, which I really love the colouring of the balloon on that one. It's a cool shape as well. It's just something nice and different. Lots of dingly-dangly ropes too, and I do love that. Then we've got this absolute beast of an airship by Toaster. And lastly, we have one of the stranger-looking airships, but still very cool. I particularly like the fans sticking out the sides. And this was submitted by Endervoid. And that is now our corridor complete. We've got loads of awesome airships in here now. Absolutely love it. And we've still got more spots out here in the tavern for more of your airships, so do keep your pictures coming in. Oh, hello, we seem to have had a walk-in in the pub. But he's not doing anyone any harm, so he can stay there. So with that done, I think it's finally time to sort out some paths. A while later, and I've got a basic connection down to silent over here. It could do with a bit more foliage and things like that around the sides. So let's quickly grab some leaves and do that. We don't need much, just a few bushes here and there. There we go, just a couple of bushes, breaks up the path a little bit nicer. Now I do still need to sort out all the land around here. I need to figure out how we're going to hide this station. And to be honest, I think just hiding it in the trees is probably going to be our best bet. And I think maybe a few trees on this mountainside would look quite nice. But I certainly don't have time for that today. And in regards to the path over this side, I think I'm going to wait until we see exactly where the bridge is going to connect up, because I don't know if it's going to be a straight bridge or or a curvy bridge or what. So I don't want to waste my time putting a path down there, or I don't know exactly where it's going to connect. And the path that goes around that mountain and connects up to Blockdown and Frog, well, that's going to have to wait as well, because I need to go get this video edited. Otherwise, this isn't going to be out on Sunday. But sadly, that is all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye now. Welcome back to Just Create, where last time we got incredibly rich, got ourselves some insanely overpowered armor and tools, and then discovered the magical properties of mushrooms. We also attempted to finish up the paths around our base, but I still haven't got round to finishing those, so hopefully we can get to them today. And apologies for my raspy voice this fine day. I've only been home for 3 of the last 14 days, thanks to TwitchCon, followed by my younger brother Stag Do, and I think I'm feeling the effects of that. But there's no time to wait. We've only got a matter of hours to come up with a plan to unalive Throwlash. Let me explain. Although to explain, first I need to head to the shopping district. Really need to speed up this door. What in the world is going on here? Oh, it's a ship in a bottle. Who's done that? Okay, that's very clever. That's cool. Like that. Is that a way in? No, it's not. Just seems to be a small room. Oh, there is a sign, however. Ship in bottle. I mean, yes, it very much is a ship in a bottle. Oh my days, that's going to take forever to take this down. Can't leave our boat trapped in here the whole time. We'll deal with that later. Anyway, we're getting distracted again. This is what we're here for. The first annual throw-off. Basically, what I need to do is use Create to come up with a very cool way to kill Throwlash. There's a 20 diamonds entry fee, there's going to be prizes for first, second, and third, and he wants lots of whimsy. Now, the only slight problem is that the throw-off is actually happening in just a few hours, and, well, referring back to the fact I've only been home for 3 days in the last 2 weeks, I've not had time to plan a single thing. But I do have a few hours. There's been a bunch of entries. What have we got? We've got Chosen, Foxy, Eggs, Froggy and Blockdown, and Rofo have all come up with something. And I'm hoping we're going to have time to come up with something as well, and also enter the competition. The question is, what are we going to do? I mean, there's a whole bunch of options with Create. We could do something with crushing wheels, or drills, or saws. We could run him over with a train. We could use a very slow piston to push him off a cliff. Then we could also integrate vanilla things like dripstone or anvils, or even mobs like creepers, pillagers, wardens, or even one of those pesky little chickens. But I really don't know. And because we've only got a couple of hours, I think the best way to design a killing machine is going to be to jump over to a creative flat world and see what we can come up with in the next couple of hours. Right, so over here in a creative world, I want to do a few tests about how much damage stuff does. So first up, let's go for crushing wheels, which I'm fairly sure, no matter how fast or slow they're going, will always kill the player. Though not if they're in creative mode, so let's go to survival. Yep, that's definitely going to work every time, no matter the speed, so I don't think we want to use crushing wheels, because that's just going to be boring. Next up, let's test the mechanical saw. So how much damage does this do at a slow speed? Okay, so if you just stand there, you might get past it, you might not. But the problem with this one is going to be consistency, because I kind of bounced around a bit there, so I guess, like, does it depend where you're standing? Yeah, so that time it threw me off to the side. So let's stop that from happening with a little barrier. And now let's see if we can get more control over this. Probably not. That time it did 4 hearts of damage. Let's go again and see what happens this time. If it consistently does a decent amount of damage, or the same amount of damage... Nope, not at all. Not helpful. What about if the player is sitting in a minecart? That help? Nope, the minecart just gets destroyed. So, yeah, saws, I mean, they do damage. They're not guaranteed to kill you, but they might kill you, and you have no control over how much damage they actually do. So I don't know if we'll use them. Now, next up, drills. We know drills do damage. They seem to do half a heart each time they hit you. So that's something we could potentially have control over if we were to sort of push them in and out, in and out. In fact, could we also do that with the saws? I'll just put a saw there, give it some power. What happens if I just walk into that? Okay, so also half a heart. So both of these things do half a heart if we were to just sort of push them into the player instead of the player being pushed into them. They are an option. Now, another option is to use a deployer, because if we do that, then get a wrench, set that to attack mode. If I stand here, it will punch me. Does it do that even if it's going incredibly slow? Yes, and once again, half a heart. But if we gave this guy a soggy cardboard tube, how much damage will it do now? Oh, none, because I'm in creative. However, in fact... Oh, okay, that's interesting. So if we use the cardboard tubes, we can bounce Throwlash around. Something we could do is make Throwlash stand, get punched, hit a saw. If we were to remove those blocks, we could then make him drop down. So we could do some kind of rude Goldberg machine type thing. So maybe we could do something like this and just have him sort of like travel along a route, getting bounced around, moved by belts, and just gradually damaged by little things all along the way. And we could have him get gradually weaker and weaker via a variety of different things, and then at the end, have him get eaten by a chicken. But before we get to designing this machine, there's probably going to be some other crate items we can use, such as lava in a tank. I think what we can actually do with this, if I remember correctly, if we put a little pump here, another pipe, and a sprinkler, give that some power, I think we can actually rain lava down. Yes. Have a nice little lava shower. And if we were to have that, say, over a belt, it would help if I put the belt in the right place. Let me try that again. Could you... Yeah, there we go. That's doing a bit of damage. Not much, though. Look at that. Well, that's quite good. And if you had a tank next to it, just like that, that's full of water, what you could probably do is... Let's go back a little bit further. See when we start burning. Right about here. Then the water should put us out. Oh, water did not put me out. So I guess what you'd probably want is some kind of trigger system, because otherwise it appears this has a range of like 2 blocks out here, so you actually start burning before you get under it. But I guess if you had a trigger system, that could be useful. So we've got a few ways of causing damage here, but we need to think about transportation. I think what I actually want to do is make this in some kind of a cube, which will be bigger than this, but basically have a platform where everything takes place. It might be quite nice to have a little seating area as well, just so people can sit down and watch the entertainment. In fact, even better than that, why don't I get the audience involved? I don't know how many people are going to be watching, but it would be quite fun if the audience could actually affect, I guess, what's happening to Throwlash in here. That could be a lot of fun. So let's just quickly create an area to build on, designing it a little bit like a stage of sorts, I guess. There we go, something like that. We've got a viewing area, and then we've got the area where bad things are going to happen to Throwlash. Now, first up, we're going to need somewhere for Throwlash to be, and I think literally just putting him in a seat like this is going to be the way to go. And I think the way that I'm going to get the audience involved is by giving them all snowballs or potato cannons or something like that. And what they'll be able to do is throw snowballs at various targets and places around, and depending what they hit, it will activate different things which will do damage to Throwlash. What I'm going to do is actually move this back a little bit further and put Throwlash here. Then I'm going to put a sticky mechanical piston there. Then we're going to crank that up 3 blocks, and that's going to connect to our seat. So now, we can make the seat go up and down. We set this to only place when anchor destroyed. That means we'll be able to make it go up and down just a little bit at a time. Now, I'm just going to adjust this slightly and have the seat there, sticking out the front. Then we'll put the mechanical piston in. I've added 6 poles to that piston. That means it's going to be able to go up 6 blocks. So here, which means the max height the seat's going to get to is there. And I think what I want to do is have different things on each level that will damage Throwlash. And maybe we can have a little betting system where you can bet on what thing it is you think that's actually going to finish him off. And then we can have different targets that make the piston go up and down depending which one's active. So on this level, for example, we could have deployers. This level maybe drills. Then we can jam in a couple of saws on this level. And with these ones, I guess what we could do is maybe put target blocks on those. And then when we hit them with snowballs... No, that's not working. Okay, so sticky pistons can't move create stuff. That's good to know. So maybe what we should do with these ones is actually bring them in a little bit closer. And then we'll just come up with a way to activate and deactivate clutches, which, to be honest with you, could probably be as simple as using target blocks on the front, putting clutches on the back. Then if we just quickly power all of this... maybe not. It powers it by default. So I guess it'd have to be something like that. And then when you hit the targets... No, that's not turning off my torch. Couldn't we just do it with redstone links? Let's just make this one double snowball and then wrench it. And then we could essentially put the target anywhere. Yeah, there we go. Just something like that. Every time it gets hit, the drill does a little spin. So if Throwlash was sitting here and then the target block got hit, which is going to be very difficult from here, let's be honest, what that'll actually do is spin this briefly and do a little bit of damage. So we're making progress on my weird machine here. If you throw one down here, it will turn on the drills. If you throw one here, it'll do the saws. And if you throw one here, it will kind of, but not really, do the little fist bump thing down the bottom here. But as you can see, it's not making a lot of progress. So what I'm actually going to do is change this one to the drills, change this one to the punching, and then we're going to add a pulse extender in here. But wait a minute, I need to actually do this. Put the torch there. That do the job? Yes, there we go. That's made them do 2 punches, 2 and a bit. So we can probably lower this to about 4 seconds. Quickly replace these just to reset them. Now when we throw a snowball, it does a punch, and then it stops. Okay, that's good enough. So we have 3 ways to hurt Throwlash so far, but we still don't have a way to actually control the seat, so maybe we should do that next. Okay, we're making progress. What I've decided to do is get rid of the seat altogether, because I've realized we want to have this actually placed, so every time something gets hit, he's either going up a notch or down a notch. That means if we have a seat here and it goes up by 1 notch, when the drills get hit, it's going to destroy the seat. So instead, we're just going to have Throwlash stand on that platform there, and I'm going to put a wall of glass in front of it so he can't get out. There we go. We'll just have a framed glass door at the bottom for him to step in. But I've also framed out the stage a little bit to make it look a little bit better. That means when people are sitting over here now, they can throw snowballs that way to make the platform go down. They can throw them at the top to make the platform go up. And then, of course, you've got the drills, you've got the saws, and then you've got the punchy things. But if we hit this a couple more times, we can see how high the platform goes up. That is max height there. So what we need is something else that's going to hurt him at this level and potentially even the level above. Now, what could we do? Could we maybe have a slicer at the top here with a spinning knife? I mean, I assume that's going to do damage. Let's quickly find out, shall we? Let's just jam a vertical gearbox in there. That should get it spinning. And nope, that doesn't do damage. That's a shame, because it looks good. Maybe what we could do is actually have a couple of deployers, set them to attack and give them knives. That means these ones will do damage, and these ones are just for show. I'm going to hook these deployers up to the same signal as the ones at the bottom. Now when a snowball hits those, both sets of arms will go off. So now we just need one more thing here. But I don't know what's left that could do damage. Besides maybe the crushing wheels. Maybe we could do something with those. Although if I'm going to do that, I'm probably better off actually just losing this bit altogether. Moving these deployers down a block. So then what we can do is put some gearboxes in there with crushing wheels. Bring that out here. Stick in a clutch. Then we just need one last target, which is a bit annoying because it's quite nicely balanced at the moment. Maybe we could just double up and have 2 targets for the crushing wheels. In fact, we can't do that because of the way the signals work. So I guess we'll just have a fake target. That's fine. Alrighty, looking good. Now what I need to do is actually sort out a proper power source because, of course, we won't be able to use a creative motor in the game. So let's maybe hide something under here. A few minutes later, I think we're finished. I've added some stairs on the side here, and there's also a separate set of stairs so Throwlash can get up on stage. I've added in lots of barrels here, which we're going to fill up with snowballs, and there's also barrels at the feet of these seats here. I mean, I have no idea how many people on the server are actually coming, but there is literally enough seats for everyone, and an extra one. But everything is in working order, and if we go around the back here, when it comes to power, we've just got to come in here and dump down lots of water. Nice and simple. And that means we have enough power to do everything we need to over here. Oh, why is that one not working? Up is working. Down is now also working, but wasn't for a moment there. Oh, I know what's going on there. That'd be because I was blocking the shaft from going down any further. So I have just reduced our power output, but hopefully it's still going to be okay. That now works. We can go up, we can go down, we can get the crushing wheels going, we can just spam all of these things. Excellent. And then what we'll do is we'll turn this thing into a contraption so we can just dump it down wherever the competition's happening. But I think this should be a lot of fun. Hopefully he won't die too quickly. So let's make a schematic of this. We'll call it the throw-off stage. And now we know we actually have a machine. We can enter the competition properly, which means we need some money. And wow, Foxy's rich. I want to be the richest, but I'm a fair amount behind him. So I need 20 diamonds. We'll be Captain Beardstone. Right, we haven't got long till the competition starts, so we need to go collect everything and actually build this thing in the server. And we need to remove that glass bottle around our boat, otherwise we're never going to be able to use it. Well, I guess I can still use it, I just can't move it. So we're going to need a schematic cannon, a schematic, and a schematic table. Gonna need a clipboard so we can get everything we need. And we're gonna need to turn on our storage system, otherwise I'm not gonna get anything. Now, let's see what we're going to need to build this. Lots of stuff. So first up, let's see what we can get from this guy. And if we put our bag next to the cannon and try that again, we can see what we still need to get. So lots of andesite casings, some barrels, some seats, lots of panels, a few other little bits and bobs. Okay, that's not too bad. Should be able to sort that out fairly easily. So let's get the casings on the go while we work on getting the other bits together, and hopefully this won't take too long. Now, I also need a bunch of framed glass, and the good news is that should be fairly easy. Plenty of it around. Okay, we now have everything we need, apart from a little bit of gunpowder to actually set the cannon off. So we're just going to put this in a better place to blast it into existence, and I'm thinking on top of the bottle might work well. If we do it there, we can then put the contraption down and pick it up. So let's get this going. Now I should just be able to pick this up. Oh, I appear to have left behind a couple of redstone links and a block. That's that block there. And what redstone links came off? So that would be this one here. Okay, I think we're mostly good. We seem to have a broken piston. I'm sure if we break and replace that, that'll be fine. We're going to need to dump down some water. But other than that, I think we're okay. But maybe we should go find somewhere to actually put this. That way we can definitely get it set up properly. Oh, I found a suitable location. We've just decided to put it down here, and a trader's just spawned in. Hey, buddy. Come to see the new stage. And it's basically just in the valley next to my base for now. But I've got it all set up with the water. I just need to check and make sure that everything works. So, yep, the piston is going up and is going down. Doors are working. Drills are working. Crushing wheels are working. And all the punchy things are working. Excellent. So all I need to do now is get loads of snowballs and stick them in these barrels. I do have a bunch of snowballs already, but I've also got a whole bunch of snow blocks as well. Let's just get all the snowballs. A short while later, we've now got snowballs loaded up in all of these barrels. Everything is set up and tested and working, but I do want to add a little bit more decoration. I've got an idea. I'm gonna grab some graffiti. Gonna extend these poles here a little bit. And if we go here and look at players, we should be able to find... Yes, there we go, these. The actual banners. There we go, that's looking a bit better. Oh, and we've already got a guest. Should probably go sleep. There we go, it's looking much better in daylight. And it looks like the zombies burned to death as well. So we haven't got long until the throw-off begins, but there might be enough time for me to actually start removing this thing. It looks like it's going to take a while. Foxy's just logged on. I wonder if he had anything to do with this. Let's grab some mushrooms, make myself tiny, and go find him. Aha, he appears to be underground. Hey, man.
You're looking kind of tiny there, fella.
Oh. There we go, is that better?
Sure.
You don't happen to know anything about why my ship is currently in a bottle?
I wondered about that as I was heading my way back to my base. I did think, I wasn't expecting Mr. Beardstone to put his ship in a glass bottle, but it is a nice ship, and I can appreciate why you want to keep it safe and put it on a shelf somewhere.
But no. I didn't put it in a bottle. I just thought you might have something to do with it.
Me? I've been busy, Mr. Beardstone. I don't know if you've noticed, but I haven't been online for a week.
I was literally just saying at the start of my video how I've been online like 3 days in the last 14.
But the problem is, Miss Beardstone, I can hardly see over at my base. I'm digging this out, and I'm getting my frames per second is really bad. Yeah, so my frames per second, I have none over here. I'm down to like 8 render distance, and I'm still just choppy.
That's weird.
Have you got any?
Frames?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got like 80.
What am I on at the minute? 120 it says, but it's choppy. It's choppy. I can't cope with choppy, Mr. Beardstone. I won't have it.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, I'll be moving away from spawn very soon.
Yeah, same.
I keep meaning to. I've been meaning to for like the last 3 episodes, but I just keep getting distracted.
Have you done your paths yet?
It's like, this seems to be an unfortunate mess.
This is what happens when you leave the server for a few days. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm probably about an hour and 20 minutes in so far.
Oh no. I mentioned to Throwlash that I could just add this real quick to the wrench list.
Oh, please.
Yeah,
Please.
it takes me a second.
That would be incredible. Woo! I'm off. Toastman and Froggy then helped me dismantle the next part of the bottle, but then it was finally time for the throw-off.
Thanks everybody for coming to the first annual throw-off event. Woo! I wish I put firework dispensers out.
Stop everything. That's as much as I can really show you of this event because Throwlash has put loads of work into making this happen and his video's out next Wednesday. I don't really want to spoil everyone else's machines and I don't want to show the results. So make sure you check out his video next Wednesday. Needless to say, my machine was a little bit chaotic. However, it did work nicely. I mean, Throwlash was unalived and everyone had fun. That was the goal. Anyhow, you may have also noticed that the bottle is now gone. That's because after the event, everyone chipped in and helped me get rid of it. It still took about 20 minutes, even with 7 of us doing it. But the good news is that means we're now able to move our boats. But not before I finish these paths. I'm determined to get this done today. Hopefully we can get a few custom trees down and sort out this hillside here a bit as well. And I want to remove some of the leaves from the building, add some snow instead, because that would make much more sense up here, and just generally add a few more finishing touches. But I think the first thing I want to do is the path that's going to wrap around this mountain. So I think I'm going to grab some planks, I'm going to get my shovel out, and then we're going to carve and build a path around this mountainside. And that should link us up nicely with Frog and Blockdown. And I think the best place to join up is actually going to be down the front here at Blockdown's base. So we might need to put in some stairs that sort of go up the mountainside here, but I reckon we can make this work. So let's do what should be the simpler bit first and wrap this bit around the mountain. Just carve it all in roughly for now and then we can make it look nice later. So almost straight away on this one, we're going to need to build out a little platform around the side here. So we're making progress. I've still got to add some detailing, but I have got the rope bridge on the side, or at least the rope rails, I should say. Got a rough stair set that goes down this way, goes into the side of the mountain. We're going to need to get some different blocks to make all of this look nice. And I want to get rid of this weird overhang. Let's quickly do that now. Then this path is going to wrap around this way. That will bring us back out onto the side of the mountain. Then we just need to make our way down here, basically, and wrap around to the path over there. So maybe we could have a path that sort of goes down at an angle over here. And I think we're going to need to make use of stairs over here as well, because we just don't really have the space to get ramps in all the way. So I've got this slopey bit of path in. It comes down to these stairs. Now I need to swoop it down and round. This could be the tricky parts. So that's another bit of path in that brings us down to this level, and this next bit should be fairly straightforward. And there we go. That has got us linked up down to Blockdown's base, which means now we can run the whole length of this path and get back to our base. It's going to make traversing over here a whole lot easier. I've just got a whole lot of tidying up to do. I've got some decorating to do. We need to add snow in places. I need to add some variation to these rocks and things. We're probably going to want a few bushes in certain places. And of course, we're going to need lighting. It's a lot still to do, but it's great to see it coming together finally. And in regards to connecting to Foxy, I think it'll probably make sense just to have a path that runs up the side here. But I don't know if Foxy has plans for this side of his mountain, so I don't want to do that just yet. Hopefully I'll be able to catch him later today at some point. But for now, let's just finish up what we can do and get this path here looking good. short while later, and the path is now looking a whole lot better. We've got some lighting, we've got some leaves, I've also put a bit of texture in, and the cave's looking pretty good too. Glad I finally got that done. It's been a long time coming. But now what I need to do is hide that station. And I think the best thing for me to do is maybe to make a custom tree and just kind of embed that somewhere in the trunk. Make sure it's hidden. And then maybe I'm going to add another couple of trees up on this hill as well. And we're going to keep things simple and make them pine trees because that's something I can actually achieve. However, I'm going to need a whole lot more leaves than this. So let's go find a spruce forest. And I believe there is actually one. Yep, there we go. Look, just over there. And we're going to make a whole bunch of shears and then get chopping. And I think I'd quite like to get a bit of birch as well to mix in with this so that we're not just using the same leaves on the entire tree. My magnet will probably come in handy here as well. Many leaves have been acquired and I think I've got everything I need to start designing some trees. And this first one here is not going to be particularly large. If I make it too tall, it's going to get in the way of the boat at the top. But we're going to use a mix of full log blocks. We're going to use some of these copycat beams and a few dark oak fences on top. That's going to have to be it for the height of our first one. But it's a bit dark down here. Let's just quickly yank the brightness up. There we go. Now we can see what we're doing. Then we're going to use some copycat boards to cover up the station. Although on one side, I want to use a trapdoor so we can still access it. And now we're just going to build out some branches. Just a rough framework. And then we're going to use spruce and birch leaves. And we want to make sure we're not putting on too many leaves, but we also want to make sure that we're forming the shape of a pine tree. So we want to make sure we're leaving air holes. We're going to cover up the tops of all of the fence posts. We'll mix in a few birch leaves. Okay, so I have made a tree. Not very good. Been a while since I've made a tree and I'm already bad at them to begin with. I can still access the station from here, so that's good. But I was going to put a few trees on this hill, and if they're going to keep coming out like that, then this hill's not going to look very good. Don't worry, I have an idea, and it's a genius idea. And that is to come over here to Perfect World 2, where I built this theme park. Oh, we could go into Cogsburg. We could quickly go on the ride, couldn't we, while we're here? Been a while since we've been on the roller coaster. It'd be rude not to. Let's go here for a front row seat. Just in time. Now let's give this thing a ride. Woo! Been so long since we've been over here. I've missed this ride. Whee! Oh, down into the tunnel. Around the back alleys. Down into another tunnel. Oh, this is so much fun. I need to build another roller coaster. Maybe I could build some kind of pirate-themed ride or something somewhere. That would be fun. Although it does appear all the sound effects in this area have stopped working. That's a shame. But yes, a roller coaster. I really should make another one of these. But this isn't what we're here for. What we need is over there. In fact, you can see them in the distance. Lots and lots of trees. And over here, we have small, medium, and large trees. So we could just grab schematics of these and then stick them all over our mountain. Oh, and our log flume as well. Oh, this was such a fun build. Although on this world download, we are missing a few of the rides that were over here. But it's fine. It's got the trees. That's what we really need. So let's make some schematics. That's a small spruce. Got a medium spruce. Now we just need a large one. There we go. So now what I can do is load up those schematics in this world. Decide where we might want to place some. I think I just looked at the leggy bendy man. Let me just deal with that. But as I was saying, what I can now do is just decide where to put some of these. Load up the cannon, put down my backpack, and just double check and make sure I've actually got everything I need. Which means I need a clipboard. I need some vertical steps and copycat walls. Let's get those in there, set this thing off. And now we're going to get lots of trees nice and quickly, and they're ones I've designed in the past, so I don't feel bad. Although I do feel a little bit bad because I put the wrong schematic in it, and now I've got a tree growing through my boat. Yeah, I was supposed to use this one, not that one. Whoops. So let's quickly fix this and try that again. Right, we should have the right tree this time. There we go, that's better. Now we just need more trees. Many more trees. Well, I've almost run out of leaves now, but we've got a whole bunch of trees in, and I think that's looking pretty good. However, we also have a whole bunch of dark patches, so I need to get some lighting down here. Otherwise, we're going to have creepers and zombies and all sorts all over the place. In fact, I think he's going for me. Uh-oh. Get out of it. So let's just clear up our mess here. Go get some lighting of some kind. I'm thinking shroom lights hidden under moss. Now let's put our brightness back down to 100 so we can actually see where the proper dark patches are. And let's just get to lighting up this mountain. I think I want to have a little campsite here as well. We'll mix in a bit of coarse dirt, maybe some rooted dirt, just to mess up the ground around here a little bit. But with a little campsite like this, we can add some light without it just being more hidden shroom lights. I am going to mix in a bit of coarse dirt at the bases of some of these trees. There we go, that's lighting sorted. And I might add some more trees in future, but I don't want to use the same design too many times. But that's definitely looking a lot better up there. And the last thing remaining in this area is to get a bridge over here across to Chosen, which I guess is going to be connecting up around here somewhere. I did actually put in a line earlier connecting from his side to my side, but I want to run that by Chosen first before I make any progress. So with that in mind, I think it's about time we sailed off to our new homeland. So let's prep our boat for takeoff. We need to pick up the water for storage. Our workshop is currently not running, so that's okay. We need to lift the drawbridge. We need to actually assemble the train. And now we're ready to leave, although it would be rude not to take this with me. I mean, it's already on a contraption. I didn't even do that. Oh, is it not glued together? Not to worry, I can change that. There we go. Easiest heist ever. But if Silent will leave his diamonds laying around, I'm gonna take them. Right then, sir. Take us away. Let's go. Today on Just Create, the adventure continues. Over the last 2 months, we've crashed an airship, built some basic food farms, built a skydock, and built a ginormous flying boat, which contains our movable storage and workshop. Today, we take a look at the first area we're going to build, a major skydock. Unlike the last one at spawn, this will contain a whole town in the clouds, with factories, taverns, and maybe even a minigame or two. But currently, it looks like this, barren and snowy. And the plan is actually to utilize this area here, as well as this smaller area on this side. So I need to come up with a plan, and I think what I want to do is to mark out the largest flat areas across these mountains, which will then save for larger factories, and work out where to put my first dock. Basically, where am I going to park this giant boat while we build here? So let's jump into free cam and get a good look at the area here. So we've actually got a huge amount of space over on this side. There's a big platform there. That looks like a ridge that sort of runs round and is fairly well attached. And we've got another big area there. And there's also this giant valley, which we could potentially use for some kind of mining setup. That could actually be quite cool to have a giant quarry down here. And then over on the smaller mountain, we've actually got a few small peaks where we can put some small buildings linked together with rope bridges and things like that. I think that would look cool. And then we've got these larger areas over here. So it does actually make sense to put the dock on this side if we want to start on this mountain. So we could potentially put it up against this edge here and just have something sticking out. That could work quite nicely. But currently we have a problem where we can't get over there because, oh, I took my jetpack off. Jeez, that was dangerous. But as you can see, we have our track that goes through the sky on that side. It also goes through the sky on this side. But currently, we can't get from here over to here. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is put a circle of track that sort of wraps around this mountain. And a short while later, we've now got a ring that goes around this mountain here with numerous spots where we can actually put docks. It also connects up to the main circle over on this side, then breaks away again here, but you can also get back onto that route over there. So overall, we've got a few options here. And we could literally make the first dock right here, which is on the sort of thinner stretch that we've got at the front here. This might not be a bad idea. We can get a bit of a shipping dock going on here, maybe a small warehouse. And then we've got plenty of space here for our first factory, because we really need to think about making a shop. There's quite a few shops on the server so far, and we don't have anything. We're not selling anything. We're not making any diamonds. So that is something I want to change. Something else I want to change is the amount of snow on this mountaintop. I don't like it. It looks like it's only 1 block deep everywhere and it's just sitting on top of stone. So what I might actually do is completely remove it and then we'll see what we're left with. And we do have snow accumulation turned off. So if it snows up here, it's not going to start building up again, which is probably a good thing. It's going to give us much more control over the look and feel of this place. And my plan over the course of the season is actually to have a number of small outposts like this, all sort of manufacturing different things, linked all together with a sky rail. And that also means that I can move around the server and live near different people month after month, which is going to be nice because although most people are staying fairly close to spawn, some people are a little bit further out and I won't see them as much if I don't go visit them. My thinking is, why not visit them and build a base next to them while I'm there? There we go. I've de-snowed the first area we're going to build in, so that should be a bit easier to work with now. First thing I'm going to do is mark out a dock, which means I need wood. Lots of wood. But first I need to access my storage, and to do that, I need to disassemble my train, which means I need a station. Stations, however, are all inside my storage, apart from this one over here. So we're just going to borrow this and just plonk a station down here for now. Get this turned on, and now we can get some wood out of our storage. Now, for this dock, I think the first thing I'm going to do is actually dig out just a little bit more of this stone. And having efficiency 6 is amazing. I can insta-mine stone without a beacon. Let's maybe just mark out a big square to begin with, and then we can figure out what shape we actually want this dock to be. We'll just carve a couple of shapes into it to make it more interesting. I might even need to raise this up a little bit. It's kind of below where the boat is right now. So if we were to raise the dock up a little bit like this, we can probably actually just do something cool underneath. I reckon we can make this work, so I'm just going to get it filled in for now, and then we'll work out how to integrate it over here later. But I'm thinking just some big stair sets that come down, maybe a couple of sort of shop entrances down the bottom here. That could look quite cool. And of course, we'll need to make sure we've got some big supports to attach this to the mountain. There we go. We now have some nice solid supports. We've got the platform in. We've got a bit of lighting down. And up on the top level, I've even added a few cannons for defense. I mean, it still needs a whole bunch of other details, such as light poles. We need some pirate flags and things like that. But this is a nice start. And now the question is, what do we build first? I do, of course, want to build a bunch load of farms and factories and automation and stuff over here, but I'm also going to need somewhere to hide all the loot. So let's jump into Cheaty Free Cam and have a quick look inside this mountain, which is completely solid. There are absolutely no caves in here whatsoever. That's a shame. I was hoping there'd be like a nice open cavern so we could actually, have some kind of loot cave down here with a secret entrance, which I guess is still something we could do, but we're gonna have to make the cave ourselves, which can be done, I guess, if we were to get a whole bunch of TNT. Then we could just do a giant controlled explosion underground and basically just blast out a cave. We'd then have to tidy it up a lot, of course. But as a starting point, that could work. Is that really what I want to do as the first thing over here, though? Make a TNT farm and blast out a giant hole in the ground? Maybe. Let's have a quick look. So, to get TNT, we need gunpowder and sand. Sand, of course, that's nice and easy. We can just crush down cobble into gravel, then into sand. Gunpowder, on the other hand, we need raw zinc for a 25% chance, so that's not full automation. We can automate the making of potions of harming, put it on some cinder flour, and get gunpowder. So, is cinder flour automatable? Crushed netherrack. We can get netherrack from stone and netherwarts. Feel like I need a clipboard to write some of this down, just so we can work out exactly what farms are going to be needed here. So we need cobble to gravel to sand. That's easy enough. We're going to need a netherwort farm. We're going to need cobble to stone, which will then get combined with the netherwort and make netherrack, which will then make cinder flour. I think that was the correct path. Let's just work that out. So, yep, crush down netherrack. Get netherrack. We need stone and netherwort in a heated blaze burner. That's okay. Then we need potion of harming. How do we get that? Fermented spider eyes and potion of healing will give us potion of harming. Tell you what, this is a very long route to try and get some gunpowder, because this doesn't even include all the potion making stuff, and all the potion making stuff is quite long-winded. So the other option will be to remove those two things and build a creeper farm. The other option, of course, is to make a ghast farm, but I wouldn't even know where to begin with that, so I guess we're making a creeper farm. An old school creeper farm. Maybe that's something we could build in this little hole here. I mean, it doesn't need to be a permanent farm. It could just be something we build and then put on a contraption. And then we can just pack it up when we're done with it, I guess. If we're going to make a creeper farm, do we just make it as a general mob farm instead? Is that what we're doing today? Are we making a mob farm? suppose technically what I could do is if I was to build a mob farm over here somewhere, just sort of on a tower. So build it over here, we could potentially hide it in a building, and then I'd just have to go even higher up. And because we're literally at the top of the world here, we should be able to control the spawn rates quite well. But before we figure all that out, I think the best thing to do is just to build a mob farm, and then we can move it where we want to later. That's the beauty of Create. Building a mob farm wasn't on my list of things to do today, but I think it's going to be very beneficial for us in the long run, because that will also generate us spider eyes, which we can then use for potions in future, as well as loads of bone meal and a bunch of other stuff. So I guess I just need to grab myself a whole bunch of blocks and design a mob farm. And what with this being Create, and if we want to make it a portable mob farm, which I think initially we are going to do, my best bet for power is probably just to use a windmill and make the sails made out of wool, and essentially just have them sort of like spin around on some platforms and push all the mobs down a hole. We will of course then need to power away to eliminate those mobs, but that should be easy enough. We've got a whole bunch of glass thanks to taking down that bottle last episode. And I think what I'm going to do is actually design the killing chamber first. And basically what I'm thinking is we'll have them drop down into a long, thin line. Let's decide how big we actually want the platforms to be. So something like this is what I'm thinking, and then we'll have the windmill bearing. That will spin around and push everything into the hole in the middle. Then we'll have fans on this side that are blowing all of the mobs over to this side, and this is where we will unalive them. So let's go grab a windmill bearing. We'll build up the first wall that's going to spin around, and then in theory I should just be able to duplicate that on a bunch of levels, maybe 10 or so levels, and that should work as a nice simple mob farm. And we'll put the windmill bearing in there. We're going to build just a nice central pole. Then we need the spinny bits. Glue all that together. Get the windmill spinning. And that is going to get every block. Although I feel like, just to make sure, what we should actually do is grab some copycat slabs and just extend these out another half slab. There we go. Now we're definitely sweeping all of the jungle blocks. Because what I actually want to do is just build up some little walls around this thing. I'm aware this is going to look pretty ugly, which is why we're probably going to hide it in something if we decide to make it a permanent fixture. But for now, we're just concerned with functionality. It does occur to me that when the platform is not spinning, I can't really have those extra bits on the end. Otherwise, it's going to break it when I move it. So we're just going to have to sacrifice a bit of efficiency from the corners of these mob farms where they might potentially maybe get trapped. But I think it's more important that this thing is indeed portable. So I'm just going to build up a bunch more levels of this. And I'm also going to use my brain and replace all of this glass here with tinted glass, because that way it will actually work in daylight as well, which is ideal. We really want that. Question is, how much amethyst do I have? Can I make tinted glass? I have 44. That's not a lot. That's not a lot at all. But we can crush blocks of amethyst to get amethyst shards. So maybe I just need to go destroy a couple of geodes. So before we can actually build this up properly, we are going to need to go back to our mines. I'm sure we've run our drill through a bunch of geodes so far, so I just need to go down my tunnels, I think, and hopefully I can find a couple that I can get lots of amethyst from. Let's just grab some torches and see what we can find in our mine. Here's our first geode, and to be honest, this would probably give us enough for what we need if I just take out all of the purple stuff. That was nice and quick with my shiny new pickaxe. And we've got almost 700 blocks of amethyst. Each one of those should turn into at least 3 shards, so I'd imagine we've actually got plenty for what we need. Let's crush all this down into amethyst shards. Yeah, look at that. We're getting about 3.5 stacks of shards per stack of amethyst blocks, so we're going to have loads of it. What we're also going to need is a whole load of glass. Let's cook up all this sand. Yeah, look at that. Almost 2,500 shards. Now we can make loads of tinted glass. Yep, that looks so much better with tinted glass. Now, something that has occurred to me is that currently the windmill has a speed of this, and that's how fast the panels are turning, and they're going to push mobs down the hole. But as we add more floors, we're going to be adding more wool, and that's going to make it start spinning too fast. So with that in mind, what we're going to do is use a different block on all the rest of the fins, because it's already going at the speed we want. So how about we just get some industrial plating for the rest of it, and we'll just make the rest of the fins out of this. Thinking about it, something else I probably actually want to do is move the windmill and have it at the top, because that way it's going to be much easier to turn on and off. While I think of it, something else I need to consider is how I glue all of this together. So I've got to make sure I don't stick the windmill fins to anything. So if I glue these 2 segments like that segment across there, that has glued this entire half together. Then I can do the same on this side. So that's the platform stuck independently of the windmill. The only bit I'm missing is the strip across the center here. There we go. And then at the end, as long as I stick the windmill bearing to the platform at the top, everything can be attached as a contraption, but when I turn the windmill on, it's not going to spin everything, hopefully. Let's just test that. Yep, perfect. Right, well, I've got a bunch more floors to build. Alrighty, we have a nice big tower. As you can see, it's also spawning mobs. Now we need to get rid of them. If we put in a couple of deployers there, chutes underneath for collecting everything, a vertical shipping container, so everything will go into there. And once we've got it all in that vault, we're going to send it into that backpack, which is an upgraded netherite backpack. We should be able to hold a decent amount of stuff in each slot. And of course, we can add filters to this to only keep the things we want. And then we can stick another filter on this side to drop out the things we don't want. But we'll save that secondary one till we've had it running for a bit and actually collected some stuff. So next up, let's think about power. We're going to want a speed controller. And when it comes to power, we're going to need to power the 2 prodders. So I've got it running down here, connecting into a bunch of water wheels, but we're also going to need to run the fans. Let's get a line of poles across here. Then we'll put the fans in there, get those connected up. Right, that should just about do it. Let's get some water in and see what happens. Well, the fans are going the wrong way for a start, so let's fix that. There we go. Now everything will go over that way. So we definitely need more power. That's the first thing. Right, so I've added a bunch more power. The fans are now powerful enough to send the mobs all the way down here. However, something I do need to do is actually move these back a block. Means I need to move all of this stuff back a block. Right, there we go. That should do the trick. We've got the fans at this end here, which are going to push the mobs in this direction. Although that one seems to have stopped. Oh no, there we go. Any mobs that drop too far and die, their stuff will also get blown this way and picked up by these things. In fact, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Creeper. Perfect example. Anything that these guys punch to death will get collected as well, but that's not good enough. What we need to do is go make some fancy swords. Because if we can get looting 4 on these swords and a bit of mending, then we're going to get a lot more stuff from this. Now, if we just quickly turn this on for a second, I'd like to see how much stuff is actually going to come down. Bearing in mind we haven't made the AFK spot yet. Oh, look at this. Oh. Oh, that's not ideal. Why did that happen? Why did the creeper explode? I better turn this off. Right. So I think that probably happened because at the moment the punchy hands are just punching and then the skeletons are trying to shoot them, and if they shoot a creeper, bad stuff. So that would be my guess. And there we go. We've just despawned a load of those. Excellent. So let's just quickly build this back up again. And I guess that means we should probably change how we're dealing with these things. Although if we get a really powerful sword, we might just be able to one-shot these things anyway. Is it going to be a problem? I'm not entirely sure. Let's go make some amazing swords, try again, and if it blows up a second time, then maybe we're going to have to switch out the deployers for drills or something. Something that the skeletons won't attack. Well, we've spent a whole lot of diamonds, but one sword is looking pretty good. The second one is just getting done now. We've got a couple more books to put on. Then I just need to turn them into netherite swords, and hopefully that will solve the whole skeleton creeper explodey problem. If not, it might blow up my swords. Who knows? Now let's turn both of these into netherite swords. Put our deployers back in. Going to need a list filter to say don't remove the netherite sword on both of these. And if we wrench each hand, give them a sword. Excellent, they're not being dropped. And we need the encased chain drive back there. Okay, hopefully this time we won't have so many problems. Let's go turn it on again and see what happens. No explosions this time, please. I mean, nothing's blown up so far, but there is always a risk it could potentially happen in future. But with these swords, most things are dying with just one hit. And down here, yep, look at that. We're collecting loads of stuff. So now we're going to make another list filter of the things we actually want to collect in the bag. And rotten flesh is actually useful, so we're going to collect that too. Then we're going to put another filter on this side, which has exactly the same items, but in a deny list. And I should also add redstone dust and experience nuggets to that. Now that should keep our vault empty and keep our bag only collecting the things we actually want it to. And then if we just set fire to some netherrack, that will dispose of all the items we don't want. So I've put myself in an AFK spot as high up as I could get, because that's actually the build limit up there. I didn't realise we were quite so close to it. So if I was to relocate this a little bit lower down, then I'd probably get better rates. But for now, let's just leave it running for 5 minutes or so and see how many mobs we're getting. Well, it's been about 5 minutes and it's not the fastest thing in the world, but then we are getting a whole bunch of stuff, so I'm happy either way. That will certainly aid our cause for getting TNT. Question is, can I glue it together and move it? Okay, I think I've stuck it all together. So what we're going to do now is turn off the rotating, pick up all the water. Let's see if this works. Nope, we lost the entire windmill. That just tells me I need to actually stick the windmill bearing to the rest of the contraption. And we also lost this line of glass here. Let's just put that back down, get the bit of glass we missed, and then just stick this windmill bearing to that. It will still work without spinning everything round. We should now be able to pick it up. Perfect. Portable mob farm. Excellent. So now we can figure out where we actually want to put it and what we're going to disguise it as. And what I'm currently thinking is maybe it should go on one of these peaks and act as some kind of a lighthouse or something. Maybe on this edge over here. So if we were to put it here, maybe, how's that going to look? I mean, I reckon we can get quite a good lighthouse on that. Maybe we should put it more here, though. Yeah, that's good. I like that. So let's make that solid again. We'll light the fire here again. Get the water loaded up. That's turned the farm on. We'll just get the blades spinning, like so. Excellent. Now, if we're going to disguise this as a lighthouse, we've got a lot of work to do. It's going to need to be fairly wide up at this height. It's going to need to come down the cliff edge here and sort of be integrated into the cliff. So I think we'll probably have a nice big solid stone base, then maybe turn to sort of a wooden tower on top. I think I'm going to go look at some pictures of lighthouses and see if I can get some inspiration for this one. But I might as well go AFK and get some more gunpowder while I'm doing some research. And hopefully when I come back in, we'll have a whole load of gunpowder and some kind of an idea of what we're going to do for this lighthouse. Well, I've been looking at lighthouses, and while I was doing that, everything exploded again. So I think we are just going to have to swap these out for some drills, which means we're not going to get as good loot drops, but at least it won't explode. Let's just turn this off. Then we'll get this repaired and make a couple of changes. So let's go get some drills and make our mob farm slightly less efficient, but a whole lot less explodey. Okay, so let's try this. We've actually got 2 sets of drills there, but only 1 set is running because of power supply issues. But if I was to put a full block above these drills, then they wouldn't be able to fall into the ones at the bottom. So they're kind of redundant, but they also do serve a purpose. See? Now, of course, we're not going to get looting bonuses anymore, but at least we're also not going to get explosions anymore. So that's the trade-off I'm happy with. But anyway, lighthouse. We need to build a lighthouse around this thing. And I need to clean up my inventory before we do that because I'm absolutely rammed full of stuff right now. Right, I've got a bunch of wood, I've got a bunch of stone. Let's go see what we can figure out. And I think I'm going to start just by adding a few different rings of different points where I think the lighthouse should start to get a bit thinner. So something like that with a wider bit here, and then it goes a bit thinner, and then it will go thinner again for the main tube area. Tube? I mean tower. So I think we'll work with that as a base, but this bottom level here, I think I want this to be cobbled deep slates. Then we'll transition into tough, and then maybe stone or even wood at the top. I don't really know. Let's just block out some basic shapes, and then we can figure out how we're going to make things look nice after. There's no texture or detail whatsoever, but I have bulked out where the bottom part of the tower is going to go. Now let's sort out the next section. The next layer is in. That's all of the tough, and I'm not sure what to do for the 3rd layer, so I'm going to try out some weathered limestone. So color-wise, I think that actually looks quite good. Let's get the whole tower in and see how we're looking then. There we go. That's the 3rd layer in, and we've got up until that block there. That is the world build limit. So I've got to figure out what I want to do up here to make it look good and make it look piratey. It's also looking a little bit too stony at the moment, so I want to get some wood integrated into it. We need some windows, we need doors, we need other bits of detail. Basically, I've got a whole lot of building to do. I have no idea where to begin. Well, we're making some progress, but I've hit a bit of a snagging point, and that is that I don't really know what to do with the top side of it. I feel like it's maybe just a bit too wide at the top to be able to turn into a lighthouse. I feel like that might look a little bit weird. I don't know. I could turn it into a defensive tower and build a little bit of a fort around this bit here to make it look like a defensive pirate structure for the island here. Or the Sky Island, I should say. Not that it's an island, it's a mountaintop. You know what I mean. And I've also just started working out round the front here as well. I think what I might actually do is curve out this bit of wood like this just to give a bit more surface area on the top, and then we can put in some supportive struts, and that's going to make sense. But that's just procrastinating. That's not actually the lighthouse. So yeah, not sure what direction to take it in next, to be honest. So while I procrastinate further, I think what I'm actually going to do is build a cobble generator, stick it in the bottom of this building, because what I have done is made sure we've actually got a bit more space in here. But if I can stick in a cobble generator and crush it down into sand, then we can get our TNT, and hopefully at least we can end the episode with a great big explosion, even if we don't end it with a completed building over here. But I'd love your thoughts on what you think we should do with that. Or do I just get rid of it altogether and keep the mob farm as a portable thing and build something else in this area? I don't really know. I'm just not sold on what we're doing currently. But then from over here, it is looking quite cool, just not very piratey. So to get my mechanical generator, I'm going to need a bunch of brass. I'm going to need some brass casing. I'm also going to need lava and water. Then we need crushing wheels, but they're not a problem. We keep buying them from Chosen. We're going to need belts. We're going to need shafts. We're going to need power, gearboxes, and encased chain drives. We're going to need a vault, and we're going to need funnels. So apart from the actual generator, that should be pretty much all we need. Now, we do have a slight problem in that we have no brass. There doesn't appear to be any copper here. We've got plenty of zinc, though. But I guess if we want copper, we should first go and check our storage over there and see if we've got any copper in the mine storage. And that'd be a big fat no. I was hoping there might be some in the actual drill, but we did offload it, and it's gone. I took it into the nether with me, didn't I? The two contraptions I've got on me are the tree chopper and the diamond beacon, which I should probably find somewhere to stash if I'm honest. Oh yeah, I added trees. Wonderful. So now the question becomes, what did I do with my giant drill? Maybe it's just stored on my boat somewhere? I don't really know what else I would have done with it. Aha! It's in that box there. And copper is generally best found at slightly higher levels. Well, that was a successful mining trip. We've got 2,197 copper, we've got a little bit of zinc, and we've even got ourselves a couple of sulfur cubes. Let's get back, cook this up, make some brass, we can make our cobble generator, and then we can get to work making some TNT. There we go, we can finally make our generator. I'm just waiting for my backpack to empty, then we can load it back up with this stuff and go build this generator. When it comes to making the TNT, however, we could automate it, but that's going to be quite slow, so we're probably actually better off just making it by hand. I mean, it's not like we're going to need it indefinitely. We just need a whole bunch right now. In theory, getting sand should be quite straightforward. Just need to generate cobble over here, crush it into gravel, crush it into sand, and then store it over here. We probably also want to filter out anything that's not sand and burn it. And of course, we're going to need power. So for power, we'll have a bunch of large water wheels. I am going to need to go get myself a speed controller and some blocks to block this in and make it look nice. But it should be as simple as just connecting this power to this generator here. So let's get a speed controller, large cog, bucket of lava, and a filter. Set the filter to have a deny list for sand, and everything else can get burnt. Let's get that filter on there. Bucket of lava in the floor. Get that encased to make it look a bit better, and then we just need to contain the water we're about to put in here. There we go. Get a speed controller, set that to max. Get that connected up. It's overstressed. We need more water wheels. So the problem is the cobble generator. It uses up a whole lot of power. So what I'm going to do is speed it up, but not as much. Okay, I've got everything running at a reasonable speed. As you can see, the generator is keeping up with the crushing wheels. That's what we want. That's getting us a whole lot of sand, and all the excess is getting burnt. And then I've just added an extra barrel at the end, so we've always got a barrel of sand handy. And the good news is we've got over 3,000 gunpowder in here. Means we can start making a whole bunch of TNT. All that work, we managed to get ourselves almost 11 stacks of TNT. That should be enough to start making our super secret cave, right? So step one is going to be to find the lowest point in my mountain range, which I think is about here. Then we'll dig down a little bit. Then I'm going to dig out an area here. Then what I'm going to do is dig down about 64 blocks, fill up the hole with TNT. Stick one on the top, but then do the same thing a few blocks over. Now the question is, how much stone is this actually going to remove? I mean, a reasonable amount, I suppose? Is this how we want to be making our cave? Oh, wait a minute. I've got an idea. There might be another way. Something a little more controlled, potentially. If not, we'll come back to the TNT. But if that's what 2 stacks did, we're going to have to go AFK for ages to get enough gunpowder. But what if we went onto a creative world and found a giant cave on a different world and then used a schematic cannon to basically carve it out under the mountain? Will that work? I have no idea, but let's try it. So let's just generate a new world, go into spectator mode, and go find a giant cave suitable for our purposes. And I mean an absolutely ginormous cave is what we're after. I mean, that's pretty good. There we go, now we're talking. So that's a big old schematic, but we've got the majority of the cave. Now let's see if we can get this to work. So let's stick our cannon down. Let's make the schematic. And this could take a moment because it's going to be a giant schematic. Well, we're about 30 seconds in and that's all it's done. So I'm going to go make a cup of tea while this happens. 6 minutes later, I've got my cup of tea and we're almost finished. Now let's just hope it's not too big for this mountain. I can use this hole as a guide and push it to the bottom. And I should probably go outside and make sure everything is underground and not sticking out the sides. Well, we appear to be okay. It's kind of hard to tell. I can only assume this bit here is the roof of the cave. Ah, yes, there it is. Now, if we load this into the cannon, set it to skip the missing blocks, replace solid with any. Oh, no, wait a sec. We need replace solid with empty. That's what we want. Give it some gunpowder and hope for the best, I guess. Before you have a look, it's clearing blocks down here at the moment. Hopefully, that should create us a giant cave in this area. I guess we'll just sit here and time-lapse it and hope it works. Hours. That's how long it took to dig out that cave. 9 hours. But if we drop through and take a look, we now have an absolutely ginormous cavern down here that needs a little bit of work, by which I mean quite a lot of work. There's absolutely no lights down here whatsoever, as you can see from all the mobs. I just have full bright on at the moment. And although it's a good size, it's definitely something that's going to need to be developed over time and lit up. So while that cave was blasting out, I've had a lovely afternoon. I've done the gardening, I've mowed the lawn, I've had lunch, I've had dinner, I've relaxed with the family, and I tried to do something with this tower. Still not perfect, but it is getting better. I did actually attempt it with a lighthouse thing on top, and it looked absolutely awful. A bit like this flag, which also looks awful. But I quite like the idea of it being a defensive tower with these cannons. So yeah, I've just got to figure out how to integrate the rest of that into everything else we do up here. So I fully expect this building to evolve over time. I have, however, sorted out the little balcony bit round the front here. I've also added one round the side so that we can connect this over to that bit over there at some point in future. And I've done a bit of texturing and generally made it look a little bit more worn. So yeah, not awful, not good. But we have our mob farm and we have a giant cave that we can make use of in future, mostly for hiding stolen goods. But sadly, that is all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one, where hopefully we'll do something a bit more useful, probably making a power station. Last time on Just Create, we made a big hole, made a big tower, and made a medium-sized mob farm. Today, we're going to turn this tower into something good. Tidy up the big hole in the ground a little bit, catch up with Foxy, and go on a heist with Silence. And if we get time, we may even do some mining, because I want to be the server's richest player, which is currently Foxy, and we can't be having that. But let's start with the tower, for which we've had some excellent suggestions that should make this look good, look piratey, and help set the tone for this area. And no, it's not going to be a lighthouse. It's going to be a pirate fort, however. We're going to make this maybe some kind of a prison tower. We're going to add lots of damage, and we're probably going to add some extra fortifications around this area. I've had lots of comments suggesting things along those lines. This one in particular has a very good description of why that's a good thing for pirates, but basically the English and Spanish used to sort of build lots of forts in the Caribbean. The pirates would come along, take them over. So if we made this look like an abandoned place that the Sky Pirates have taken over, that could look pretty good. And the first step to achieving that is going to be to add damage to this thing. But before I do that, I do want to head over to the shopping area because I want to know how many more diamonds I'm going to need to get myself today. And is that a new building there as well? Oh, and there's a cool bridge. Look at this. Oh, there's another new building as well. Oh my days, look at that. That is colourful. Is that a Foxy? Well, it'd be rude not to go say hello to Foxy and see what this is all about. This looks crazy, doesn't it?
I like it. Very colourful. Hello.
Very colourful indeed. I was literally just saying, like, what is going on here? This is cool.
We've got a place. I don't want to call it a daycare centre, Miss Beardstone, because people might drop their pops off at me when they're ready, and I have to look after them. So it's a place to introduce the pop figures to the players, even though the pop figures don't exist yet. Would you like a tour?
Foxy then proceeded to give me a tour of the Not Daycare, explained a little bit about what the pops are going to be able to do, because Foxy is making them live, and I can't wait to see the results. But following the tour, we did head over to my tower to discuss Foxy's departure from spawn.
Well, I'm moving out today, you see. That's next on my list. And I obviously need to turn everything off at my base, but I'm also mildly concerned about where I'm supposed to be going. I think it's that area down there.
It is, yeah. That's the bit you chose, that wonderful valley down there.
Yeah, well, when I went down there in my last video to show people, I couldn't remember if it was that bit or not. So it's good to know.
There is one other thing as well. I
Go on.
stumbled across one of your buddies the other day.
My buddies?
Yeah, one of your buddies. It's okay. I've dealt with the situation.
Oh, no. Oh, Mr. Runyon, what has he done to you?
Get me out of this bloody cage! That madman has captured me again! How am I supposed to go to court and save people's lives if I'm stuck in here?
He does, you know, have a good point there. Is there anything he did in particular that's made him go in the cage?
Nah. Just Mr. Onion, isn't it? Well, that was a massive distraction, and I still didn't go to the bank to see how many diamonds Foxy has, to know how many I need to get to beat him. Let's actually get the Elytra this time. It's going to make things much easier. And I must say, I'm very excited about the pops. I don't know if I've mentioned it yet, but basically, Foxy's turning them into tiny sort of pets, basically. You're going to be able to get them out of the box. They're going to have, like, loads of actions and moods and emotions. It's going to be awesome. But sadly, they're not ready just yet. Hopefully soon. Right, so Foxy has got 3,506 diamonds in the bank. What have I got? Very secure pin code for a start. Right, I've got 2,832. So we're only about 700 behind. That's actually not too bad. One decent mining session and we should be able to overtake him. But we'll get to that later. For now, I need to stop procrastinating and work on my tower. There are a lot of towers around here. But yeah, we're going to get to work on this. And the first thing we're going to do is blast some holes in it. We're going to cover them with wood and make them look like they've been repaired. And just generally try and make this thing look a little bit more battered. And I should probably stick a giant flag on top as well. Because, well, it's just a pole at the moment. And to be honest, I think I have actually made a few changes since the end of the last video. I'm not sure that this cage here with Mr. Onion was there. The flags might not have been there. I'm not sure if this balcony bit was here or even the flagpole. I honestly can't remember. But anyway, let's go have a nap, get rid of these phantoms because they're quite annoying, I'll be honest. And then we'll get to work. Hello, hello, look what I've spotted. Silent seems to have put his beacon back. That's something else to steal.
Miss Beardstone!
Here, Foxy. Oh, jeez. Hey, man.
Hey, I thought you stole that.
I did. I was literally just saying, oh, there's a new beacon, so I'm going to have to steal that one as well.
Oh, of course, Miss Beardstone.
Yep.
But before you do that, I've got some exciting things to show you, my friend.
Have you? Show me, show me.
Yeah. We've got new blocks, Mr. Beardstone. They've been letting me fiddle again.
Oh, is that why I couldn't log onto the server this morning?
It's not impossible that that's the reason, but check these out.
Ooh. Ages. Crates.
Well, crates, yeah. But
Crates.
also, right, because I know you prefer, like, wooden things because you're a pirate, right?
I do. Ooh, wooden crates.
Yeah.
Nice. Can you put things inside them?
No, because I didn't want to be laggy for people.
Oh,
But they're
makes
cool,
sense.
right?
They are very cool. I like them.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, right, Miss Beardstone,
What?
these are great. There are other blocks as well, but unfortunately for those, I need a lot of glowing. So I know what I'm going to be doing today.
Getting some glow ink, probably.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Are you going to make some kind of underground squid murder machine?
Yes.
Oh, hello. What's that?
It's
Tired build shop, lightly beautiful.
sells rocks apparently. Ow.
Sells rocks in a camper van.
Ooh, prismarine.
Ooh.
That'll be really
okay.
helpful for your stone and wood builds.
Tell you what, he's made it very easy for me to steal.
Yeah, free RV. That's what I'm thinking. Scum.
Right, so Foxy's been adding some more stuff to the server again. Not a bad thing. We like more blocks. What else has he added? Ooh, what's all this? Glowing concrete. Glowing stained glass. Interesting. Some cool blocks, though. I approve. Right. What I need to do is grab a whole bunch of blocks and things and get to work on this tower, finally. No more distractions, Beardy. We'll steal the beacon later. So I think I want a bunch of pale moss, but we've only got 7. However, I think Azu might sell moss somewhere. So we'll go for a hunt for that in a minute, because if we can get some moss, we can just horn that into pale moss if we can't buy that directly. We're going to want a bunch of different wood types, some darker stones, get a bunch of copycat bites so we can do some more detailed holes. And now we can get to work on the tower. Let's cause some damage to this fort. And I guess it makes more sense for the damage to be focused more on the outside of the forts. So we're going to cut out some holes and see what we can come up with. What I'm thinking is maybe mix in some darker blocks around the holes as well, just to make it look like it's been burnt. Maybe a bit of this mud will help as well, just to sort of blend it in a little bit better. What we're also going to want is probably some rubble on the inside. Get some darker blocks as well. We'd also end up with some rubble down the front here. Then I guess the question is, would the pirates have tried to board that up a little bit? So what would happen if we put a few trapdoors on the back here? Is that going to look terrible? Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that. Do have another idea though. Can I board it up with signs like that? How's that going to look? I think it works, but maybe we want a little bit of variation on the signs here. So I was thinking something like that, but to be honest, I don't think I like that either. There's one more thing I want to try though. Thinking what we can maybe do is use copycat panels and have thinner planks. I mean, that works, but maybe I just need to use dark oak like the rest of the tower. Might just be that the jungle's a bit bright. Looks a bit too dark now though, doesn't it? Well, we've always got spruce. Yeah, I think that's the one. I've got an idea of how we can potentially make that look even better. So if we stick that to that, and then that to that. In fact, I'm actually going to stick that to that as well. We'll put a mechanical bearing in here. Set this to only place when anchor destroyed. Just going to mess around with the angle of this board a little bit. Then we can hide this on the inside. And from the outside, yeah, that looks cool. I like it. Now I just need to mess up the rest of the tower. Short while later, and the tower's looking a little bit more battered. We've got quite a few holes around the bottom on this side. Some have been patched up, some have not. We've also got a bit of damage over here in this section, which has also destroyed the walkway. We've got a couple of planks there, so it can still be used. Then we've got some smaller holes near the tops. We've got bits of these missing up the top here as well. More walkway missing, and overall, I think that just looks a bit better. Oh, and we've also replaced all of the windows we had in there with bars, because I want this to look like a prison tower, at least on the top side. But we've got some other smashed out windows as well, and overall I definitely think that's looking a whole lot better. However, it's still missing a flag. I think that's what I'm going to work on now. We're going to have a giant pirate flag up there. Hopefully this goes well. There we go, that's better. We've now got a flag flying on top of the tower. It's looking a lot more destroyed and a bit more piratey. I'm much happier with that. Now, to celebrate the completion of our first tower, instead of doing anything else up here right now, I'm going to go do some mining. But before we do any of that, we've got a task to complete down here. So let's just do this. And then we're just going to quickly do this. I mean, if he is going to keep leaving things like this around a pirate's base, what does he expect to happen? There we go. Beautiful. Well, good news, the mining trip was successful. We've got loads of stuff, which is going to come in handy, and we've got all of these diamonds. That's many, many diamonds. Let's go pay them into the bank and see if we're beating Foxy yet. Oh, yes, there we go. Look at that. We've got 4,465, so we've got almost 1,000 more than Foxy now, and that whole thing was completely pointless, but I feel good about it. Can't be a pirate and not be the richest on the server. That's ridiculous. And the next thing I need to do is spam a whole lot of lights down here in our cave. Then we're going to get to work making this place look a little bit better. And I've got a few ideas on how we can do that, I think, and I hope it's going to work. And I guess if we're lighting up a cave, it makes much more sense to have the lightness level set right down. Then we can see where it's actually dark. Everywhere. It's dark everywhere. Right, that's better. We've spammed the place with a whole bunch of torches. There's still spawnable spots, of course. But there's also lots of little random holes that I do want to patch up, just so we've got a better surface to work with. So I've done a bit of tidying up. I've filled in some holes and things, but now I've got a huge water problem over here. And once we get through here, it's literally a water tunnel. So I guess that bit there we can probably block off. Well, blocking up that bit has made a huge difference. All of this water is now going away. Just this bit left to sort. And then we can start planning out what we're going to do with this cave. I don't want to be doing loads of building or anything down here. I just want to make it look a little bit nicer. A few minutes later, and I've now cleared the water from over that side, and I think I'm just going to start designing a small area of this. And I'm quite liking the look of this corner over here. And basically what I want to do is just make it look like a nice cave instead of a not nice cave. And I like the idea of it being a bit of a lush cave, so I'm thinking maybe a big old waterfall in the corner over there. We'll get lots of moss on the ground. And then I also want to get loads of hanging vines and things like that. Get some texture in the walls. Basically, make it look very, very cavey. And then we'll even build ourselves a small sort of like camp area, and then we can start stashing loot. And we do have a massive flat area here, which is going to be good for storing things. But because that cave is absolutely massive, I think it makes sense just to focus on a small area for now, and then over time we can gradually expand it. And we have 24 glowberries. Not to worry, we can of course just do this to get a whole lot more. Right, that's better. We've got a decent amount of those now. We want to keep some moss so that we can at least seed the ground, and then we can bone meal from there. But the rest of this moss, I think I want to mix this up with some cobble, because we've only got 50 mossy cobblestone at the moment, and I have a feeling we're going to want a lot more than that. Well, I've got a backpack full of goodies. I've got a few ideas. Some may be good, some maybe not, but let's find out, shall we? I'm going to start by just chucking a bucket of water down here and seeing how it flows. Oh, it's pretty good. So let's stick on some music, slip into time-lapse mode, and see what we can come up with.
Beardstone. Wow, this looks nice.
I was trying to build like a secret base somewhere on the server, but I've realized your face always shows up on the map, so nothing can be secret, ever.
You need invisibility potions, sir.
I can't literally always be invisible, because then I can't record. When I do the whole F5 thing, there'll be nothing there.
Well, maybe stop trying to do secret things.
Yes.
It's very nice secret.
I mean, on the plus side, though, it's only you that seems to do that. So, you know, you're just going to have to become a pirate with me.
I can do that. Oh, speaking of pirates, Mr. Beardstone,
yes.
It's not a very good segue because it's nothing to do with pirates, but I would like you to come see my subway station.
Your what?
My subway station.
I thought you said Segway station. I was like, what have you built now? You added Segways to the server.
That'd be amazing.
Oh, jeez. Subway station.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Show me. How did you get in here?
I digged.
Oh, you digged?
Yeah. I digged all the way down, Miss Beardstone. Have you got shaders?
I've got them. I don't have them on though because I'm playing create, and that's a silly idea.
Yeah, well, you don't need them yet, but when we get there, after you've seen it in vanilla, you can enable shaders because I'm really pleased with what I've done.
Oh, it looks amazing, Foxy. I love it. It's a monorail, clearly a monorail.
Yeah. Well, I run out of monorail blocks, so I just put some blackstone down. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some more downstairs. It's not as good as this bit, though.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping there would be.
It's a bit rubbish, this bit, to be honest with you.
I need to eat a burger. Nom. Ooh, nice grates.
Yeah. Yeah, they're great, aren't they?
Yep. Whoa! How's it so glowy?
Oh, it's just a glowing immersive painting, Mr. Beardstone. That I did with Photoshop.
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
Yeah, they're good, aren't they?
Yeah, I like that.
I don't have enough glow squid to make all of the lights glow, so only some of them are.
I was going to say, it looks like there's glowing things here. I did look after our interaction earlier. I was like, what else has Foxy added? So I went in JEI and did like @Foxy, and and I saw that you had glowing glass and stuff, and I assume that's what this is.
Yeah. So the lit up ones are glowing, and the one in the middle is just stained glass. But you can see, like, because of the way I've done the texture, you've got that like bar in the middle, so it almost looks like a neon tube.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Shaders, Miss Beardstone. Hangs for a minute.
Okay, right, and let's do it. That's cool as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's my shaders, but I think it actually looks better without them.
Yeah, do you think so? I don't know. You get the more darkness with the shaders on. You get
do.
The dark and the light, which I kind of like, because the light levels are more muted. But yeah, I like both. Good, isn't it?
It is very cool. I like it. It's dark, Foxy.
Yeah, it's dark. It's Beardstone. I've been underground. I have not been sleeping.
To be fair, I've been underground and not sleeping as well, so yeah, it's fine. In my definitely not secret cave.
Well, I won't tell anyone. Your secret is safe with me. You're all good, Mr. B. Just let me be a pirate with you.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you can be like cabin boy or something.
What?
And this is why we can't have nice things. Because when you look on the map, you can see where people are. So yeah, that is why I've not been too secretive about my secret cave. We're just going to have to pretend that no one will ever know where it is. But as you can see, I have started making things look a little bit nicer. I'm just working on a small underground lake over this side. And I'll need to figure out something to do with the lighting as well. But I think I've got an idea. Let's jump all of this stuff back into our bag. We're going to grab some diamonds and we're going to go to Silent Space because I think he's automated something which I've never played around with before because it's something custom that we've added to this pack. And if I can find those, then it could solve our lighting problem. And as I say, I'm fairly sure he started selling them. I don't know if he's got an ATM down there yet, so we'll grab the few diamonds that we have in storage. Here they are, these at the back here. 32 for a diamond. So we'll buy a bunch of those. Might as well get some glowstone while we're here. Oh, he's got umber bricks as well. We like those. He's also selling blaze cakes. Interesting. This would make much better fuel for my airship than coal. He's got scoria. Let's get a little bit of that. He's got lots of fun stuff in here. Oh, and he does have an ATM, so let's actually use that.
Withdrawn 21 diamonds to cover the remaining cost. New balance, 4,451.
It's got a voice now. Oh, that's cool. So we've placed our order. Here comes all of our stuff. But of course, the main thing I was after were the light blocks. Don't know how they work. I think if we don't hold a light, then we don't know they're there. They're just there. And if we do hold a light, we can see them and remove them. Can we change the light level of them, though? No, it doesn't appear so. So they are just full light level blocks, but they're hidden. That means we can light up areas without having to have torches spammed everywhere. And that's going to look a whole lot nicer. Okay, so down here, we can now remove these torches. Then we can just put a light level block down. Just put a couple of these around. Now the area's a bit brighter without the torch spam. Excellent. Anyway, we've got a whole lot more work to do over here, so let's crack on with the time lapse. Short while later, and we're starting to make some progress in here. I do need to get some shears and trim some of these down. They're growing a lot more than I expected them to. But we've got a bit of a path, we've got a little campsite and some storage bits. Not that we'll really be using the storage, but most importantly, we've got plenty of space to store all the things that we inevitably steal. And this area down here is just going to be a nice, relaxed, ongoing project. We'll gradually expand it as we need more space for things. Or I should say we'll gradually expand into the rest of the cave. And we'll just see how this place evolves over time. And eventually we'll put a proper entrance in here as well. But for now, let's go grab the beacons that we've already stolen, get those in here. I believe I safely stored them, yep, right here. So there we go, we have Silent's first beacon, we have Silent's second beacon, and of course we've got Chosen's RV. Right, let's leave here for now. With our tower now looking a whole lot better and our cave actually storing our stolen goods, I think what I want to do now is work on the rest of this area here, or at least get some planning done, because I need a shop. I need to actually start making some diamonds. I can't keep mining for diamonds if I want to stay ahead. Well, I mean, I could, and I probably will. But I also want to have a shop. And being a sky pirate, I think it makes sense for me to sell things that let you fly and explosives. So basically TNT and rockets. Now, at the moment, of course, we do have the mob farm. That means we can go AFK over here. We can get gunpowder. I mean, we've got 3,000 in there at the moment, which is fine for my personal needs. But I think if we're actually going to make a shop that requires lots and lots of gunpowder, we probably are going to have to go the slightly longer route, which, if we can remind ourselves, means we need to actually squirt potions of harming on top of cinder flower. To get that, of course, we're going to need a netherrack farm, which means we also need a nether wart farm. And we could just mix that with normal stone, so that's easy enough. The harder bit is, of course, the potion brewing. And the JEI for this never works properly. But if we just look at the normal potion of harming recipe, we can see we need sugar, brown mushrooms, and spider eyes, which once again brings us back to our mob farm. We've got 227 spider eyes in there, which is not actually as many as I would like. But we may be able to come to an agreement with Silence. He has a giant mob farm that has many spiders, so yeah, maybe he's got access to a whole lot more than I have. We're also going to need a blaze farm because we need lots of blaze powder. But the fact that we need spider eyes for the potions of harming kind of makes me think maybe we should actually take a slightly different approach. And that brings me back to this mob farm. What we could do is put trapdoors on the bottom of each of the floors all the way up to the top and spider-proof it with a few carpets, and we can turn this into just a creeper farm. But I do quite like the fact we get a variety of mobs at the moment. I mean, I do like the fact we get a variety of mobs in here, but we've got so many bones now, that's probably more than we're ever going to need. We've got lots of string, and we don't need the spider eyes if we just get the gunpowder from here. And if we're just going to get the gunpowder from mob drops, we've already got sand being made down here, which we can use for the concrete. That means the only other thing we're really going to need is going to be a sugarcane farm. That way we can get paper, and then we can make rockets. So how about we just turn this giant rock area here into a rocket and TNT factory. Oh, hi guys. Ow! There we go, that's better. Daylight again. But what we could do is maybe put another building over here, get rid of that balcony and actually add in some proper fortifications, and turn this into sort of a mini fortress just perched on the rock here. We could even bring the walls out quite a bit from this edge and pull them in and then just have it sink down into the mountain like we've done with the tower. Do a similar thing on this side just to give us a bit more space. We can even build a small dock into it and have like a little boat, skiff if you will, that goes between here and the shopping district to keep a shop restocked, because the shopping district is just the other side of those towers there. I think that sounds like a plan. So I guess what I should probably do first is actually mark out on the ground how big this little fortress is going to be. And it's going to make the tower look a lot better as well, because it won't just be standing up there on its own. So I'm just going to grab some tuff, and we're going to use that to mark it out. But as I say, this balcony is probably going to go, and what I want to do is probably have walls around the outside that are about this sort of height, maybe? So if I was to bend this wall out this way, that's going to mean wall's going to come down to around this sort of level. Okay, that's not too bad. As long as it doesn't go all the way down the bottom here, we should be okay. So to ensure that, I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. How about something a bit more like that? Yeah, that way the wall's not going to be anywhere near as big. Then we can have it going into the side of a building over here. So we're going to have a nice big square building on this edge. And this will be part of the factory side of things, where we'll actually, I don't know, maybe grow the sugarcane, or maybe we'll process stuff in there. I don't know. What I want to do on this side is just have a wall that comes out across here. So this is all going to be fortified. Then we'll connect this up to the tower over here, and we'll figure out what to do with this balcony afterwards. That feels like quite a nice footprint for our little pirate fortress type thing. So let's just get these walls built up, and we'll see what it looks like.
Mr. Beardstone.
Oh, here is Silent.
Hello there. So I saw that you moved out of Spawn. Congrats on the new place. Wow, I'm so happy for you. You know. Anyway,
thanks,
but I think there might have been a little bit of a mix-up, you know, with the moving guys. You know, when you're such good friends with your neighbors, right? You know, sometimes you borrow some things, you accidentally move, and then you take that thing with you.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it's just a little mistake with the moving guys. But I appear to be missing a diamond beacon. Yeah, Foxy told me you took it.
What? That is unbelievable. He must be trying to
he
frame
also
me.
showed me. No, he also showed me where your base was. He said he was an honorary pirate. Might want to have a talk with him about that.
He's the worst pirate in the world. I thought I was a bad pirate. He's already shown you where it is.
I bribed him with 5 potatoes, and he told me everything.
5 potatoes.
Yeah, it was pretty affordable.
This is unbelievable. How is anyone supposed to be a successful pirate if first people just look at the map, see your face on the map and go, oh, that's where their secret base is, and then proceed to tell everyone where that base is?
Well, I could not see your secret base because of my low render distance, so I did have to go to him for help. There is that.
So why'd you even need me?
About the beacon is why.
Well, that's not going to do anything, is it? You've given me armor.
You know what? That's a great point. I don't need to hit you to hurt you. Just look at what I'm holding now. You see this? You see this super glue that I got right here? I know where your ship is. I know where your pirate ship is.
No. I think you're fine. My pirate ship's already glued together. I dare you to get your glue out near my pirate ship.
Yeah. See, this is my real threat. I can just punch away any like this glue that's just randomly floating right here. It's gone.
Oh, good. That bit shouldn't be there anyway. That's probably left over
Yeah.
from the mob farm. Look, fine. I'll get your beacon back. I would say wait here and I'll go miraculously get it, but you already know where it is.
Yeah, so you might as well just take me there. You took both of the beacons,
What?
bro.
Well, you told me Foxy'd already taken you down here.
No, I lied. You're a bad pirate.
Oh, no. I'm the worst pirate in the world. Oh, this is unbelievable.
You stole Shozin's RV as well.
No, Foxy stole that. I've got video evidence.
Scum.
If it was just the one, I was gonna be like, oh well, you can just have a beacon for it. But
Oh, thanks.
you took both. That's a step too far.
You're the one that put another one there. What did you expect was going to happen? At this rate, I'm just going to end up having to recruit the whole server just so I can pretend my base is secret.
I do kind of want to be a pirate. Not gonna lie, it would be kind of cool. What are the perks of being a pirate?
Usually, stealing stuff is quite a perk, but turns out you need a better crew for that. Or I just need to be a better pirate, to be honest. There is that as well.
Yeah, you might need to work on both of those things, to be honest. Foxy is your only other pirate, and he's not a very good pirate.
He's not, but I appear to be much worse. Because I believed your story about the 5 potatoes. But I don't know if that reflects badly on me or
no,
Foxy.
that was real. No, that was real. No, I actually did give him 5 potatoes, and he showed me your race. He just didn't show me down here.
There's one thing you can do. I know how to buy your silence. What's going to happen is you're going to join me on a heist. This wasn't the initial plan this evening.
I see. I'm bullying you into a heist. Okay, fair enough.
Yep, that's the soundbite I needed. Excellent.
There's a lot of things here to steal.
There is, but there's one thing in particular which I think is probably the best thing to steal.
No, you're just gonna steal his entire sign.
That is exactly what we're doing, yes. Right, so if I now remove that.
Okay then.
There we go. Sign.
We just demolished this entire man's advertising industry. It's gone.
Exactly. Have you seen how much money he's made from this mall?
Oh, so much. Not as much as I've made, but still a lot.
Yes.
I heard. Now wait, there's more possibility for heists here. I heard that he's burning the diamonds. They're in this orange vault right here. 1,021 diamonds, orange vault.
Oh, so he's not destroying them at all.
Well, maybe not. Yeah, there's still a prime opportunity for a heist though. Just set up a hopper underneath that vault. We're good to go. Brilliant. Good stuff.
I mean, what can I even say about that? I'm the worst pirate ever. I walked right into his trap, and now he also knows where this underground thing is. That's 2 for 2 so far. I'm the worst pirate ever. On the plus side, our cave's looking pretty good. We've got some new lighting in the form of Chosen's mall sign, and I've stashed all the diamonds that Silence stole as well. See, look, it says it right here. Silence stole these from Chosen. That shows it definitely wasn't me. But currently my loot cave is just full of Chosens. stuff. So we definitely need to expand our operation and actually start getting some other stuff from other people. But yes, I do really need to get better at this whole pirate thing. At this rate, everyone on the server's going to be an honorary pirate. But anyway, just as that was happening, I was actually at a pretty good space with the fort. I've got the walls up. These are looking awesome. We've got some holes and stuff in them as well. I've even got some ramparts on the top here with some more cannons. Same around the front side as well. In fact, we're just going to jump into free cam so we can have a better look. So this is now the front of our fort, and it's looking a whole lot better, but you may notice there's just a weird square thing at the back here where the building is going to go. I'll actually probably build that next episode when we put the farm inside, because I don't really know how big it needs to be yet. The good news is we've also got lots of space underneath this platform, which could do with a bit of lighting just to prevent mob spawns. So that means we can expand farms down here if we need to as well, and we've got some options of where we want to attach a dock should we need to. I mean, to be honest, we could even have a small tunnel in the bottom here and have a dock that's underneath and just have the boats literally flying through the tower. That could be quite cool. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how the farms turn out. But sadly, that is all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one, where hopefully we'll finally get a shop. Bye now. Last time on Just Create, there was a man in my secret cave, then there was a man in my secret cave, and I built a fort around my janky tower. Today, we finally take steps towards making some diamonds without mining by building a rocket and TNT factory that will supply our first shop, which also doesn't exist yet. And that's what the space in this fort is going to be for. Now, we do already have a general mob farm. If we jump into free cam and have a look in here, we have our general mob farm in here, which is producing creepers, which means we are getting gunpowder. However, we're also getting a load of other stuff, and to be honest, we've probably got enough of that for now. So the mob farm needs to be converted into a creeper farm so we can maximize the gunpowder rates. We then also need a sugarcane farm, and we need a production line to make what we're after, which is, of course, TNT and rockets. And I think it makes sense to start with the mob farm, because then while we're doing everything else, we can be getting a bunch of gunpowder. And I'm also going to make a couple of changes to the mechanism down here as well, because if we're turning this into a creeper-only farm, in theory, they shouldn't explode if we put swords here. At least that's my hope, because last time it did not work out for us. But if we're going to be going in there and placing down loads of trapdoors, we don't want to get blown up, shot, or eaten. So I think it makes sense for us to try and get some potions of invisibility. So we need a fermented spider eye into a potion of night vision. For the night vision, we need a golden carrot. So that's easy enough. And the fermented spider eye, we just need a spider's eye, brown mushroom, and sugar. So I reckon we can probably get away with making that. So we need one fermented spider eye, need a golden carrot, a bit of redstone to make it last longer, we need some bottles, probably going to need some blaze powder, and we're also going to need a brewing stand. So let's make the fermented spider's eye and the golden carrots. Just need some water. Oh, and we also need a piece of netherwort to make the awkward potion. So netherwort first, then a golden carrot to make our potions of night vision, then the redstone dust to turn these into 8-minute potions, and then with a fermented spider eye, we'll convert those into invisibility. Now all we need is a whole bunch of trapdoors. And some carpet as well, and we've got loads of moss carpet, so let's just grab that, because that means we can also block the spider spawns. Okay, we should now be in a position to do what we need to do over here. And that's going to start with turning off the windmill blades, and take off our armor, but keep our jetpack, drink a potion, and then start applying some trapdoors. Now, when it comes to the spiders, they need a 3x3 area to spawn. So what we're going to do is place carpet every 2 blocks. So basically, this setup with the trapdoors on the top, meaning skeletons and zombies can't spawn because there's not enough height, and the carpet on the floor, meaning there's not enough floor space for spiders to spawn, means we should only get creepers. Now, I've just got to do this on every single level, and of course, I can't do the bit here where the blades are, at least not until they're spinning. So I'm going to have to come back in here and place those ones once everything's working. That's okay. We've got lots of invisibility potions. We'll just have to dodge the sweepers, I guess.
Hello, Mr. Beardstone. How happens to do today with your fascination for skulls and stuff?
Fine. I'm all good. I'm just decorating the interior of my, well, killing chamber. Let's be honest.
Oh!
Yeah, there's a mob farm in there.
Bit worried there for a second. It's, you know.
No. You're safe, Kev. You're safe. You're just a friendly neighborhood baker. Or bread baron.
Yeah, that's what I am. A friendly neighborhood baker. Exactly that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of friendly neighborhood baking, Beardstone, I do know for a fact that you weren't according to my listings on my lists, but just for the sake of it, I've added you to one anyways.
Right. What kind of a list is this? Because not all lists
It's delivery lists for free bread.
Oh. Yeah, by all means.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love bread. Yeah.
I didn't sign you up for the premium membership, which would have technically given you 2,000 bread, but I've signed you up for something slightly different.
Okay.
If you follow me down here for a second, let me demonstrate to you the new fantastic addition that has been made to bread here on the SMP. That right there is one stack of bread, Mr. Beardstone.
It is, yes.
Now peer your eyes closely because I'm about to do something to this bread that your eyes will marvel at, all right?
Okay, I'm excited, nervous.
And bread slice away!
No way.
Yes, we can now cut bread into bread slices.
Kev, have you invented sliced bread?
Yes, well, I mean, I don't know if invented sliced bread is the way I would put it, but here you are, Mr. Beardstone. 4 stacks of sliced bread.
Was there sliced bread on the server before you put it on here?
Minecraft doesn't have sliced bread, Mr. Beardstone.
Therefore, you invented sliced bread, Kev.
I invented sliced bread. Well, Mr. Beardstone, let me take it one extra notch and step it up a bit. I have not only invented sliced bread, but in my hand, Mr. Beardstone, I have something slightly even more interesting than just the slices themselves.
Toast. What is this madness?
Yes, we can now make toasted bread. And don't you worry, because soon enough there'll be jam and stuff to accompany that toast.
Oh, amazing. We truly are living in the future, Kev.
Well, if the future is bread, then yes, by all means, may I so conclude my... Yes, I mean it, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. The future definitely seems to be bread currently.
I'll leave this cutting board here for you if you want to be cutting edge with your bread in the future.
Thank you very much. I may well do, yeah.
Enjoy your killing chamber.
I will do. I will do. I see you've got rockets in your hand. Do you have a steady supply of rockets?
Wait, are you saying that this is a creeper tower?
Currently, it's an everything tower, but it's being converted into a creeper tower as we speak. That's why I was in there.
What are you going to charge?
I don't know. I haven't made them yet. But by the end of the week, Kev, there will be rockets and TNT easily available.
Well, I'm always in the market for some... Wait, you said TNT?
I'm a pirate. What do you expect?
There's an opportunity to make exploding bread here. Hey, you didn't hear anything about that. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll come by with some diamonds whenever that juicy gunpowder is up and running for you.
Yeah. Well, there'll be a nice shop in the shopping district for you to get for all your gunpowder and TNT needs.
Well, I got one premium bread delivery left to do, which is going to completely kill the server. We almost crashed it with Chosen because 2,000 bread in his base doesn't really make the server happy.
What a strange fellow. Okay, that's the farm sorted. It is all creeper only, but what I need to do now, if I turn down my video brightness again, you'll see we have a bit of a problem in that there's a whole bunch of other spawning spots, even just in the fort itself, let alone the big chambers we have underneath here that I need to light up. And to be honest, I should probably light up some of this mountain as well, just so we get better spawn rates. I guess it's time to grab some of those light blocks again. What in the world?
Well, yeah, of course. Which, you mean any particular people, judging by the fact we're just... Oh.
Kev?
Hello.
Yeah. I tried to stop him, Mr. Beardstone. He was having none of it. Apparently, you've taken out some sort of bread thing that allows you to get lots of bread. Look, he was scattering this sliced bread all around your base. I collected it for you, Mr. B.
I was literally just over at Beardstone's place telling that there was not part of the delivery scene for this particular delivery.
I already know this is your delivery, Foxy. What are you telling him? Why are you getting him to deliver it in my base?
I've got to go. See you later, guys. Have a lovely time. Where's my hole?
Foxy, you're the worst pirate ever. This is the secret loot cave.
That's what you get for giving me cabin boy job. I want a better job.
I need to have another word with you as well. Have you noticed how silence beacons have disappeared?
That wasn't me.
No, it wasn't. He came over to me and said, oh, Foxy bribed him with 5 potatoes and he told me where my secret base was.
No, I didn't show him in here.
No, he told me that after we got here. After we got here, he went, oh, he didn't show me this bit.
Oh, Beardy, you fell for that? The oldest trick in the book.
It was very well done, and it was much more believable that instead of Silent being clever, you just told him where my base was, like this, like you've done with Kev.
I didn't tell Kev.
Is this your base?
This is my base.
This is not your base.
I'm a pirate.
Well, I suppose then, Mr. Beardstone, he told me to cover the diamonds, and I think I've done a good, decent job with that. So,
I mean,
here you go.
Thanks, I guess, for the.
I'm keeping this board though. That's mine. I'm this. Yeah. Just can't trust people these days to just.
No, you can't. You can't trust them.
How? The fact you guys are just abusing me, a completely fine baker in his best state, doing whatever he can to come around, delivering free bread, and then even that's wrong.
Unbelievable. I mean, on the plus side, it does hide Chosen's diamonds. On the not so plus side, that's a whole lot of entities that are in my basement, but I'll deal with that later. For now, we're dealing with this creeper farm. Let's see if that has helped at all. It kind of feels like nothing is spawning in here whatsoever. How have I made my farm worse by turning it into a creeper farm? Have I done something wrong? Probably done something wrong, haven't I? Yeah, there's literally nothing spawning in here at all. In fact, if we look on the map here, we can see how often creepers are spawning. And, oh, there's one. There's one. There's three. Okay, so we are getting some creepers. We're getting a few here and there. So that tells me we've probably just got some caves down here still that need lighting up. So I've just switched out the drills for swords, and I'm hoping that this time they will no longer explode. Yeah, there we go, look. So they're getting hit, but they're not exploding. This is exactly what we wanted. Now all of our creepers are getting looting applied to them, which means we should be getting a whole lot more gunpowder. Yep, we got almost a stack extra already. We were only up there for a moment, but I think it's about time I had a tea break, so let's just make sure we're not going to get phantom spawning. I'll stand AFK on this flagpole and see how much gunpowder we can get in the next 5 minutes or so. So about 5 minutes later, we've now got 432 gunpowder in that stack, so I'd say that's working okay. I have, however, noticed that those creepers are lagging a little bit, so I think we need to go get rid of all those individually delivered bread. I think it's already causing me problems. But luckily, we have this clear packages command, which gets rid of all packages within a radius. So if I just move around and run this a few times, then I can clean up all these packages nice and easily. Right, there we go. That should help. Kev, welcome back.
Yeah, Beardstone, I'm sorry for whatever happened down there in your cave. Sorry, Fox's cave, the cave that I don't know about.
What cave?
Exactly, what cave?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, absolutely not. Now, like I said about that gunpowder that you were talking about, I'm interested in a bulk order. Could you get me around 5,000 gunpowder at some point? I'd be very happy to pay literally anything for it.
5,000, you say? We're not quite at 5,000, but it can certainly be arranged. I'll need to. I haven't worked out my pricing policies yet or anything like that, but yeah, I can certainly sort you out with some gunpowder.
I can take you off the delivery list if that's a good payment.
But isn't your delivery list a good thing?
I mean, if you want free bread, yeah. I'm keeping an at steady eye, you know. If you don't seem to have any bread, I'll go and refill it.
No. It's fine. I've got plenty of bread. Look, I've got bread slices everywhere.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, you're stacked, Dan. You're stacked for days.
Yeah. So...
Well, actually, I mean, should worst comes to worst, you know, there's also your delivery of 3,000 plus bread in case you also want to, you know. Anyways, yeah, I'm heading off. Fox's area is not full with 5,000, like I said, but it's decently. The server TPS does not like me being around there.
Good. That'll learn him.
Yeah, I'll teach him.
Kev.
He'll know not to mess with a bread baron.
That does explain why my creepers were walking funky then. It was Foxy's bread and my bread. But anyway, Kev wants 5,000 gunpowder. We can arrange that. In fact, we do have a whole bunch in our backpack as well. This was all the excess I took out just so we could actually count how much we were getting. So we do have over 5,000 gunpowder. But if I want to open a shop, I'm going to need a whole lot more than that. I don't want to sell my entire stock immediately. With the gunpowder sorted, and of course the sand already sorted, the only thing we still need to produce over here is the sugarcane. And I think I want to use the building that's going to go here for processing. So sugarcane farm, I think I'm actually going to build it down the bottom here. Because we've got loads of space under here, so we may as well make use of it. Let's imagine we would have some stairs that went down here. Then we'll just carve this out here, square it off a bit, and make sure we've got enough space for a farm. Well, a whole bunch of digging later, I think I've got a plan. We've got this area here, which we're going to use for logistics and sending things upstairs, and a bit of overflow, but that is actually directly under the building that's going to go here. Round the corner, we've then got this big area. I've got enough space here to have 3 or 4 levels of sugarcane farms, and that should be enough. We don't need it to be an absolutely ginormous farm. We just need it to be enough to keep up with the amount of gunpowder we're getting. And once I've actually got this farm in, we'll then make the rest of this look nice. Now, for this sugarcane farm, we're going to need a whole bunch of dirt. Gonna need some water buckets, we're going to need a windmill, gonna need a bit of wool, and we're gonna need a whole bunch of harvesters, but we need to craft those because we don't have any available right now. Not to worry, that's easy enough, we just need to turn our workshop on. Then we'll press a bunch of iron, make the harvesters we need, and we should be good to go. Now, I've just started planning out this farm, and it occurs to me that sugarcane actually needs to be adjacent to water the whole way, which means doing this as a circle is a terrible idea. What I'm actually going to do instead is dig this out as a big square. There we go. Square's going to work much better for us than if we just flood all of these slabs. So that should work, and then we'll just stick all the harvesters together. They will go backwards and forwards, and then we're just going to need some kind of drop-off system at the top here. So let's just get the rest of the fields in. Just realized I'm a bit of an idiot, and I do actually need to raise these harvesters up by a block, so they're only harvesting the top levels of the sugarcane, and I also need to double them up so that they can get both levels. If we don't do that, if something grows 3 tall and then it comes along and collects on the second row, it will just drop this one on the floor. Whereas if we have double harvesters, we'll collect everything. So that's 3 rows ready to go. However, I don't actually have any sugarcane, so I'm going to need to go find that from somewhere. I'm sure we'll find some by a local river or something. But I do, of course, still need to create the system that's going to harvest the sugarcane, and we need some kind of an offloading system. But I think it makes sense to go find some and get it growing before we go too much further. It looks like Chosen's got some down here by his pond. So we can just steal a few bits of this to get us started, because this will grow back and he'll never know. Let's get all that in there, and once that grows, we can then start seeding the rest of the fields. Now, let's work out a collection system, and what I'm thinking is we can have a beam going across here, that if we put a rail across the top there with a minecart and a timing system off to the side, we can just have that running backwards and forwards. Then all we need is a collection system. So let's go grab some more stuff. So something like that. We've got powered rails here, and then we've got a directional rail. What's it called? A controller rail. We've got one of those in here, and that's what we're going to have the timer on. Now, I just need to build a frame of sorts to actually hold all of the harvesters together. Thinking we might be able to do something like this. Yep, that works, if you imagine that going backwards and forwards. And the last thing we need is the storage interface. Let's have that pointing that way. Get that attached. Gonna glue everything together. If we put a minecart in there, we just need a pulse extender in case we have a bit of tick lag, and a pulse repeater. And I'm powering the wrong block. This all needs to be 1 block taller. If we set that to go off every 20 seconds, hopefully that should work. And maybe it won't look too bad. Well, we're off, and yep, I'd say that works just fine. But offloading is actually going to be a bit of an issue here. So it does occur to me that these don't work when the things are not a contraption. So what I might be better off doing is actually putting a barrel there, get that connected with a smart chute beneath. Now, hopefully that will still trigger it. That should set the whole thing off. Yep, there we go. And then when it comes back, it will offload. All we need now is for this stuff to grow, and none of it has grown so far, which has me a little bit concerned. Is there a reason why the sugarcane wouldn't be growing? I mean, this is the most basic farm there is. If this isn't going to work for me, then we're in a whole lot of trouble. So let's go get some more sugarcane, just get our farm filled up, and see how... Oh, my days. Wow. Yeah, that is a lot of packages. But as I was saying, we're going to go scavenge ourselves up a bunch of sugarcane, get our fields planted out, and hopefully we'll actually get it to start growing. I'm going to get all this extra sugarcane planted. I don't think it's enough to completely fill up the farm, but it should certainly make things a bit better for us. And we've got 2 levels almost completely full. But for now, let's just stick another barrel here. That will collect anything that this farms up. And in the meantime, I can make the rest of this room over here look nice and start planning my next steps. A few minutes later, our field is now full. We have our floor in, and we're starting to collect a reasonable amount of sugarcane. So now we've got all the resources we need, the sugarcane, the gunpowder, and the sand. we're almost ready to start the process of actually constructing rockets and TNT. However, we have a slight problem, and that is a lack of power. We have absolutely no power here whatsoever. So what I might actually do here is build myself a small power station, and it's going to be a steam power station, but for that, we're going to need to fuel it. So I think what I'm going to do is make myself a giant infinite lava pool. Now, to make this lava pool, I need a 16 by 16 area. So as you can see, I've turned on chunk borders because it makes sense just to do this inside a chunk. But this one actually cuts into my sugarcane farm and goes outside the mountain. So what we're going to do is dig down and then dig across and see if we can find an area where we've got a solid chunk. And it looks like we're still inside the mountain this time. This is good. Let's just make sure we can get the whole chunk in without interrupting anything we've already built. Looks like we're in luck. Yep, it looks like we're going to be able to do it here. And if we make this 40 blocks deep, then that's going to give us over 10,000 blocks of space, which means we can then fill it with lava, and that's going to give us an infinite lava supply. Just chuck a couple of torches down here for now. We need to go get ourselves a whole bunch of drills. But also, at the moment, Kev and Azu are both on the server, and they're both quite keen to get their hands on some gunpowder. So what I'm thinking we're going to do is set up a very temporary shop. We'll just have a little stall up here and let them know that they can come get all the gunpowder they want. Well, until I run out. We'll start with a vertical vault here. Then we're going to have a packager there with a stock link. Then we need a stock ticker. In fact, let's just put the stock ticker there. Then we'll use a straw statue with a random pirate skin and a barrel. In fact, we could just put the barrel here. Now we're going to configure this tabletop so you get a stack of gunpowder. Place that tablecloth and then put down a diamond and make sure the storage is locked. Then what we're going to do is just grab all the gunpowder we can find. Hopefully this guy should make us some money fairly quickly. Now I don't know if a diamond a stack is too expensive, too cheap or what, but yeah, it's taken me a long time to get this far. And one stack of gunpowder can get you 3 stacks of fireworks. So yeah, I think a diamond a stack is perfectly fair. Now, what was I doing? Ah, yes, drills. Let's get ourselves a whole bunch of drills and make a giant lava pit.
Mr. Beardstone.
Oh, jeez.
What's the timing of that? I was not predicting it to be. I thought you were going to fall down and then come back and find yourself here, but no.
I literally sat down at the PC, put my hands on the keyboard and mouse, and instantly. Jeez.
Yeah, I saw your face move, and I literally just pulled the line before. And I'm like, see if he's here. Hey, you were clearly perfect.
Oh, you threw a trident at me.
No.
Yes, you did. It says a throwaway joke. Throw a trident at something.
No.
Right. Anyway, gunpowder.
Yes, gunpowder. Yes.
Yeah. So if you proceed down here.
Ooh.
Down to this one.
Ooh.
It looked like you might have fallen over a little bit. But yeah, there's just a little temporary guy here. You can buy as much as you want. He's got like over 7,000.
1 diamond per 64. I mean, technically that's a bargain, I reckon.
Oh well, I was trying to weigh it up. I was literally discussing with chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not live.
No, I understand. The comment chat.
Yeah, the comment
Hello,
section.
Comment
That's
chat.
the one. Hello, comment chat. Yeah, I was just saying, like, is that reasonable? Because you can get 3 stacks of rockets out of that, and a diamond for 3 stacks of rockets seems fairly reasonable.
Yeah, no, I think that's very reasonable. Now, the thing is, I did say that I wanted a bulk order of 5,000 gunpowder, which is a little bit more than a couple of stacks, technically.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Yep.
How many stacks more exactly are we talking, you reckon?
You're asking me to do maths.
Yes, I am.
Okay, right, be right back.
Beardstone doing math.
Yeah, so that would be 78.1 stacks.
So that's 78 diamonds. Well, that's
Is that reasonable? Is that acceptable to you?
I've got 20 diamonds there. Also, maybe have 4 of those.
Does anybody really need 4 Foxy Pops?
No. Do you just get them because I don't want them in my base in case something happens with them?
Right, okay.
I've already had enough Foxy today. Like, imagine that. It's not part of the payment. I actually came here to offer you something slightly more interesting.
Oh, did you? Oh, yeah. Help yourself. Yeah. One sec. Where's it? There we go. There you go. He's unlocked. Take what you want.
Oh, hello. Oh, well, 5,000 is here. Now, be sure that you utilize that particular mace of yours in somebody's hands. Not these hands. No, that was not part of the bargain. Where did they come out?
I mean, right there, look. The wall.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to pick up 4 billion packages.
Oh no, Kev. Oh no, you're gonna have to pick up loads of packages.
I'm eating my own medicine.
Oh no.
Oh gosh. Have you packaged them so they do contain, like, was it 9 stacks, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
of course, yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, I mean that's.
Yeah, I haven't individually packaged 5,000 gunpowder for you.
I mean, I would have.
Yeah, I know you would have. I know. You basically turned up, giving me 4 Foxy Pops and 2 weapons. It's okay, I get the message.
Yes. Well, I'm glad you read between the lines.
Yeah.
Right? If something does explode eventually over in the bread baron industry, don't worry about that. It's just us tinkering with our new supplies. Thank you.
Right, okay. Have fun. I swear every interaction with him gets stranger and stranger. But look at that, we've got a mace and a trident. Can't go wrong with that. Now, what was I supposed to be doing? Oh yes, I went AFK to make tea, so I need to drink my tea. But also, I still need to get those drills so we can make our infinite lava pool. Well, we only have 15 drills, so let's make a bunch more. That's still not going to be enough. It looks like we're going to need more andesite alloy if we want to make more drills, because to dig out an entire chunk, we're going to need 4 stacks of drills. So I guess we could go check out the mall and see what Chosen's got, and then we can buy a bunch of andesite alloy and craft up the rest. It appears he only stocks 32 at a time. We'll buy what he does have, and we can buy a bunch of andesite casings. Now we just need the andesite, which we should be able to buy right here. There we go, loads of the stuff. So we've now got our drills. We just need a rope pulley and some super glue, probably a bunch of chests. Oh, we're also going to need some kind of power. So let's grab a wall-to-wheel and a speed controller with a cog. We've already got some shafts and gearboxes and things, so we should be good. Now, I've just tidied up the hole that we're going to be building this in. So what I need to do is start placing some drills that way up. And I need to fill in this entire hole with drills. Then we're going to jam some wall-to-wheels at the back here, and then we'll just have those come out to a rope pulley. Then we'll jam some chests on the side, glue all the drills together, then glue all the chests to the drills. Now, if we just add a bit of water, that's going to start drilling out our hole for us. That wonderful, and it's going quite fast as well. And we need to go down 40 layers. We're at 218 at the moment, so that makes 178. That's where we want to get to. So I've just pulled the drill back up. Let's see how low down we've actually gone. 173. So that should be more than enough, which means we won't need the drill anymore. So let's clean this up, and then we'll figure out how we're going to fill up this thing with lava. So I've started making this place look a little bit nicer while I've been procrastinating about how I'm actually going to get lava. I think I'm going to do what's known as the cheaty method to get an infinite lava pool, and it requires us only needing 1 layer of lava. If I just put down a whole bunch of dirt blocks, just like that. And I'm going to glue all these together. I'm going to get a rope pulley ready, and what we'll do is put down a whole layer of lava on this bit. And once that layer's full, we'll reach down, we'll grab the dirt, we'll pull it up out of the way. All the lava will flow down, and that should create us an infinite pool. But I still need to get all of this lava here. However, I think I know how we're going to do that. Good to see our sugarcane's doing well. But what we need to do is head back over here. We're going to grab a whole load of tanks. Come over to here, where Foxy's already hooked us up with his infinite lava supply. We're just going to make this tank a lot bigger. So we're just going to wait for that to fill up. And then what we're going to do is take it with us. So we've got plenty of lava. I also swung by Chosen's Mall to buy myself a hose pulley and a bunch of pipes. Now I just need to put this lava tank down somewhere out of the way. Now we just need to pump that into a hose pulley. Just need a pump, set that to that way, and a few cogs, and that should start filling up my... Oh, I've just burnt some stuff. But that's going to fill up this pool nice and quickly, hopefully. Right, well, that's that done. That was nice and easy. Now we should be able to connect the rope pulley and pull that up. That should make all our lava start pouring down, which it is. Just remove all of this. And there we go. It says our lava is a bottomless supply. That's exactly what we want. So if we switch around our mechanical pump, then yep, perfect. Bottomless supply, and the tank is filling back up again. Perfect. So now what we're going to need to do is pump that up to a storage tank up top. And a couple of minutes later, we've routed the lava up to the top, and we have a tank of it just sitting here waiting for us. So next up, let's get these steam engines in. And we're going to start with a bed of blaze burners. Or not, I don't have enough. I need 2 more. It's so loud, but this is the easiest way to get them. There we go. So 2 more of those. Then we're going to need a bunch of tanks on top. And hopefully they're big enough to be max-sized boilers. If not, we are going to have to reduce them down a little bit. Then we just need to feed the blaze burners from here. And we can still power from just below, which is very handy. There we go. That's getting all of our blaze burners going. Now, this isn't base create. We do have a mod that allows us to pump lava directly into these because that's a massive lag-saving thing. Having mechanical arms everywhere that are feeding buckets and things into this just really add to the server lag. And when there's 16 of us on the server, that's not ideal. So that's why we can pump this just directly into them. Very handy. Let's just get all of the steam engines connected up. There we go. Now, we still need to pump water into these. Which means we're going to need an infinite water source. So I've managed to get a pump hidden away at the top here. I'm just trying to get power to it now. So I've got the cogs running across, and I reckon we can power it from this one here, because once these boilers are started, they should keep running. But to kickstart it, I think I'm just going to put a small water wheel here, which will give it just a little bit of water to get things started. And then this one's going to kick in and feed this boiler. Then I'm going to do the same thing on this side for the infinite water, except this time I'm also going to put a pump in below the infinite water source. Now I just need an independent power source over here that's going to power this pump. So we're just going to hide an additional power source in the wall here. That is what's going to power this. Now, that should start creating power, which is going to pump that one, which is going to pump water into this one. And this one here is producing 147,000. However, this one's not getting enough water, so I think maybe it needs 2 pumps. But I think we might be able to make that happen. Just need a couple more cogs. There we go. That one's now getting more water. Still not quite getting enough, though. Maybe what I need to do is actually speed up all of this. So let me just remove those. Put in a speed controller here. Set that to 256. Then if I connect that up, there we go. Plenty of water. So we're now getting just shy of 300,000 SU. That should keep us going for a while. And although it's a little bit cramped, it does the job. So we've now got gunpowder sorted. We've got our sand being made. And of course, we've got lots and lots of sugarcane and power. So I think we're finally ready to actually build this production line, start making some rockets. But to do that, we're going to need to finish this building that we want to put everything in. It currently doesn't have a roof, and it looks a bit bland on the side, and it looks very strange underneath because it doesn't make sense with the mountain. So let's quickly get this built up and looking good, and then we can finally manufacture what we want. I think that should do the trick nicely. I've basically just created a sort of battered up building that's on the edge of the fort here, but I think that balances it well. Oh, I've also moved my boat over here because I was getting fed up of going over to there all the time. So we should probably build a small dock, and I think actually connecting it to this tower here could work quite nicely. And there is a floor on the inside, so that could indeed work, but we'll worry about that another day. As well as that bridge. We really need to get to building our half of that, but we're not going to have time this episode. But I promise we will get to it soon. But as I was saying, the building, I think that's not looking too bad. It's basically attached to the rock. It's a little bit battered up and damaged. I like all the wonky bits we've got going on. So it's pretty much just the courtyard here that still needs decorating. But I'm not bothered about that for now. What I want to do is get to work making the things we need to make. And if we check our handy list, we do of course have the sugarcane, gunpowder and sand done. So we now need to make paper as well as TNT and rockets. Now for paper, we can press it. So I think that's what we're going to do. So we need to press that. TNT is going to have to use mechanical crafters, but that's fine. I expected that. And rockets, we can actually use mixers. That's good. So essentially what I need to do is get the resources from this tower and from the sugarcane farm up into this room here. So I think what I'm going to do is just put a few small shipping crates here. And if we dig out underneath these, what I can do is hopefully around here somewhere, I should be able to break through the wall into this room. Okay, this is good. This is what I wanted. And what I want to do is have some packages down here with some frogs sitting on top. I'm going to prefix all of these with Beardstone, and this one's going to be sugarcane. This one will be gunpowder. In fact, that one there should probably be sugarcane because we can just bring it straight over. And this one here can be sand. Then we're going to put item drains behind these barrels. Funnels. Now here is where things get interesting because I need power. We're probably best off going up and round the side here. Then we can connect that over there to the power station in a moment. But we need power for fans. Then those fans are going to blow things up the chutes. And we just need to make sure we route those into the correct places. So that should just about do it. Now I just need to sort that power. We can just steal that from in here and get that linked up. And items moving upwards, that's what we want. Just need a few funnels here to receive everything. And there we go. So now what I'm going to need is a bunch of chain drives. Basically, what I need to do is link this up over in this direction. That should get me into the tower. So if we get all of these linked up, and I do need to get power to these, I think the easiest way to do that is actually going to be to put a chain drive here, or chain conveyor, I should say, and connect that up to this system. And there we go. All our chain conveyors are now running. Excellent. So if I now put a packager here with a frog linked there, and I've just realized I've actually done this wrong over here. I need to name the frogs. Then I need to put a sign here that says sugarcane, and then I need to power that. Is that going to start sending sugarcane where I want it to go? No, BS-sugarcane. Yeah, I've definitely spelt it correctly. What am I doing wrong? I mean, this does say BS sugarcane. Oh, I know what it is. Haven't actually linked these frogs up to collect stuff yet. There we go. Now he's getting the sugarcane. Excellent. And that should be making it into our vault up here. Yep, there we go. Perfect. So let's quickly get these frogs connected properly as well. And now, if we go through here, put a packager on this one with a sign for BS sand. Get the frog connected up, and I need another lever. There we go. That's going to start sending sand. And let's think about this, because if we're constantly sending stuff over here, it's eventually going to get overloaded, and then we're going to end up with packages all over here, and that's just a terrible idea. We don't want that at all. However, if we put packages on here, can't we do something smart that kind of like reads what's in there and only requests it if we need it? I'm sure that's a thing. So let's see if I can remember how we do this. I think what I need to do is put that stock link on there and get a factory gauge, which because it's connected to that stock link, I can now put on here. Do need a bit of sand to set the filter. I'll filter that for sand. Tells me how much is in there. Set the address to BS sand. Now we can tell it the amount to actually target storing over here. We'll tell it to keep 60 stacks. It's currently got 158 stacks because, well, we didn't do it properly. And now we've started a logistics network here. If we tune all of these stock links to it as well, we can do the same thing here. Filter this one for sugarcane. Set the address again and set the amount for 60 stacks. And that's just gone up to 23, so the request system seems to be working. I just heard another one. Oh, there we go, 24. Okay, cool. Now we just need to set one up for the gunpowder. So we need one of those there. We need a factory gauge. Now we need to take the gunpowder from the backpack downstairs. So just a small shipping container there. The smart chute underneath. All the gunpowder's now going down into this box. Perfect. Now we just need another packager, another link, and another frog. Now we can set this one up, which currently has none in storage. Set an address. Set that to 60 stacks. Now that should start sending lots of packages this way. Yeah, here they come. Perfect. And now it's got 60 stacks. It will stop requesting more. And that means our system's not going to get overloaded. Now we're going to want some logistics in here as well. So what I'm actually going to do is put chain drives on either side here. Get that connected up. I do need to get this power up here as well. Let's just do that. Power is currently a bit slow though, so let's just chuck in a speed controller, get that set to max. Gonna want to make sure we get power upstairs as well, so let's put a couple of chain drives in there, connect up this shaft, connect that chain up. Then we're going to want a frog on top of each of these. Awesome. I think we're ready to build some machines. So I think I'm going to build the machines over here, and what I've actually just done is added in some extra storage containers. We've got one for TNT, one for rockets, and we've got one over here for paper. And I've told this one that when it needs paper, it needs to send a request to BS Paper Crafts. Although it has just occurred to me, that's not actually going to work. Because with these ones, I need to actually set up a recipe chain. So I think I might use this bit of wool here for this. So I actually need to remove these 3. Then we're going to set the first one up for paper. And to get paper, we need to add a connection to sugarcane. And we need to send this one to BS Paper Crafts. Set the target amount to 100 stacks. Going to need stock links on all of these. And there we go. We now have this waiting to get to Paper Crafts. In fact, they're going to keep building up. So for now, let's just reset that because we don't want to build that up too much. And let's build our paper crafting station. So let's jam a belt in the back here. We're going that way. So we're going to put the shipping container on this side with a packager. And we need a frog on top called BS Paper Crafts. There we go. He's going to collect all of those, dump them into the vaults. We need a mechanical press. We need to power the press. So let's just do that down here. The vertical gearbox. Then we need another vault. An input for that one. Output for that one. There we go. We're making paper. And if we use a package port here with a sign, set this one to BS Paper, then we can just attach a frog port there. We can just set this one up again. Send that to BS Paper Crafts. Target amount of 100 stacks. Now this should start sending that over there. That's going to get turned into paper. Then I just need to power this package port. Or packager, I should say. There we go. That's now filling up our paper. Excellent. So now what we need to do is a new recipe to craft rockets and another one for TNT. So for this next recipe, we want to be making rockets, which means we're going to need gunpowder and paper. So if we just put another belt in here, then we need a basin and a mixer. We'll need power for the mixer. Let's bring that across with a vertical gearbox and put in a cog. Excellent. We want a funnel in the back there, and we're going to want another funnel here. Put a belt in. Want to make sure that nothing flies off the end, so let's just block that off. So if I put 2 funnels on there, filtering for gunpowder and paper, what we need to do is send things into this vault here. So we need a packager, a frog, called BS Rocket Crafts. I think that's going to work. Or is that going to clog up the system? Not entirely sure. Should we give it a go? So let's see what happens. Oh, just realized I need to put a packager on this side to actually send my rockets.
Mr. Beardstone.
Oh, hey, man.
Hi, hello. Hi. First of all, I was not prepared for this amazing base. This looks so good. I was mesmerized when I flew here.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, it's very much a work in progress, but we're getting there.
No, this is beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, it's a pirate base.
It is. And I've literally just started making rockets, but I need to quickly turn it off because I need to put some timers and stuff in, as you can see if you look above me. So let me quickly stop that before it all clogs up too much. And that should just about do it. Okay, cool. Hi, how can I help?
Hey, so we talked about this Builder's Tea supplying topic the other day, and I have some good news for you.
Have you made tea?
Yes, I have around 20,000 teas.
Wow, I love tea. That's good. This is good.
Yeah, so my offer for you is that I am willing to supply your tavern with the Builder's Tea, and I don't know, I was not thinking about what to have in exchange, but if nothing, then that's cool too. I just want to have my excess tea to drop off somewhere, honestly.
No, honestly, that's fine. You can drop it off at the tavern. You can sell it directly there if you want and keep 100% of the profits. It's fine. As long as I can occasionally sneak in there for a cheeky capper, then
yeah.
So I guess the return would be I can give you a licensing agreement for any and all future taverns, and you can freely sell your tea in there.
Oh, that's a really great idea. Yeah, just visibility, right? That's also a really great thing. Yeah.
Yeah, plus it means, you get to up your tea distribution, and I get tea delivered to wherever I build a tavern. So
everyone wins.
Exactly. Everyone does indeed win.
Yeah. All right. So my idea is, if you agree, I will transfer all the trees to the spawn area, possibly around my former base, and get a little drop-off point there or something like a small warehouse. and then getting those things up to your base with chain conveyors, if that's something that could work.
Should we go over there and have a look? Let's go come up with a plan. What we could potentially do, if we go down here, the chain conveyor currently comes into this spot, just beneath the platform.
Oh yes.
So you could potentially send stuff up here, like maybe even just utilize these barrels here to collect it, and then you could just have like a little tunnel that goes through. If you come through here.
Ooh.
Some ghost blocks there. This is the storeroom.
Oh, that's exactly what I was looking for. I mean, that's a perfect place, man.
Exactly. And then from the storeroom, if you come on, oh hello, there's a zombie in the pub still. What you could do is you could create like a little window here to sell your tea, or you could sell it directly at the bar. It's entirely up to you, wherever you want to put your tablecloth, really.
Yeah. All right. I think
I'll give you
like
free reign to integrate it however you wish.
All right. Thank you. I think this counter would be perfect. I mean, the bar, this area here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well, I can give you then I can give you this edge of the bar with the dangerous customers. You've got access to the storeroom, so you can just do with this what you need to, and then yeah, your chain conveyor's there. So
yeah, this is perfect.
Sweet. We're going to get some tea in the tavern. Right, so now to fix my package overload problem. And I know what the problem is. It's because I've basically got the return things, like once something's been crafted, I've got those packages just to send it out immediately. And that is clogging up the system because the other packages cannot keep up because they're also trying to send stuff out. Does that make sense? I don't know. But basically what I need is some pulse timers. Let's just make a few of those. And then if we replace these levers with a pulse timer that just sets off, say, every 10 seconds. Same over here. There we go. I just need to set these up again. Right, there we go. So I've now got this set to send 8 sugarcane, which is going to create 8 paper. And then I've got this one to send 3 gunpowder and 3 paper at a time, which is going to make 9 rockets. And I'm hoping that means that the system's going to be able to keep up, but it's not going to get too backed up. Although this one already is a little bit at the moment. Let's just quickly empty it. This is because I didn't do this the first time round. Okay, so the system should now work. This vault shouldn't get too over full because we're only sending 3 at a time, which means this can always keep up. And we're now starting to get rockets. I just need to attach some links to these so that they can actually link into the system. So we can see we've got 12 stacks of rockets so far. Excellent. So I've run into a slight problem in that this one's trying to send sugarcane up to my crafters. So what I've had to do is replace the link down here, as well as the 2 links over in my tower for gunpowder and sand, and create a separate network from this one. So I need to replace the gauges over here. Need sugarcane over here. Set that to BS sugarcane and 100 stacks. There we go, perfect. We'll do the same with the sand and the gunpowder. All right, well, I'm happy with the way that that's all working now. We're making plenty of rockets, got plenty of paper, but now I need to make TNT. For that, we're going to want a crafter. We can get that powered with a vertical gearbox, so that's not a problem. Now, the trick here is we actually need a repackager, I believe. If I put that on the side there, the frog port here called BSTNT Crafts. What the repackager will do is it will only feed things into the machine if the frog has everything that it actually needs, which in this case is 4 sand and 5 gunpowder. And then once it's crafted, it can go into a vault, into a packager, into a frog port. And once again, we're going to want to put a timer in the bottom here, send that off every 10 seconds. Oh, and we're going to need a sign to go to BSTNT. Think that's going to work? Guess there's only one way to find out. Right, so nope, that's not what I wanted to do. So the first thing I'm going to do is make a TNT. I'm going to put that in here, connect it to the gunpowder and the sand. I'm going to use mechanical crafting, so we set up the pattern to get the TNT. Then we do BSTNT crafts. We'll set a target amount of 5 for now and just see what happens. Right, so this isn't going to work, but that's fine. That's why we only set it to 5. So the repackager worked in the sense that it did combine the sand and the gunpowder and feed it into the machine, but what we actually need to do is feed it into a packager that feeds into the machine. So let me remove these 2. So we'll put a packager at the bottom, then we want a chute, then we want the repackager, and then we want the frog. So I think that might work this time. So let's cancel the promised items, so that should resend them. So yeah, repackage. It didn't go into the packager though. I think I might be using the repackager wrong. Let's do a quick ponder and remind ourselves it's been a while. I need to power the repackager. That makes sense. So I think what I might need is an inventory between the repackager and the frog. So let's do that. Put the repackager on the back. Give it some power. We'll reset the frog up again. Right, let's try that. We're going to cancel the promises again. And there we go. It's now combining the gunpowder and the sand. Excellent. Now the question is, why isn't this chute feeding into the packager? Is that just not a good way to get things into a packager? That's not ideal. Let's try something else. It's a bit janky, but I just want to make sure it's going to work. So let's send another one to craft. That's so weird. Why can't I load things into this packager? I'm probably being very silly. Maybe I just need to completely change the location of this. Okay, so I've done it a lot more like the ponder this time. Everything goes into this box, gets repackaged, and then it should go into here, get unpackaged, get crafted, and then we make our things. I just need to actually power the crafter. There we go. Right, let's delete the promise. See if it works this time. There we go. Why is that still not working? I don't understand why it's not being picked up by this funnel. Let's go have a look at what Chosen's doing, see if we can figure out what we're doing wrong, because, yeah, we definitely should be able to feed those in, right? But I know Chosen has a smart factory down here. Let's just go find some crafters somewhere. Ah, here we go. So he's got a packager. That comes out. Where does it get repackaged? So he's just got crafter 2. So, for example, where I've got TNT crafter, a packager, and then a thing. What? Oh, my word. Well, that's pretty crazy. Then he's got a giant mechanical crafter as well. Same thing, large crafter. So why is that working without any problems? So if, for example, I was to remove the frog from there, just put him on there, call that one BS TNT crafter, cancel the promise. Is that just going to work now for some reason? Oh, I need to change that to BSTNT Craft. Is there just something wrong with my packager? Wait a minute. I think I know exactly what the problem is. Think I've got it, folks. I think I've got it. Right, let's put this frog back. And those of you who know what I've done wrong have probably been screaming at the screen for ages. But basically, I need to connect my crafter. Now, if I delete my promise, get that set up, it's going to get repackaged, go in there, get unpackaged, and there's our TNT. Ah, silly lady. I mean, I'm sure nobody's surprised, but yeah, that was just purely me being a derp. But now we can finally start making a whole bunch of TNT. Look at it go. Now all I need is a stock link and a blaze burner. There we go. We can now see our stocks of everything. So all in all, I'd say not a bad day's work. We've converted our mob farm into a creeper farm. We built a sugarcane farm, a power station with infinite lava, plus a rocket and TNT factory. And we've still got an empty floor upstairs, which might come in handy. But sadly, that is all we've got time for today. It's a much longer episode than usual. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now.
I tried to do what I was supposed to do. I delivered, and here we are. I haven't even done you justice. You're not even part of the delivery scheme.
Last time on Just Create, we had a visit from the Bread Baron.
I'll teach him. He'll know not to mess with the Bread Baron.
Converted my mob farm into a creeper farm and built a sugarcane farm so we could automate production of rockets and TNT. And this is all just another step in the process to finally opening our first shop, which is hopefully what we're going to do today. But first, I have been reading the comments and there's something we need to do, and that is basically improve our sugarcane farm. So if we go take a look at this thing here, we can see we've got a fairly standard farm. But if I was to replace all of the dirt with rich soil, which is from Farmer's Delights, which is this stuff here, then apparently we don't actually need to use water, which means I'll be able to cram a whole lot more sugarcane in here. So I guess our first step is going to be... Whoa! Jeez, that scared the life out of me.
My fault, my fault.
Yes, entirely your fault. You're sneaky boy, Blockdown. Sneaky boy. How you been? Long time no see. You've been on Minecraft vacation, so to speak.
Yeah, minecation, tightly. Yeah, not all of us are blessed with aircon in our office.
I used to be, and then I had a baby, and it turns out they need it more than me.
Same problem.
Yeah, so I have an aircon. I've been hearing the lovely hum of it in the room next door.
That sounds so painful. I'm trying to make a bunch of fireworks. Not like, rockets. I mean, like, colourful fireworks.
Ooh, fancy ones. Right, okay, yeah.
Seeing you got some gunpowder for sale. Might be buying a little bit of that, but I also need paper.
Okay, yeah, I can sort you out with gunpowder and paper.
Yeah. I mean, maybe strike a little deal, one thief to another.
Whoa. What do you mean, thief?
Well, I mean, I could just wait till you log off and take it for free. Then just, trying to be...
Okay, right, okay. This is like thieves' code, whatever it is, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to rob from you, obviously. you know, bit of a pirate and stuff. I thought maybe strike a little deal.
Yeah. We can strike some deals. So paper, you say?
Yeah, I'm thinking I could probably do with like 20 stacks of paper.
20 stacks.
Yeah, maybe like 20 stacks of gunpowder, maybe something like that, maybe.
Yeah, well, I can do you 20 stacks of paper. I've got 100 in stock.
Oh, it's
So,
a
yeah.
rich guy over here.
Well, I'm about to be.
We'll see. We'll see. Wait, I'm holding the wrong thing. I mean, I'm meant to be holding this.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've seen it now, Block. I've seen it now.
A diamond a stack?
Absolute bargain. Do you know how long it takes to get gunpowder?
What, in a creeper farm?
I have to go AFK to make it work, Blockdown.
Well, that sounds really difficult.
One thief to another. I won't charge you for the paper.
Ooh, okay. Oh, he's cooking. There
we go. Paper.
Okay.
Is that enough?
You know what? Yeah, here you go. Just,
I did get one of the big shinies. Excellent.
Yeah, have another one as well.
Ooh, 30 diamonds in there as well. Excellent. Oh, and another one. I'm going to go put this in the bank and make sure I maintain my rich man status.
I'm spending all of my money this episode. It is terrible.
Oh. Well, if I can help with that, let me know if you need anything else.
Yeah. Probably help with create stuff later on.
Oh, I see. Yeah. No, that's fine. Just give me a shout, Blockdown. I'm basically supposed to be building my first shop today to sell this stuff legitimately. But I keep staring at the shopping district and I can't decide what I actually want to do. So anything you can do to help me procrastinate is I'm all for it. Right, well, it's always lovely to see Blockdown. What was I saying? Yes, compost. We need lots and lots of compost. Now, the thing about compost is it takes ages to actually convert. In fact, it's not compost we need at all. It is rich soil. But to get rich soil, we have to convert compost. Although, what's this? Filling by spout. Liquid fertilizer. Okay, so if we squirt liquid fertilizer on compost, we can get rich soil, which means we don't have to wait forever. How do we get this? By pouring a bucket? Well, that's not helpful, is it? We can mix organic compost with water. Okay, so we just need to make lots and lots of compost. And this recipe looks like it's going to give us half of what we need for each rich soil. So it's going to need 2 organic compost here and then 1 that we squirt on. So we're going to need 3 organic compost for every rich soil. What's the other mixing recipe? Ooh, what's this? Tree fertilizer. Well, we're not making any of that. We don't have coral. So I guess first up, we just need a whole bunch of compost. Okay, so I've got enough to get me 4 stacks of rich soil from that. I've also just grabbed myself a whole bunch of create stuff because I think it's going to make sense to actually make a machine to do this for us. And I guess we might as well make this as a sort of semi-permanent machine. I mean, we've got space up here to do it. So the first thing we need to do is pump water into a basin over here. So what I'm actually going to do is pull this forward a bit to give us some space behind it. And if we were to do something like this, basin on top and a mixer, output funnel, input funnel. That's going to make our fertilizer. What we then need is a spout, and we want to pump stuff out of there. We want to make sure that we're filtering it to make sure it's only bringing out the fertilizer. So let's do this. Put fertilizer in. That should be the only thing that comes out of there now. Then we need another barrel here, which is going to put compost onto there. So my thinking is we can put organic compost in here. That's going to get turned into fertilizer. We can put more organic compost on here. That's going to get turned into rich soil from this. And the rich soil can get stored in there. And I think that's pretty much all it needs to be. Just need to get it some power now. So let's run this around the bottom of the floor here. Just like that. We'll do that. And there we go. So that's loading up the compost. Going to need some cogs. So that's all that needs. It gets those going. And that's got that belt going. Now I just need water, I think. We put a bucket of water there. A bucket of water here. Oh, I also need power for this thing. Should be easy enough. There we go. So hopefully that's going to make our organic compost stuff. Yep, there it goes. And we're already getting rich soil. Excellent. I like that machine. Nice and simple. And we should be able to upgrade our farm in just a moment. Let's just make it look a little bit nicer. Now let's do a quick test and see if we can actually plant sugarcane directly onto rich soil. Okay, you can. What happens if I remove the water there? It stays. It doesn't pop off. The comments were right. Because if I remove all of that water, you can see all the sugarcane is popping off. Wait a minute. This one's popped off as well now. The comments were wrong. I can't place that there without water. But basically, I think that might have been pointless because this stuff also can't be bone milled. So I don't know if the rich soil actually speeds up the growth of this thing. Because usually if you plant a crop on this, every now and then you kind of get the little bone mill thing. And that's what's actually helping to make it grow quicker. So with that in mind, the best thing for us to do is probably just to leave the farm exactly as it is. And now that we've got a bunch of rich soil, I guess we can just save that for a future project. But that was some good procrastinating. Well done, Beardy. But I should probably stop with that procrastinating if I actually want to get this shop done today. Although I do need to finish this courtyard down here so that I can get the completed forts up on Discord for all Patreon members, YouTube members, and of course Twitch subscribers. Speaking of which, I need to get my boat on there too. So yeah, I do want to finish the yard out here, but I don't think that's something I should be doing now. I really should make a start on this shop, shouldn't I? So let's just quickly offload all this stuff again. I'm going to grab some wool and we're just going to go claim some space over in the shopping district. And I might as well grab my elytra, actually. It'll get over there much quicker. Okay, so this is the current shopping district. There's not too much here just at the moment, but there is a dock down the front here with a few shops. I believe this is Azu's stuff. We, of course, have the Bergie shop, which is Blockdown and Frog. We have this shop, and I'll be honest, I have no idea what it is. Frog lights would be my guess. Yes, frog lights. And mushrooms, and bone blocks, and amethyst as well. Okay, so this is probably Chosen's. Oh, yep, welcome to Chosen shop. Definitely Chosen's. And it looks like there's a small sort of mini district here, so if I wanted to build a similar style, I could potentially add on next to Chosen. But I feel like I did a lot of industrial style stuff last season, so yeah, we're trying to avoid that this season. Then, of course, we've got the daycare, the throw-off, the bank, and the gondola station. So what does that leave us with? To be honest, plenty of options. The shopping district's going to be spreading out quite a lot, but I think for now it makes sense to build close to where everyone else already is. And essentially, there's a coastal spot there, there's a coastal spot here, and there's a coastal spot there, which I quite like the look of. I mean, it's going to need a bit of work, but this might not be a bad place to do it. Or, of course, I could just build in the sky. I mean, I could build another airship and then turn that into a shop. That could work quite nicely, and then I don't need to worry about where I'm putting it. I can just literally dump it in the sky. I mean, what I could do is build like a little tavern and a little sort of dock town, maybe a little market, because if it's a market, then I can just add extra shops to it in future nice and easily. And the last thing, of course, is just to completely skip the Sky Pirate theme altogether. I mean, over in the shopping district, you can basically build whatever you want. That's the beauty of it. And there's no reason that I need to make sure that everything is pirate themed. I could just do a giant straw statue of me riding through the air on a rocket, for example. So many options, I really don't know what route to go. Well, it's about 20 minutes later and I'm still procrastinating, but I think I'm also settling on this area over here. So what I'm going to do is just mark off an area next to this person's area, and I think we're going to do something with this. The first thing, of course, will be to figure it out. What are we going to do with it? I mean, if it's going to be a TNT and rocket shop primarily, I feel like maybe we should do something that involves cannons or some kind of defensive structure. I mean, we have already built a fort up there, so I certainly don't want to build a fort. But at the same time, actually squaring this off and turning this into a sort of coastal fort could actually be quite nice. Oh, there's just too many options. I can't decide. I can't settle on anything. All right, I've got it. I think I know what we're going to do. What I'm thinking is we'll build a building on top here, probably some kind of a tavern or something along those lines. I mean, I'm a pirate. I like taverns. What can I say? And we can maybe use that as like a front for what we're actually selling, because we're going to be selling TNT and rockets. So if we were to square off this bit here, we could maybe put like a small sort of smuggler's cave underneath and then have that where you actually buy things. And then at the top here, of course, we'll have our tavern. We'll be able to sell other stuff up here in future, maybe even have a few market stalls and essentially make a very small sort of pirate town thing over here. So I guess we are sticking with the pirate theme. So the first thing I need to do is grab lots of stone and stone related items. Although if we were to do a sort of wooden dock that stuck out round the side here and then had a little bit underneath where you go into the cave, that could be quite cool. Then we can have a sneaky little path that runs underneath. I don't know. Let's just go grab lots of wood, lots of stone, and then we'll figure it out from there. Although, got an idea. Not to do with the building itself, but to do with how we're going to build it. And I think what I'm actually going to do is move my boat to the shopping district while we do this. And because I don't know exactly how this is going to turn out or what I'm going to build, this means I can just keep dipping in and out of my storage as and when I need to. Now, to get our boat there, what's the best route? I'm thinking what we probably want to do is actually extend this line here and just sort of fly through the valley. So I think that's exactly what we're going to do. Okay, we've got ourselves connected up with a track. It's a bit janky, but it'll do for now. now, I just need to get my boat over here, and it's going to fly all down this valley here, as you can see. And I've already got a station set up there as well, so we should just be able to give the guy that drives it a schedule, and it should fly us all the way there without us actually having to drive it ourselves, which would be nice because it's very hard to see anything when you're driving the boat. And let's get it ready for moving. We need to get rid of the power. We need to get rid of the storage. We need to travel to Skyport shopping. So let's turn this back into a train, see if we've left any water behind. Nope, I think we're good. No leaks. And let's give him the schedule. It says he's now following it. That's good. Let's make sure the speed is good. Don't want this thing going too fast. Now take us there. Cheers, buddy. There we go. We have arrived at shopping. Let's just disassemble the boat again. Turn our storage back on. Then I'm going to grab a whole bunch of stone. We're going to grab some wood. And we can finally make a start on this thing. And the first thing I'm going to do is just get rid of this great big hole we've got on the top. So I'm currently leaning towards maybe having a sort of stone wall on this edge here. So I'm just going to get something nice and basic in so we can work out the shape. And then we'll figure out how to make it look good. So something like that. And then what I'm thinking is we're going to have a little path that sort of comes down the front here. And that's what goes into the smuggler's cave. Now, I do, of course, need to make this wall look good, and I need to connect it to the sea floor. All right, this is starting to come together. Obviously, it still needs a whole lot of detail and a whole lot of work, but I think this could look quite nice. If you imagine a nice big building up here, maybe a couple of smaller ones around the edge as well. Now, before we do anything else down here, I think I want to focus on getting a building on top. So that's going to be our next task. We're going to mark out a floor plan and just wing it, really. Make it up as we go along, make it look piratey, probably stick a crow's nest or something on top. Because pirates love a crow's nest. And then hopefully all this will eventually come together and look awesome. If not, then I'll be sad. I've got a bit carried away. Instead of just blocking out where the tavern was going to go, I've kind of built a bit of a frame. But it does help me to visualize it all better, so I'm not complaining. So I think that should just about do it. We'll get a nice big roof on here. We'll have a bigger upper floor than we do lower floor. Got a little bit sticking out the back. We'll probably end up with bits sticking out this side as well in future. But for now, this is plenty big enough. I just need to figure out what I actually want to build it out of now. So I'm thinking something like this for the bottom level, which is a transition from dripstone and rooted dirt, going through different types of dripstone and packed mud, all the way up to mushroom blocks here. Let's get this sorted on all the bottom level, and then we'll figure out what to do at the top. Yeah, I think that works nicely. Now to figure out the top. So I'm thinking something maybe like that for the top level, a bit of oak and a bit of birch. But what I am going to do is actually move it all back a block. Yeah, that's better. It gives us a bit of depth. Oh, Blockdown has just said I may or may not need you to come to me. And by that, I mean I need you to come to me. So I've just asked where he is. We'll find out what's going on with Blockdown. And he said to meet at Spawn Portal. Okay, on my way. Let's go see what mess he's got himself into now. Hi, Blockdown. What have you done? What's wrong? Oh, where are we going?
We're going somewhere. Just through the portal and head up.
Oh, my days. There's a giant hole.
I know, very convenient, right?
That is incredibly convenient.
Yeah, I found it today. No longer do I need to take my secret train that everyone knows about. I can just go through the nether.
Oh, your super secret, not secret subway?
Yeah. I mean, you're a pirate. You're allowed to know.
Yeah, I've got a cave like that. So Blockdown needed my help with, of all things, redstone. But it was a super secret project, so I can't really show you what we did. But there was an explosion. Uh-oh. And I was about to crack on with my build, but I've just received a message from Foxy, who is down here with everyone. Apparently, the pops are ready. This is exciting.
Hello and welcome to the Pop Introduction Facility. I'm sure you're all familiar with the pops that Azu brought to the server. The cutest, most beautiful things that have
Neither
ever
am I.
existed. They're wonderful. You're not familiar with them? Have you not been
No.
to Trial Chamber?
No.
When did Lexi get here?
Okay. Right.
Wait, what?
What?
Hang on. Let me go get a spare pop.
Okay, my bad. Bye.
No, come back, come back.
Azu brought these to the server. There's one for every member. They're
wow.
absolutely
Handsome little
beautiful
fellow.
collectible things. But
Yeah.
because I like to take things out of their boxes rather than keeping them pristine and trying to sell them at a profit for a later date, I thought, wouldn't it be nice if you could just open them up and have a living creature
Oh my God.
live in your
What?
world?
What?
He's not silent, come back.
So chunky.
He's just running up. I trained him so well.
Now you can do that. You can take your pops. Come back. Where's he gone? Come here. And then you can put them back in their boxes again if they're naughty, and they will just be back in their box. But they will remember their details. For a demonstration purposes, we should probably take these inside. So if you'd like to follow me into the introduction facility, this facility aims to basically just give you a little bit of a heads up of what your alive pops can do, what they can feel, and what sort of things they interact with. If we come into the playroom, you'll see here that these aren't all of the items that they consider playful on the wall, but they are some of them, because I don't have the other ones that I need. So the ones in the item frames. So if you give those items to your pops, they might play with them and they might make them happy. There's certain actions that you can do that will make your pops happy, certain actions that you can do that will make them upset, like abandoning them for a long time, not interacting with them, or, well, not doing very nice things. There's certain things that they will do with each other and interact with each other, and they'll interact with other players. But each pop has its own dedicated disposition towards people called a social bias and a trait. And once you unbox your pop, it will be given a trait and a social bias, and that can never change. Good news is, though, it doesn't matter how badly you treat your pops, they can never die. But in order to revive one that is sort of dead, you need a nether star. And if they take too much damage, their legs and arms may end up falling off, to which you'll have to craft new ones to put them back on.
Oh man,
perfectly normal.
Right. Yeah, perfectly normal pop behavior.
Taking a stam pop to torture this guy.
When you unlock them, undo them with the shears, they become yours. You will be their owner. You're all wearing goggles. You'll need goggles to get a little overview of them when you look at them. And also, written books are also useful for getting a full breakdown of all of their information. I assume you brought all of those things with you, did you?
A written book?
You have come to a school. Scissors.
I have a book, not a written one.
A book that you with the feather on it.
A book and quill.
Yeah, but you've come to school. You've not got your textbooks. You've not got your pencil cases.
Well, to be fair, I didn't know it was a school. I thought it was a daycare.
Well, it's definitely not a daycare. Do not drop your misbehaving pops off here and expect them to be looked after. This is an introduction facility. Okay, Mr. Beardstone, he wants uppies.
His personality is
Carry
miserable.
on. Oh dear. And he's a nervous social bias, which means he'll run away from people. He's going to be naturally cautious of people, that one.
He's nervous and miserable.
Yeah, pick him up. He wants uppies.
He doesn't like meeting new players. Bro.
Oh, he's giving me a hug.
Better. Yeah.
Oh.
And if the longer you hold him, the more favour you'll get towards him, and he'll be happier.
Oh, that's adorable.
So if you, there you go, a little heart came up then.
Like, seeing this in first person is amazing.
Oh my god, bro. He's just in
How
your
cool is
face.
that?
He still wants uppies.
He wants uppies.
Yeah, because he's miserable and nervous. Oh, Mr.
And
Beardstone,
Foxy,
yours just
they
wants to be
make
picked up
sounds.
constantly.
What?
That must be really
Punch him.
irritating.
I don't know.
Oh,
Sam, I think this
oh.
one's broken,
Bro,
Foxy. Sam keeps
arrest
putting
this
his
man.
face on the wall, just over and over
Mine
again.
is
That's
stealing
okay.
items.
Yours is, don't tell me he's taking my thing to pieces. They will sometimes interact with each other, and the longer they're close to each other or the pops, they will develop friendships and they will end up with a best friend. You can find
That's
out all about
amazing.
their friends and who they like by clicking them with a book.
Oh, you get diary. Trait. I am usually miserable. Excellent. I'm nervous and I don't like meeting new players.
Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, yours wants uppies because he's scared of the people around him. But once the people are nice to him and we've all got favour, he won't want uppies constantly.
Okay.
I don't mind run away again.
Depending on what is available for your pop to sleep on will depend on how they will sleep and how quick their energy will come back. So a bed is very good for them. They can sleep on create mod seats. They can also sleep on these canvas rugs, and they will sleep on the floor. If they fall asleep or pass out on the floor or a rug, their energy won't come back quite as quickly. But if they're on a bed or a seat, their energy will come back a little bit faster. If your pop's really, really not doing very well, a golden carrot or a golden apple or something like that, click on one of them and it will bring their energy and hunger back up to 9. 9 is where you want them, although it's out of 10. If you give them too much energy, they'll go wild. So don't give them sugary things, because they will just eat. If you give them sugary things, they will eat it regardless of whether they're hungry. And if you give them too much food and their hunger goes to 10, they will throw up everywhere. Which we can demonstrate.
I want to see that.
Okay, right. Which pops like 9 out of 10 food? Here we go. Silent pop. Come here. Have some chocolate. So I've given him some chocolate.
that
He's going to go in there and eat
one's
that.
not mine.
There we go.
That
And
one's
now
not
he's. Oh, you missed it. He threw up in the bed.
Oh.
And now
Oh,
he's hungry,
that's
so he's going to eat some ratatouille. There you go. And I've got one more chocolate bar. I can do it one more time.
Yeah.
There.
Oh my god.
Lovely.
Get on me. Zero!
Yeah.
How do we get rid of this guy?
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Hey,
He's just
whoa,
dead!
whoa.
Oh my god!
He's
So now you
Oh,
need a
wow.
Death Star.
He's supposed to be the adult in this situation.
Wait, where
Unbelievable.
are
Oh,
they getting fishing
my,
rods?
my bad. I put
In the
the I
box.
put the box down and oh, that's perfect.
And
Still
he's,
dead.
he's still dead.
Oh. Well, you know what? It was never my problem to begin with.
Well, that was quite an interesting catch up with everyone. We now have tiny little pets that can follow us around. Look at this. How cool are they? And if you're a 90s kid like me, they're basically based on Tamagotchi, those little digital pets you used to keep in your pockets. I think that's the general idea behind them. But essentially, I need to keep them alive. I need to keep them happy. I need to make sure that they've got food. Let's give Rofo some burgies. Let's give Beardstone some burgies. And they should just basically run around, explore. They'll grab things from chests. So I could just put some stuff in here and see if they like to play with stuff, I guess. But beyond that, I don't know too much about what they do. Foxy did do a big, long explanation down in the daycare center. That's definitely not a daycare, he says. And the gist of it is they can mess with chests, they can sleep, and if you don't look after them properly, their limbs fall off. Which is an interesting concept, I guess. But as soon as you put them back in their boxes, they become inanimate again. The problem is we don't have all of the pops yet, because you may have noticed there's also a new member on the server. They actually joined a couple of weeks ago when we were doing the throw-off, but I didn't include that footage in my video because I wanted you to go watch Throwlash's one, which I hope you all did because, yeah, the results were not what you might expect. And because I've been so busy the last couple of weeks, I've not actually been on the server at the same time as Lexi since then. Well, until just now. But do go give her a huge warm welcome to the server. Go check out her content. I'll link that in the description below. And we'll make sure we catch up with her when she's on at the same time as us. Now, what I do want to do is just check this because they can also have a favorite toy, favorite player, and a best friend, and a favorite food as well. He's got some good memories. That's cool. Look at all the cuddles. Bad memories. Got hurt. Yeah, sorry about that. And I gave him some onions. He wasn't a fan of that either. And you got current states. Oh, wow. There's loads of things they can do. Look at this. There's like pages of them. And then it says who they last saw. This is all very cool. What about you, Rofo? Well, instead of being miserable and nervous, Rofo is helpful and friendly. Just an average pop. Besides that, not much else going on. So I'm going to keep this book in here. In fact, I'm going to keep all the extra pops in here as well. Got some food in a barrel, so they've always got access to some food. And let's just give Rofo a quick cuddle. He's only been picked up once, bless him. Oh, and a little heart came up. I guess that's a good thing. Right then, you two, I've got to get back to work. We've still got to finish off this building down here. I need to get a roof on it. I need to get that last bit of wall on it over there. And then I need to do absolutely everything else to do with this building. Now, for the roof, I think what we're going to do is start with a spruce trim, and then we're going to use a combination of warped wood and prismarine for the actual roof itself. And I think we're going to go heavier on the prismarine than we are on the warped. Oh no, I've just come back to my house and Beardy's crying on the sofa. Oh no, what's wrong with you? Well, he's not crying anymore. I gave him a little pat and he seems happier. Maybe I need to give him a sweet treat of some kind. What do we got? Where is he? Come here, you. Look. Got a fishing rod. We'll give him an enchanted apple. So he's still feeling frustrated. The current goal is to flee from Mr. Beardstone. Oh no! What have I done? You need more cuddles? Crying ignored 22 times. Maybe he just needs a cuddle. Come here, you. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you alone for so long. Was Rofo bullying you? Is that why you're all crying? Is that why you're upset? I'm just going to hug him for a moment while I go make a cup of tea. See if that helps. Okay, tea has been acquired. Is he still running away from me? Yep, still fleeing from Mr. Beardstone. Unbelievable. Maybe he just needs to be petted a few times. Right, I've petted him a few times. I gave him a couple of cuddles and he's no longer scared of me. That's good. Now, what's Rofo up to? Well, the good news is Rofo still seems quite happy. And another good news, I'm making some good progress on the build down here. We've got a roof on, and not only that, I've also sorted out some windows, and we've got the floors on the inside. I've actually used smithing tables for the floor there because they make a nice floor upstairs, but they make a particularly nice ceiling down here. Now what I need to do is get some detail on here and piratify it a little bit. Yep, that's definitely a word. Now, I think the first thing I want to do is add a small tower onto the side of this thing. Something we can put some cannons on. Right, there we go. We've now got a tower on the side. I think we're going to need to extend this wall around the back so we have a path there as well, but we'll worry about that later. I do still need to get a flag on top of the thing. Although this is a fairly strange build, I'm quite enjoying it. I think I want to stick a horizontal sign out here that hangs down advertising what we're selling. Get a big pirate flag at the top here. And then just lots and lots of detailing work. I think it might be about time for a time lapse. Okay, progress is being made. Not really a fan of the flag on the top. I might actually just remove it. Not entirely sure. Or even just put a small sort of triangle flag on there. I just don't think it needs a great big thing like that. And the server's restarting in 5 minutes, so I best be quick. But this place now has a name. It is the Black Powder Bay Emporium. And of course, we are going to be selling TNT and rockets and things in here. But my thinking is, why not have it so we can just add to it as we go along? We've got plenty of space in here. We've got the floor there. We've got a tower. And we've got another floor with a bit more tower. And then we've got a third floor with even more tower. And of course, I do eventually plan on digging out a basement and linking that down to the front here as well. But I think we'll save that for the slightly more illicit items we might end up selling. For now, what I need to do is get a shopkeeper in here. I think I just want to put him along the back here somewhere, maybe in there. We'll have item pickup there, some chutes that connect to a vault. So that bottom one is going to want to be a packager. Going to need a seat. We're going to need a stock ticker. We'll tune that to that network. And I guess it probably makes sense to dig out where we come up upstairs. Then we'll put the storage vault in here. Well, I think what I might actually do is feed this up to the next floor as well and put the storage vault right at the top. I'll put my input funnel on. Need a packager with the stock link, and it should be as simple as that. We just need to get a shop clerk in, and we've got 60 seconds left. I've got an idea of what I want to do for a shop clerk. That is to get my beardy pop. Where is it? Oh! Oh my days, what's happening with him? Hate, minus 58, and he's throwing a tantrum. Well, I was holding him when the server shut down, so I wonder how that's going to pan out. Okay, we're still holding him. So if we put him on here, then hopefully he won't be having a tantrum anymore. But because he's a nervous and miserable pop and also a little bit angry now, look at that, he's not happy at all. I think it makes sense to have him as a shop clerk, but he's a bit small. I wonder, I can't make him bigger by clicking on him there. Guess he has to be out of the seat for me to be able to make him bigger. There we go. We now have an angry Beardstone with a hat slightly through his head. He can be our shop clerk. So I guess now we need to do a little bit of decoration and create some places to actually buy our things. I think the interior is now done, at least for now, for the things we're going to be selling initially. So if we go into the Black Powder Bay Emporium, we're instantly greeted with a Beardstone riding a rocket. Absolutely love that. And we've basically just divided things up. So we've got TNT over this side. We've got rockets directly ahead when you walk in. We've got Captain Beardy's black powder over here. And then we've got paper at the back. What I do need to do, however, is get this place stocked up so I can actually set the prices. Okay, I have many thousands of rockets, paper, and TNT. And, of course, a whole load of gunpowder as well. What we're going to do is just chuck all of this into the system. Yep, there we go. Looking good. Now to set some prices. So we'll do TNT at 16 for a diamond. We'll do rockets at 3 stacks for a diamond. Gunpowder at 1 stack a diamond. And paper at 2 stacks a diamond. I think that means we can actually open our shop. And I have removed the flag from the outside. I'm not sure what to do there yet. And we are going to gradually develop this area over time as we get more and more things that we're going to sell. Because now we have a place to sell the things and we have a place to build the things on our mountain. That means there's lots of things we can do. That burger looks awesome. But sadly, that is all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it and I'll see you on the next one. Bye now. Welcome back to another episode of Just Create, where last time I blew up Blockdown's redstone, made a tiny version of me throw a tantrum, and finally opened my first shop. Today, I will finish this fort. This courtyard still needs some work, and hopefully we'll make some progress towards making more items to sell in the Black Powder Bay Emporium. I just need to decide what those items will be. First, though, I was AFK getting some more gunpowder just before I started recording this episode, and Foxy came to see me to show off his new storage center.
I need you to deposit some bread into my portal.
This sounds like a job for the bread baron. Sorry, the bread baron.
He's not online.
Oh, okay.
And also, he tends to deposit a little bit too much bread.
He does. He does this. Yes, he does. Do you have bread on you for me to deposit?
Yeah.
Oh, why do you need me to deposit bread into the portal?
Well, because I need to see what happens at the other side of the portal and why it's flying all over the place.
Why are you sending bread through a portal?
Ah, Mr. Beardstone, you haven't seen my lag-free zero-lag storage system, have you? That's going to be the perfect solution for all of us players on the server that encounter all of these laggy frames per second problem things.
Why have you made that sound like you're about to show me something incredibly laggy?
I have, honestly. It's perfect. Come see.
It must just be the way you said it, Foxy, but...
I think it's just your general ideas of me is that I tend to do things that I shouldn't, I don't know. I'll see you at my base.
Okay. Has your portal gone?
Yeah, well, the thing is, Miss Beardstone, there was
really
some
laggy,
problems.
Isn't it?
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was the fact that it made linking up my storage network impossible. And now I've just got big long tunnels. So this is my storage system, which is actually connected to the Nether. If you request something from it, it will appear relatively quickly. Just like that.
And that's come through from the Nether?
Yeah. Now, the problem is putting things back in, Miss Beardstone, which should work now, but I want to test it. And I know there's no sliced bread in my system. So what I'm going to need you to do in a minute when I go to the other side, but I'll show you the other side before we do it. But you're going to put some bread in there, and then you'll be able to see whether it goes in by looking at that chap. Okay, don't eat it all. This is my storage system. So the items come in here, Miss Beardstone. They go through into these backpacks here.
Yeah.
And they get stored in those. And then when I request them, the packages come out and they get sent through this nether portal here. The problem is, when the packages come in, they come in with such high velocity that I've had to put these grates here because they keep popping up and going over this. So I haven't tested it since I put these grates in. So I want to see if the bread will bounce off these grates and go into the funnels like they're supposed to, or if I'm going to have something a little bit more substantial.
Right, okay. So you need me to go through and throw some bread. I like
Please,
it.
That would be very useful, yeah.
I like it. It's a very big room for what is essentially a tiny...
Thanks to my comments, I was able to massively minimize it because I managed to massively over-engineer it in my last episode, which took up the entire room. And then they were like, why didn't you just do it the really simple, easy way? And I was like, oh yeah, because I'm
How
dumb.
did you make this take up a whole room?
Yep, let me know when you're about to throw the bread.
Well, I'm putting it in the bottom chest, yeah?
Yeah, bottom chest, yeah.
It's coming.
It's coming. Oh, yeah, it worked. It bounced off the grates and it went in the funnel.
I've got a job for you. You said
cabin boy.
No, well, you said you didn't want to be a cabin boy, and your way of asking not to be a cabin boy was to show the bread button into my cave and spam it with bread. That is not the way to advance in the pirate.
Right, I was being piratey.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to be piratey against your crew. That was the mistake, Foxy. But you can make it up to me, or to the crew, I should say, which is currently still just me and you, and potentially Silent. I'm not sure. It's been a little bit bad that everything we've stolen pretty much has been from Chosen, right?
Yes. So should we steal more of his things?
Yes, but also one of the things we stole was his prismarine shop, and I brought lots of prismarine from it, and I need more. So I need to kind of give him his shop back so that he can restock it. So he can restock it, yeah. So what I'm thinking is we'll just bury it somewhere because we're pirates, right?
Right, yeah.
Basically, I want to bury it really close to his base and give him a map for where to find it.
Okay.
But I want the map that we give him for where to find it to take him like many, many, many far away, which will then give him a map of his base and show him where it's actually buried.
I like it. I like it. The old switcheroo. Yeah.
And you're the interdimensional traveler. So
I am.
I was wondering if I was to drop off a map to you, could you go and bury a map somewhere like many, many, many thousands of blocks away and make a map of where it is?
Yes, not a problem at all, Miss Beardstone. I'll consider it done.
When you come back, you may no longer be a cabin boy.
Oh, what would I be? Cabin man?
I actually paused because other than first mate and
you don't know any of the names, do you?
No. I'm a good pirate. In other news, it turns out letting Pops run around live machinery is a bad idea. I think he got crushed in the grindstones, maybe. I'm not entirely sure, but he needs revival. He's essentially dead. And there's only one way to revive a downed Pop, with a nether star. So to kick off today, we're going to need a bunch of wither skulls, and I don't have any. So we're going to go hunting in the nether, and then when we come back, we're going to get into a ruck with a big floaty scary man. It took us absolutely ages to get our first one, and then we've just managed to get 4 in the last couple of minutes. I think we're good to go. I've just got to remember how to get home. That's where we need to go. This way. Okay, now let's find somewhere out of the way to do this fight. And it looks like there's a nice, quiet coastal village over there that would love to have a wither come visit. Yeah, this looks perfect. Let's do this. Easy peasy. Now where's the nether star gone? Ha, there it is. So now we can give the gift of life to Rofo, but I think what we should probably do is move him off of all the mechanical stuff first. Let's turn our workshop off, just so the same thing doesn't happen again. Then revive. Oh, he's a bit peckish. Oh, he's eating the cake. Don't eat too much cake. Put some new things in here that Rofo can play with. Oh my days, look at his face. He is wired. Oh, his state is wild. I see. He's got too much energy. Oh, my days. Look at that. It's okay, Rofo. You'll be fine. You just ate a little bit too much cake, maybe. Anyway, that's one job done, and we found some cool stuff along the way as well. And you can tell how many wither skeletons we killed. Look at all the coal and bones we got. So with Rofo revived, we now need to focus on our next task, which is all to do with Chosen's RV, because he's actually sold out of Prismarine, and I'd quite like some more. Which means we do need to give him his shop back so he can restock it. Right, there we go. We're going to go and bury Chosen's RV. Then we're going to make a map of the location, give that map to Foxy, and he's going to go somewhere thousands of blocks away to bury it. And then make a map of that location, which is the one we'll deliver to Chosen in some form or another. Now, I want to bury it somewhere not too far from his base, although it might be an idea to frame someone else. Yeah, maybe that's what we should do. Should we hide it at someone else's base? Because ideally, we don't want to let Chosen know it was us that stole it. Oh my word, what is all this? There's a whole street. Oh, this is incredible. This whole thing looks very much in the style of Azu, so that's going to be my guess. But yeah, we'll have to come back when Azu's online. Check that place out properly. Ah, Stam's train. We could frame Stam. So let's park the RV down here. Let's make that solid. Get the signs back on. Let's make a lodestone. We just need iron and chiseled stone bricks. That right there. Link it up to a compass. Now let's go find Foxy, give him the compass, and ask him to hide it. Foxy! That is the location of Chosen's RV.
Okay.
That is what I would like you to take many far away. Make a map.
Yeah.
Then deliver the map back to me. And then you will be promoted to the cabin man.
Cabin man? I can't wait. Look, come see Mr. Beardstone.
What have you been up to?
I'll show you. Look.
Oh, this is you sending water to the nether?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, come with me, Mr. Beardstone. Water in the nether.
So water in the nether because it's in a tank, I see. And then you're going to use that for crafting and farms and stuff?
Yeah, come with me, Mr. Beardstone.
And now?
We're going to workshop. I haven't plugged it in yet. But obviously, I needed a new workshop because I've completely ransacked my starter base. It's gone now. So I need, spout filling, mixing. The only thing I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to achieve is a washer, because, of course, you need to have water for the fan to blow through. So I don't know how that's going to happen.
Oh, yeah, because you can't put water in the leaf block because it will evaporate.
Yeah, so that's a bridge I've got to cross. But
maybe you can just never wash, Foxy. Never wash again.
Never make gold and soul sand and all that sort of stuff ever again. Yeah.
Oh no, you don't need to make gold. I'll make gold.
And
It's fine.
I have no gold, Mr. Beardstone, because I spent it all on my backpack upgrades.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably something I'm going to be adding to the Black Powder Bay Emporium.
What's that?
Gold and
Gold?
copper. Gold and
Ooh.
copper, because they're both annoying to craft. And farm.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
So, that's
I need
literally
it-
I think that's going to be what I sell in my shop next, which means
nice.
that's what I'll be doing for the rest of most of this episode.
Well, ditto. I'm also going to be making a gold farm this episode. I'm just thinking we could potentially tie together and do it the good old-fashioned way because, don't forget, Mr. Beardstone, we're in the nether. And I just happen to have a spot perfect for making many, many gold.
Oh, you're thinking like literally make an old school piglin.
Just
farm
like your
thing.
creeper farm, but for pigments. And then we'd be rich. Beyond our wildest dreams, Mr. Beardstone.
With
we
all
can
the-
go
all the
bury all
gold.
that gold in places and people
Yep.
can one day find it in the future and, think of it.
and question how it even got there in the first place.
Yeah.
You know what's even better? If you
What's
put
that?
gold under a press, you can turn it into gold coins.
Ooh. Then we can bury those.
Yes, exactly. We can just bury everything, Foxy.
Yeah, yeah.
Bury everything. I mean,
Yeah.
I was going to do a create-based gold farm because then I don't need to
It will
AFK
be because
anywhere.
it'll be spinny roundy. Or, you could even have it as like a dual one. You could have a pigman one, but just in case the pigman were having an off day, we could just have create just spitting out gold as well.
I see. What, and then feed it all into the same place and build a shop together?
Yeah.
That sounds good. I like this. I like this
Yay.
plan, Foxy. Yay!
Wonderful.
A collab farm.
Hurrah!
Yay!
Yeah, I'll see you a bit later then, Mr. B.
I'll be in touch.
Okay.
Oh, and let me know how you get on with burying the map as well.
Burying the map. So
bury the compass. Bury the
Bury
compass.
the compass. Use the map. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. How am
So
I
you-
going to X marks the spot it?
Take a banner.
That's a good idea. I'll take a banner, Mr. Beardstone.
Yeah, take a banner, Foxy. Good thinking.
That's why you're the captain and I'm just cabin boy.
Well, you're cabin teenager currently. You're like
Cabin teenager.
yeah, on your way to becoming a cabin man, Foxy.
Cabin
I
man.
believe in
Here we
you.
go.
Bye. Right, so we're gonna have 2 gold farms. We're gonna have all the gold in the world, and then we can open a gold shop together. Wonderful. Right, so Rofo is alive again. The RV is buried. We do want to build our gold farm, but first I need to finish this fort. Primarily the courtyard down here. And then once I've done that, what I actually need to do is link up to the next area of land where we can build this gold farm. And I'm thinking maybe we should go round this way. So, where would the footway go? Footway? I mean walkway. What we could do is have some stairs that come down here and then wrap around this ledge, then connect diagonally over this way, and then we can build on top here. Alternatively, we could actually just build a small platform here and connect bridges over to this side. So that might work a bit better. Or maybe we could do both and decide where we want to build afterwards. I don't know. But let's jump into time-lapse mode, get this courtyard built, and maybe by the end of that we'll even have some bridges. Let's see how carried away I get. Well, I ended up building the bridges, and I actually quite like how they've come out. I think they look pretty good, and they look particularly nice with shaders on in the sunset. Look at that. Wonderful. So that now means we're connected between the tower over there and the big landmass over here. I say big, it's not actually as big as I thought, but I reckon if we build some kind of a platform and attach it to the side of the mountain here, ooh, there's a rail. That's new. But anyway, I reckon if we were to build something over here, we would then be able to have enough space for another factory. At least that's the hope. And if we come back to the fort itself, I've also just filled up the yard a little bit. We've got some more of these Black Powder Bay Emporium crates. Got some TNT ready to ship out, as well as just another bunch of resources. And lots of wood for all the repairs we've been making. I've also added a bit of snow here and there, although I could do with some on the upper ramparts as well, which I actually forgot to do. So let's just scatter a bit here and there in the corners. Right, there we go. That's better. It looks a bit more like it belongs up in the mountains now. And that means I can finally take a schematic of this, get it up on the Discord for all the Patreon members, YouTube members, and of course Twitch subscribers. I'm sure I'll stream again soon. But yes, you'll be able to grab this fort here, as well as the boats. Just make sure your accounts are linked up with Discord. But I think it's time we started thinking about a factory over here. If we're going to be making gold and building a shop with Foxy, we need a decent amount of space with which to be able to do that. And I reckon if if we were to put a building here, maybe another building here, and a little balcony connecting them, that should give us enough space. We can always sort of give it a basement and go into the mountain a bit if we need to. But instead of it just being one giant building up here, I think having a few smaller buildings might actually work better. And if we run out of space on top, we could even put some buildings in the side and just have little paths that come down to those. I just think that's going to look better than having one giant building here. We've already got one giant building. Now let's do something different. So I think I'm going to start by developing the top of this mountain, just making it look good, getting a couple of buildings on here. Actually, no. What we should do first is actually work out roughly how much space we're going to need. So I think we need a factory diagram. How's Rofo doing? Energy's a little bit low. Hunger's pretty good. In fact, I think what I can actually do is just have a look at Rofo's diary and update it. He's still helpful and friendly. He's full and he's rested. And other than that, he seems to be having a wonderful time. Bad memories. Died. Yeah, that's not a good memory. Probably shouldn't have left the machines running with him running around down here. That's how he died the first time round. Well, that's a bit menacing, running at me with a sword. Well, I had a lot of fun with that, and we now have our first building of this complex that's going to be over here in position. And although it looks quite big, there's not actually that much space inside. Although we do have an extra floor here and a bit more space at the top, so it might be enough for what we want to do, but I guess we'll find out soon. First, though, I do need to get power over here, and currently the power is over there. Question is, how do we want to transfer it? I mean, we could just have a chain drive that links across to that building. I guess that probably makes the most sense. The other option, of course, is to route it down through the mountain, across, and then back up through this one, which would look a bit tidier, but will take a lot longer. So for now, we'll stick in a chain drive, and if we don't like how it looks, we can switch it up a bit later. Yeah, this is starting to look cool now, though, with the bridges and the extra building.
Miss Beardstone.
Oh, Foxy. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Ah, Jinx.
Yes, indeed. How goes?
Yeah, good, thank you. I've got your maps, but it does occur to me that as much as one of them's got the secret treasure location on it, there's not a locator map, so it doesn't show you where you are. I think you need to figure out how to turn it into a locator map. Pretty sure you just you copy that map 8 times and wrap it around the compass.
Yeah, something to do with compasses, isn't it?
Pretty sure.
I'll ask my good friend Google.
Yes.
Often has the answers to basic vanilla mechanics that I should definitely know by now.
Yeah, hopefully you don't have to do that at the location where you made the map.
Well, hopefully so, because I didn't make the map.
No.
Hopefully you don't have to go back.
Yeah, well, the problem is, Mr. Beardstone, I got a death marker out there, and it took me ages to figure out how to get it off my screen because the map doesn't go that far away. But there is a button. I found it.
Right,
but everywhere I look, it's like, your death, 162 kilometers away. It's like, oh, jeez.
How's your gold farm going?
Well, I've just been this morning gathering a whole bunch of magma blocks because I believe that's what I need to make a vanilla gold farm.
Yeah, that sounds about right. They usually glow in the thumbnails. Yep.
Yeah, and that's as far as I've got.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's further than me.
Oh, really? You know?
Yeah, I've made my yard look nicer.
Yeah, it does look nice. Yeah,
so I did that, and then I added a bridge.
Yeah, and I see you've got a little building at the end of the bridge.
Yeah, and
that flew into that.
Yeah. Oh, because it wasn't there before.
Yeah, wasn't expecting it, Miss Beardstone.
I mean, I feel like, how fast were you flying not to be able to adjust?
Well, I got really good at flying when I was doing my bit through the nether in the last episode, so very fast.
Incredibly fast, Foxy. A flying fox, some might say. You are now officially Foxy the cabin man.
Woo! Cabin man! Yeah, boy! Finally. What do I have to do to become first mate?
Well, you've got a few more steps yet. Cabin Lord's next.
Oh, Cabin Lord. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Yes.
Lord of the cabin.
Lord of God, I could fold all of the sheets and get the beds prepared, and no one could tell me that, oh, you've done that wrong, because I'd be the unbelievable.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Can't wait. for my next mission. Goodbye.
All right. Cheers. Bye. Well, he's easily pleased. Right. Power. That's what I'm going to sort out. We'll get back to the map shortly. And I'll tell you what, that looks like a lovely place to steal power from, doesn't it? Let's just do a bit of that. Bit of that. Place that. Although, do we want it just sticking out of the wall? We could probably make it look a little bit nicer, couldn't we? So let me just have a quick look. If I stick a gearbox in there, it doesn't matter what way this is rotating. And it doesn't matter what way that's rotating. Okay, so that shouldn't change anything. I want to make sure I'm not breaking things before I start adding in random gearboxes. Right, that'll do. Just going to hook this power under here for now. And there we go. Now we have power. Right, so let's work out this factory. Our end result is going to be gold ingots, which of course we know we have to get from gold nuggets. And we have a few options. We can crush things like ochrum and other stuff that's not renewable, so that's no good. We can smelt stuff down that's already made of gold, also not useful. We can wash stuff, and I think washing red sand is the best way. We have a 12% chance to get 3 nuggets. Or we can wash soul sand, and we have a 2% chance to get 1 nugget. So yeah, red sand is definitely the way to go. So to get red sand, we crush granite. To get granite, we can mix diorite and quartz. We can press lava, red sand, and flint, but obviously that's pointless because we need the granite to get the red sand. So that means we're going to need diorite and quartz. Of course, to get diorite, we need quartz. So I guess we're going to get a byproduct of gold anyway, because the way to get quartz is, of course, from washing soul sand. So we're going to get a little bit of gold from this method. I guess we're doing both methods. So yeah, we're going to need to get to soul sand for that. To make diorite, of course, we need quartz and cobble. So let's write a list. We need a cobble generator. Then we need to crush to gravel, crush to sand, haunt to soul sand, wash to quartz, craft to diorite, craft to granite, crush to red sand, wash to gold, and then press to ingots. And we'll burn all the excess flint, bushes, and clay that we'll get from crushing gravel and sand and washing red sand. I think that's everything. But I think I do just want to do this as one great big long process. And similar to what we've done for the rocket factory over there, we'll just store an amount of each item as we go along. That feels like the best thing to do, because that way we'll always have a backup, and when we need more, we can get it quickly. So I guess I need to make myself a cobble generator, grab some crushers, some washers, some crafters, and a few other bits and bobs. Right, I think I've got everything we need. Let's go see what we can build. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is actually get power just running through every floor. We're just going to do this everywhere, and then we can pull up the power on whatever side we need it. Apparently, I've put this floor half a block too low, so let's just quickly pick all this up and redo it. Right, there we go. Power on every floor, and I think we're going to use this top floor here for our cobble generation, because we don't need a lot of space for that. We've got these little mechanical generators that we can use. Let's just put one there, and then we'll connect power to that in a moment. But first thing I want to do is collect the cobble. So we're probably going to need quite a lot of cobble. So let's actually get 2 generators on here. Smart chutes feeding it into this vault. And let's get that powered. So between them, they're using 32,000 SU. That's quite a lot. Let's just make sure they're actually set to make cobble. And there we go. We're getting cobble at an extremely fast rate. So what I'm actually going to do is put a clutch in here with a threshold switch, looking at that. And we'll just set a threshold switch that when it gets full, basically, so when the vault is at 400 stacks, it will turn these off. And then when it goes below 355 stacks, it will come back on again. Look at that, over 20,000 in just a couple of minutes. Now, we're going to actually need the cobble for multiple things. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually put a packager under the bottom here with a stock link and some chutes that go through the floors, because that way we can call out cobble wherever we need it. Because we do, of course, need this to craft diorite and other things later on. But mostly, we just want to be crushing lots of cobble. So let's have a look. Is there a way through here? Yes, look, there's the back of my vault. But if I put an encase chain drive there, and that's going to get a belt going in the right direction. Excellent. Let's just put a shaft there and there. In fact, I think what I'm actually going to do is lower this a block. Connect that belt up there, and then we're going to extend the belt out this way. In fact, we'll just have a double belt because we need space to be able to power the crushing wheels. Let's get those in. I guess we're going to want them there and there, and they are spinning correctly. Get those in. And we need more belts down the bottom here. Just need chutes there. That will force a stack through these smaller chutes. actually shorten these belts. Then we need to split that into 2. Let's block off the ends so we don't throw cobble everywhere. Last thing I need to do is power those belts. Ah, dang it, they're going the wrong way. Maybe I can steal it from there instead. Oh, I think we're still going to need a gearbox. Actually, I've got a better idea. Instead of messing around with more belts down here, what I could actually do is just raise all this upper block. Then what I could actually do is feed this stuff directly into a vault. So that's going to store our gravel. So now what I want to do is crush down the gravel into sand. I've got an idea on how we might be able to do this. It involves a fan on there, which is blowing up. Perfect. So what I'm thinking is we'll take the gravel out of here, send it into here, and then it's going to go up into this vault. And then from there, we can pull it out and crush it down into sand. There's something I should probably do in the meantime. Get a chute in there, which should start making gravel. And then that's going to start filling up the vault at the top there. And of course, it's going to fill up the vault at the back here as well. So what I'm thinking is we'll have belts coming across here that go into crushes here. Just need to power that so the belts are going the right way. Have chutes below there. Once again, going into another vault. Though, we are going to need a little bit more space at the top here. I need to actually raise the belt, which means I'm probably going to need to raise the vault as well. What I can probably do is remove the floor there. Raise the belt up to this level. Put chutes on top. Make sure stuff can't fall off the end. Then we can just get those belts in. Get the funnels in. And then get power. That's going the wrong way. That's also going the wrong way. What I should probably do is actually just raise that, then raise that, get that back in. There we go. For now, we don't care about clay and flint, so we're actually just going to burn those straight away. That's going to leave us with only sand in here, which is exactly what we want. So on the bottom level here, I've decided to set up a chain drive thing so we can move stuff about a little bit easier. And what we can do is we can package up sand and have it go into here and have it sent where we need. And I've brought the cobble down over to this side here. So that means when we send the sand off to go to get turned into red sand, we can get it over to where we need. And when we need cobble to start making diorite, we can do the same with that. So let's start off with the haunting of stuff. I need a fan. Did I bring any more with me? Yes. So that is blowing. Excellent. And what a nice big area for haunting. Though I do still need to actually craft the soul campfire. Now all I need to do is feed sand down into this. So if we do that and filter for sand, that is now all we're getting down here. Perfect. Just going to turn that funnel round for a moment. I'm going to need to set up a filter on this side to make sure we're only collecting soul sand. Right, there we go. That will now do its thing. The next up, we need to take the soul sand and wash it. So I think this is how we're going to do it. We've got 2 funnels on the top of the vault that's now quite well hidden in there. That brings the soul sand up on top here. We've then got our fans there. We just need to put in a couple of mangrove roots or something with some water. That's going to wash them, and then they're going to get dropped down into here. And this is where we're going to end up with our quartz and a little bit of gold. And this is a very cramped building, but I'm quite enjoying trying to fit everything in here. Let's grab some roots and water, and then we can get at least our first little dribble of gold coming in. There we go. That's going to get that stuff washed. And if we put another packager on there with another frog port, thinking about it, I'm going to make sure all of these are set to send only. Put another stock link on there. Now let's have a look at our clipboard and see how we're doing. So we've got the cobble gen, we're crushing to gravel, to sand, we're haunting the soul sand, we're washing to quartz. Okay, so we're about halfway there, but we are pretty much out of space in this building now. So I think we're going to need to expand. What I'm thinking is maybe a tall, thin building here, and then maybe another building in the side here with a sort of path that loops around the mountain and connects to it. So I think it'll be quite nice to build into the mountain as well as just having buildings on top. And this space here is probably actually a good place for one. We can just stick out a small balcony, build the front of a building, and then dig out into the mountain. Then that will give us lots of space to work with. So maybe we'll actually just leave this bit as is for now. But that does mean we need to get back to building mode. So I need to dump all this stuff, pick up some other stuff, turn on some funky music, and probably block that window. Alrighty, looking good. We have another building in. I think I still want to sort of rough these up a little bit. They look a little bit too pristine and cute and cozy compared to the fort that we've got going on over here. But yeah, we'll get to that later. What I've actually done is put in a winding path around the side here that goes up to the top level of the building. But as you come down these stairs, there's actually a balcony out on this side, just because it seemed like a nice thing to do. But you can also go into the top floor of the building here. And then we've got stairs down to the bottom floor. Now, what I've also done is linked up some chain drives. These actually go through this tunnel here. And then there's a little frog at the bottom here who's going to put things on the chain drive. And then there's just a line of chutes that go to the building up the top. And if we go up here, there's a frog here. So basically, if we ask for things down the bottom, it should get sent over this way, if I've set it up correctly, but we'll figure that out shortly. For now, what I need to start doing is making diorite. So for this one, we're going to need a line of belts. Then we're going to need mechanical crafters. Let's just set these up like this. Then we need a bunch of funnels here for inputs. Then we're going to need more inputs here and then belts on top. And there's not going to be enough space here. So what I'm actually going to do is sink the belts on the bottom into the floor. In fact, I might actually have more space up here. Yeah, this might actually be a better place to do it. So up here, there's definitely more space. We've got all the funnels feeding into the crafters, and then around the front here, it's going to go into this vault. So let's just put an input here. So this is what's going to fill up with diorite for us. What I do need to do, of course, is figure out how I'm going to get resources onto these belts. In fact, it would help if I put the belts on top here as well. Right, that's better. We've got the belt on the top now, and I think ideally what we're probably going to want is bolt there and another one there. We want those emptying their stuff onto the belts. This is where things are going to get tricky, because we want this quartz to go onto this belt here, but we also want it to go onto this belt over here. So we could, of course, do that. So that's going to get the quartz in both the right places, but we're going to struggle to get the cobble where we need that, which is, of course, down here. So we could make that vault a little bit longer, have a belt going across here, and then put some more chutes in. That should work. Now what we need is power. So conveniently, we do have some in the floor here. Is that going to be going in the right direction? Nope. Okay, everything is now powered up here. The last thing we need to do is actually get stuff into these vaults. Now, I think it's going to be doable. If I put a packager on the bottom there, some chutes coming down here. In fact, let's do it without the packager at the top. It'll make this a bit simpler. What we're going to do is put a couple of fans under there. We do need to get power to these. Okay, so now anything that goes into here is going to get blown upwards into the vaults. Now we just need to get stuff into the chutes. So we can do something fairly straightforward here. Just need my belts, andesite funnels. And we need a couple of barrels here with packagers and frogs. And this frog we'll prefix with Beardstone, call it diorite cobble. Call this one diorite quartz. And the last thing I need to do is put some packagers up here, get them linked up to the same network, put a factory gauge on each one of these packagers, set this one to cobble, and we always want 100 stacks. Put this in as BS diorite cobble. I should start requesting cobble, and we should start getting some up here. It's currently not coming through. Let's find out why. So we've actually just got loads of cobble over here. I've just had to set this one to a wild card, which probably isn't what we want. Ideally, we want this one to be like factory 2 and then wild cards. So if we do factory 2, then wild cards, that frog's going to stop picking up anything that goes past, and will only pick up things that have the factory 2 prefix. So if we go up to this address here and put factory 2, then a hyphen, not actually space, so we're going to have to set that to F2. And over here, we'll set this to F2. Yep, there we go. So it's taking all of those now. There is going to be a bit of a backlog, though, so let's just quickly clear that by setting that. So now if we set that to F2, that should work fine. And now we need to do the same thing for quartz. So we'll set that to quartz. Set the address to F2, BS, diorite, quartz. That to 100 stacks as well. So the only problem we've got is, of course, I forgot that these funnels can't draw things through the bottom of the belts. So I actually just need to replace these with some chutes. And there we go. Now we're getting diorite. So next up, we need to turn that diorite into granite. And we do that by mixing diorite and quartz, I think. I hope that's what we do, because I've just spent ages building the things. Yes, diorite and quartz, and we can just put those in a mixer. So what I think we're going to do for the mixers is feed stuff in on this side, have it come out on this side and go into this vault. So I'm making progress over here. We're now bringing diorite over just via a belt. It didn't need all the frog stuff. If I put some funnels down here, we can start filling up the basins. We're going to need a bunch of mechanical mixers on top of those. And we still need to get quartz into here. Now, I'm actually having a bit of a change of heart here. I think it might make more sense to have a frog here to get the quartz in on this side. Give this frog a name of F2 Granite Quartz. Oh, wait a minute. It needs to be Wildcard BS Granite Quartz. And this needs to be F2 BS Granite Quartz. Set that to 25 stacks, because that's pretty much all that barrel can hold. And hopefully that's going to start loading up quartz over here. I'll switch things up a little bit. We're actually going to have the quartz coming in on that side, and then I'm going to put in a line of chutes here with a line of chutes there. Now, before we go any further, it's getting quite cramped back here, but I do need to get power over to all of these mixers. So let's do that. And we'll just put the diorite back in across the top of those chutes, and look at that, we're now making granite. Just need to make sure all that goes into that vault over there. Perfect. Now what we need to do is crush that granite. So can we squeeze that in here? It's going to be very, very tight. We're already running out of space again. It looks like I can just about squeeze some crushing wheels in there. So we'll have an input funnel there. And then I'm going to need an item drain for this next bit because there's not enough room to get another belt in. I also grab a bunch of them while I'm here. They'll probably come in handy elsewhere. And if I stick that in there with a brass funnel, then that's going to crush out our granite and give us red sand. What I now need to do is wash the red sand to turn it into gold. So despite the lack of space, I have just about managed to squeeze in the washing of the red sand. And we are washing it quicker than we're making it, so this system will keep up just fine. And then what we're doing is collecting all the gold nuggets in here and destroying all the dead bushes in here. I did have a basin with lava there a second ago, but the cauldron is the one that works. A basin will actually just store the items in it, and that's not what we want. So the last thing to do is to convert these gold nuggets here into gold ingots. Well, this is quite possibly the most tightly compact farm I've ever made, but we've definitely got everything in here now. What we're doing is converting the gold nuggets, which are dropping into this basin here, 9 at a time, into gold ingots, and they go into this box over here. There's then a frog above him who's on a timer. Every 20 seconds, he will deposit everything that's in that barrel and send it to BS Gold, which is this crate out here. I do need to decorate a little bit to make it fit in better. And then in here, we've got all of our gold ingots coming through. But because we're also getting some gold ingots from the soul sand up here, I'm also making sure that this stuff gets sent out as well. In fact, you just saw some go then. And that's getting sent all the way down to this frog here, who's then collecting those ingots. Basically, he's always requesting sort of 5 stacks of them, which is more than there'll ever be up there once it's cleared the backlog. But we do now have a fully functioning gold farm. A very, very cramped fully functioning gold farm. I think what I've learned from this is that next time, I definitely need to build a slightly bigger building if I'm going to build a farm with this many steps. Now, with the gold coming in, there's just one last thing we need to do before we wrap up today. So I've done a bit of research, and it is possible to make locator maps in Bedrock, because in Java, they are all locator maps by default. But you'll notice we're still not on the map here at all, which is a problem. And it turns out there is a max distance that the location will actually show up on a map, and on a level 0 map, such as this, that distance is 256 blocks. So this isn't going to work. So we are going to have to come up with another plan, but Foxy appears to be online, so let's go see if he's got any ideas. I mean, I guess we could just use a compass again. Oh, locator maps.
Yeah.
All maps by default on Java are locator maps.
Oh, so why didn't it show where you were on the map then?
Because they have a max range.
Oh. Oh dear.
Oh dear, indeed. For a level 0 map, do you want to know what that range is?
256 blocks.
It is exactly 256 blocks, yes. So, I'm going to need you to go back out there with a compass. And a lodestone, because they don't have a max distance. He's just going to have to follow a compass.
Oh my god, I got to go back out there?
Yeah.
You're going to have to give me a lot of rockets.
So you'll need to make a lodestone, bury that next to the chest with the other compass in.
Right.
Click the lodestone with that compass, and then bring that compass back to me.
Right.
And then you'll be a cabin lord.
Cabin lord?
I think this deserves a promotion. Because I'm making you travel quite far once again.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Beardstone. Appreciate it.
Bye. Right, so I guess it's going to be a little bit longer till Chosen gets his RV back, and a little bit longer till I can get some Prismarine from him. So let's chuck a bunch of rockets in Foxy's storage. That should help him out on his mission. And while we're doing that, we might as well dump some more in the shop as well, now that our factory's got to work and made a whole bunch of them. And, ooh, 36 diamonds. Wonderful. We've definitely been selling stuff then. And with that, I think we're just about done. And as long as I go AFK for a little while and Foxy gets his farm built, next episode we can build another shop. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now.